true. This is the difference between LCP. We've got so many regions at our doorstep. How do we start to utilize the knowledge from each region and provide a bit of a different take on how to play League of Legends? That's what I'm keen to see.
Not only the metas that each region brings to the LCP, but also the fight styles.
Yes.
Like you said, the VCS, they're so scrappy. They will take any fight possible. And I really love what we get from the LJL with SHG. It's that slow, methodical. They just shut the door on you and you have to fight your way back in. But we are on draft, Pike.
I am so keen, Logan. We've got the bands coming in. Game number 1. It's time to shine. Akali, Pantheon, Gwen, and the Xin taken off the board.
These, I have to say, aren't the expected bans that I was going to foretell.
Oh, yeah?
Obviously, the Orianna is still up and available right now, as is the Ryze. I would expect one of these, if not maybe even both, to be banned away here. But it's also that sort of power play, right? You ban one and leave the other up in the hopes of getting it. You force your opponents to use their ban on something they may not want to get rid of. As that Varus, it has been banned away. That does leave Orianna. It does leave Ryze. So one of them will be banned away here.
Yeah, look, I think the Varus is a smart ban. Get it off the board early. Maybe save it for a little bit later when you can put it with another strong pick. I want to see that Varus with like the Nautilus, with the Leona, bit of CC locked down.
LCP 2026 Split 1 SHG versus DCG. Ini Jepang lawan Taiwan ya.
But still, Nocturne banned out. Ryze is up and available too.
That is a surprise. That priority onto that Nocturne obviously has got that
Zulian,
global
welcome back to membership.
And we do play that global meta game here. Pantheon gone, Nocturne
Let's
gone.
go.
But that
Udah 3
does
tahun
leave
lebih,
every
bro.
other strong pick available. They've got the Orianna, they've got the Ryze, they've got the Azir in that mid lane. Every control mage still on the board here.
And it's just a bit interesting to see. I wouldn't be surprised if they lock in the Orianna early. It does open up the Orianna Vi pick up as well, but we have seen that a couple of times and it just hasn't been the same. It's just not
jelas,
as good, but
meski yang murahan chill, tidak ada yang murahan di sini, semuanya keren membershipnya, cuma beda harga doang.
Has been picked up. Rumble, Varus, and Orianna, they're top 3 bans in the LCP.
Jarvan, Rumble,
and how
Orianna
do you
fight,
let SHG take Rumble and J4? That is the combo. All you need to do is just get into that Cataclysm, drop an equalizer on their head. There's no escape if you don't have flash. That's devastating.
Suaranya semakin wipeable gini, mama majikan, mamanya majikan, mamanya what?
They've picked up Nefiri, Pike.
I love this Nefiri pick. That is so much better. You can get out of Cataclysm. I just talked about what's your escape mechanism. Even the invulnerability is so handy in a clutch situation. There's the Cassante. You kind of expect to this point to go up against the Rumble.
I do
Holy
have to say,
shit,
I love the
bro.
Cassante. Obviously, this is the classic matchup, Cassante into Rumble. But the damage that it's going to do, that DCG has picked that Cassante
Bisa
away
saja kamu
from
melon.
Heavy in this first matchup. It doesn't have this champ to rely on in games later on down the
Kita
road.
sekarang sedang menonton turnamen antar negara nih, League of Legends.
We know he plays so well.
Why worry about a zoning take?
Ryze lawan Orianna, aku lebih suka Akali sih. Tapi ada Cassante ya, kayaknya nggak worth it sih main Akali ada Cassante.
Yes, Cassante looks good. Nefiri's really nice. Orianna,
Ryze lebih strong sih lawan Cassante.
Damn, the scaling, the damage from SHG is fierce.
The playmaking that Ryze brings to the Rift as well, Pike, is astronomical. The fact that SHG have been able to pick this up, can you imagine? You're a lone member of DCG walking down in your lane thinking you're safe. Suddenly,
kira-kira kalau misalkan Ryze kayaknya ADC-nya
yeah, look, that is a good night. I'd be probably actually, you know what? It wouldn't be a good night. I would be sleeping terribly because I'd be dreaming about that same play over and over in my head.
Janji gak ditinggal tidur lagi. Hari ini aku sudah tidur 2 jam. I'm okay. I'm fine. Kencana. Kencana.
That is a pose and a half and I'm down for it. I feel like we're going to be looking maybe at something towards like a Sivir, most likely. Yes, your Varus is gone, but Sivir's still up and available. Couple other good 80 carries of note. Could go the
Bard di ban, Nico di ban.
Yumi Zeri if you do feel like bringing it up early, but Bard.
taken off.
I do like this ban, and I was going to call that one out. He is one of the most banned supports, not only here in the LCP, but globally as well. We did see, I believe it was Busio play Bard today extremely
Can
well.
we ban
and I think
itu
every
apa
support that
namanya?
can play that Bard would want to get it in this first game.
Ash.
Again, this first game is so important to get that ball rolling, to get that momentum,
Atau
the edge over your opponent,
mungkin
which is why these drafts have such
Blitzcrank ban?
phenomenal
That
picks in
was
them.
And you got to get rid of that
interesting.
Blitzcrank. We talked about it. Xiaoxi is the hook player. Get rid of the Blitzcrank. It's most likely going to be perma-banned. Let some other hook champion come onto the ring. That's fine. It's still going to be used to effect
Udah
with
muap
Xiaoxi
anjir.
at the helm.
Baru
So I
15
like the
menit.
Blitzcrank ban. It now opens us up to a little bit more of a change-up on the spot side.
That just speaks to so much respect of Xiaoxi's Blitzcrank as well. Blitzcrank is not a meta
Nautilus,
support right now, but he plays it so
Okay.
well, he's forced it into the meta. They have to ban it away.
Can we
Blitzcrank's always
play
going to be better,
Zephyr?
no matter what. If you can land that hook, you're still a tank,
Marble?
you're still an enabler. It's a big part of
Can we
most
play
team
Zephyr?
composition. So now
Maybe
we have to see,
Varus-
in
Varus
the
di
final
ban ya?
phase of picks, what does game one
Jin?
sort of round
Jin,
out to be?
nggak bisa
Again,
Jin ya, nggak ada
most
Bard
likely
ya.
you're going to try and pick up a support here.
Definitely want to prioritize it so
Miss
that you're
Fortune?
not revealing the AD, because obviously SHG, they'll get
Miss
their pick,
Fortune
and then
sih.
DCG, they get their chip. And they're,
Apelios.
I mean, you've already half revealed your bottom side comp.
Yep.
If they can pick away the Thresh and make it work for DCG, that really hampers what
Itu
Aphelios
Yunara
wants to
Lulu
do.
Thresh
Oh,
dilepas
100%,
sih.
but there's still other champions you can put with it. Lulu's one of those mage champions that can
Berarti
go well with
Apelios
Aphelios
Thresh,
if piloted correctly.
Yunara
We do
Lulu.
trust Vista
Ada
with that as well,
Kesante
but the
Lulu,
Yunara being
anjir.
answered in response, the
Aku
mobility, the
tidak mau
damage.
nonton match yang
As the
ini,
game goes on,
cowok.
these AD carries are going to shine like a golden sun, and I'm just
I
so
don't want to
scared if
watch
they
this
get taken
one.
out too early, they just fall off.
Speaking of the Lulu, it looks like DCG might want to pick this one up. They are
Yunara
holding it because
terlalu scaling
Lulu
sih,
is
soalnya udah ada
definitely a
Rise
meta
ya.
support. She's very strong and able to
Apelios
keep these
early-nya
ADs
lumayan
alive so
kuat kok.
effectively.
And I think that's what the answer was, right? If you pick up the
Ada
Aphelios,
Rise,
the answer is
Yunara kayaknya
Lulu,
susah sih.
because you do get that
Dua-duanya
added
scaling
damage
soalnya.
onto your bits. You're gonna go Thresh here. If you don't, I don't know, maybe you're doing something we don't know about, but the Thresh makes the most
Apelios,
sense because now it's not
Thresh.
just boxes, it's circles.
Kayak kita
Every
butuh
bit of
enchanter
damage
deh,
is
guys.
gonna be isolated in the middle.
I
And
know
that's
Thresh
something you
is
have to be
good,
so
but
careful
I
of.
think
If
we
you
need
are not
enchanter,
in the
not
right spot,
gonna
or if you
lie.
get caught out with no flash, Fang's dead.
For
I'm
real,
really
bro.
looking
We
towards
have
these
too many
mid
front
laners here
line,
as well,
bro.
like, obviously, they've picked up the Orianna, but there's no
I legit,
ball
I think we
delivery
need
system for that
mage.
command
I
shot play.
was
Oh, there
fine,
it
I
is.
guess.
Oh, yeah.
Nefiri.
I mean,
Straight on in.
true. Do
Call the
op-
pack
Yeah, yeah.
straight in. You're on the back line.
It's going to be hampered though, because obviously SHG is going to know that it's coming, and they're probably going to put Thresh in the way of it. I think it's still going to be difficult, but it is Hongshu, and we have seen him pilot these mid laners so effectively.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. We've seen so many Oriannas coming through a lot of games, and sadly, they haven't had the right system to get them
I think
over the
we'll be
line. They
fine.
get killed
We'll
a
be
little
fine.
bit too early. It's the
Arya-
Akali's, it's the
Arya will
aggressive
carry the game.
mid laners that like to do it. The Rise Orianna matchup, it's a bit of an interesting one. We haven't seen it for a
Arya
while, so I'm
ini
keen to see how Rise is going to try and take
mantan
over
KP
this.
dulu ya
Where
dia.
Orianna is going to have a bit more priority in
I
the early
think
stage.
we can
Yeah, but the
trust
playmaking
him.
coming out of that Rise, SHG really have to play
Rata-rata
around it.
roster
It speaks
KP
to me
ngeri-ngeri.
of initiative. They want to be on the front foot in these plays. It speaks to me of
We
an
have
SHG
BDD
that isn't
in
about
Japan.
to slow
We
play this
good.
one and shut you out of the game. I think they really want to make a convincing statement here and show Relove DCG that they are not to be underestimated.
I feel like we're going to see the most action in that mid to late.
Oke,
That's where it's really going to
semuanya.
shine. It's where this
Selamat
Rise is
datang di
gonna
stream.
pop
Hari
off.
ini
Two
kita akan
items
menonton
on the board. Easy, you're
LCP
gonna be doing so
2026
much
Split
damage, you're gonna have so
1
much mana.
SoftBank
You sit
Fukuoka
out on the
SoftBank
map,
Hulk Gaming
and they're
versus
gonna be
Relove
moving like the
DCG.
wind. They'll be realm
Deep
warping
Cross
everywhere,
Gaming
and it's going to
Group.
be so
Match 1.
nerve-wracking. One slip up, one pixel out of place, you're going to get caught.
Hari ini aku
So you
gak
gotta be
bisa
so
nonton yang
careful
versi
where you
RAW
are
soalnya
if you are
internetnya lagi
Relove
jelek
DCG.
ya.
You are not wrong there, but can the
Internetnya sedang jelek, jadi streamingnya 720 dan gak RAW.
DCG prove the wall that stops them moving
Lagi badannya
forward?
model
But we'll
bruiser,
find
tinggal
out, because we are
cepet-cepetan
here
burst
game
rise,
one
bonyok
of the
dulu
best of
front
5
line-nya.
tonight for the
It's
semi-finals.
time to fly, Logan. We
Yeah,
are
I
in
think
it
we
to
still
win it.
have too much
Game
front line
number
tuh.
one is
Kita
rearing
lawan
and
Orianna
ready to go.
soalnya.
Pirate Rise, the blue smurf, is all over it again, taken to the high seas. But with seagulls above, there's no stopping them.
You
I
do
think
love your
Nami
pirates.
can
I
be
love
strong
pirates. For those
or
of you you don't know me, I love pirates.
I don't know.
Vista does have a nice little spot in the bush here, gets that ward down, and obviously it's that supportal combat of vision control,
maybe
trying to
Karma.
help that sort of advantage of your bot lane, your AD get in. But before we even get there, those junglers, they have started on opposite sides of the rift. Pop9 is in his top side, whereas Van1 is in his bot side. So that speaks to me that they've got very different game plans for the start of this one.
Yeah, 100%. That basically tells me Neferi wants to be rotating down to this bot side, get that lower bot scuttle crab, and maybe look for an early gank. It is a possibility. It's a bit hard. Most junglers nowadays are really looking for those second scuttle crabs to really make an impact, get that level 6, especially in Neferi. You really don't have your full kit until you can jump on them from so far away. In saying that, J4 comes online at level 2.
Oh, early-nya.
Is the most
Tapi
crucial.
enggak sih, dia ada
Ebi
shield
doing
ya.
a good job at keeping Florin at bay, especially as this Rumble, you have so much early priority.
Abby, please.
Yeah, and
I freaking trust you on this one. Tapi Kesante hilang ya, game 1 ya. Aduh, itu wildcard kita tuh, Kesante. Kesante game 1 udah dipakai sih. Duh.
Obviously, Van1 just
Apa sih sapi kita? Garen? I think I can do Garen.
Does have this mid-wave shove into Hongshu at the moment, using his range very well, trading patterns, just working in his favor for now. No real CS advantages or disadvantages other than Marble, but that's only a wave. Bang is going to catch that up really, really quickly.
Yeah, again, it's all about as the game goes on. Marble's happy to give a little bit. Bang getting hit with a hook, instant cleanse.
That was a really quick cleanse there from Feng. Ultimately, I don't think it would have actually resulted in a kill, but it would have been a significant chunk of health. So Feng definitely prioritizing wanting to stay in this lane early, get that CS, not lose out on any of that experience, and complete that role quest just that little bit sooner. But that is a summoner spell burnt. It's a small disadvantage, and SHG, they may look to exploit it.
Look, it's not the end of the world, but a bigger note on that is the early recall. We do see Marble has got a cheater's recall out, got the shove early on the 3 waves. This has now taken a big chunk of damage, but it's actually not the end of the world. Coming back, you have the cull now. We're going to start stacking that up nice and early. That's a big, little but big advantage that you can see on this bot side.
It's SHG coded. It's little advantages that build up to something bigger much later down the road, and I wouldn't expect anything less, especially from Marble, who loves this Aphelios. He knows how to build the items, he knows the timings and the patterns that he needs to get it to. Especially with these gun control that he has. He just knows which one to use when and where to deliver the most damage.
Thank you for
We've
your
seen
subscribe.
it. Vista with the lantern is able to deliver Marble on top of the heads of you.
But Van1's just definitely hovering down his bot side.
Arya?
So is Pop9 looking for a gank.
Ada flash. Iya ada flash.
Able just to get out of dodge, has to burn the ghost, but
I
again,
think we
that's
should
pretty
go
low
back.
cooldown too, and gets out alive.
There was a good follow-up there from Hongshu just to really scare Arya, but those fancy feet, as you said, that ghost to get out of dodge and avoid that follow-up from Pop9. I do like the proactivity. Van1 rotated down to the bot side looking for something, and Pop9 went to that mid lane. I would say that DCG got the better of this sort of trade, got a lot more health out of Arya because Van was not able to get anything done. He does return to his camp, so he didn't lose anything by hovering this bot side and keep them safe.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a slower game. Like you said, SHG, death by 1,000 cuts. They're taking it slow. They're being a bit more methodical. Arya didn't actually back at this point, which is a dangerous place to be, but Hongshu, no mana to speak of either, so Arya probably feels a little bit more comfortable staying around and saying, all right, I'll reset now.
I definitely think this is a gentleman's agreement of we'll just clear these mid waves and then we're going to recall. We've had that.
Kalau misalkan pro player gitu enak ya, recall depan muka juga dikasih pulang anjir, soalnya mereka tahu gitu. Perut kena. Wow, first blood to Arya, let's go.
Kill and a first blood secured.
I was not expecting that, Pike. You could tell
I
was
didn't expect that, for real.
Dead.
I thought it's going to be a gentleman agreement right there.
Backed off, was starting that recall. Obviously, Hongshu saw the recall as well and had started his own. Saw that something was up because I think Arya started to walk back here. There's that ward that spots Arya coming, and then Hongshu goes, something has to be coming. Great vision play here from Van1. Obviously, that flash not getting over top of
that was really good.
Gets the job done.
Let's go, SHG.
2 flashes invested for this one though. heavy cost.
Everything is on the line, even in game 1, Logan. Best of 5 series
Iya,
be damned.
biasanya pro player tuh recall depan muka juga dikasih aja gitu. Soalnya daripada gangguin dia recall lebih penting last hit gitu biasanya ya. Jadi gentleman agreement itu ada gak kayak solo queue gitu. Solo queue mah kita recall pasti digangguin anjir.
First game under your belt, it can release a lot of pressure. We do see though that Relove DCG, they've prioritized this first jungle objective. They're down on this Drake, they secure it for themselves, and they buy that time. Even if they slow SHG, if they want to go for that dragon stacking, it's an extra 5 minutes, and that tenacity is really going to help them avoid any of that CC that SHG is looking to deliver.
Yeah, look, but now it's about how can you keep them on the clock. Van1 now invading into the jungle saying, look, you can have that dragon, that's fine. We'll stack them up later. It's all okay. I'm going to invade your jungle, get a couple little camps off the board, keep the gold rolling in because they're a little bit behind, but they're not behind in tempo.
Great red buff steal there. You can see the Pop9 has rotated out, is pinging down, so they know Van1's here.
Rumble is here. Rumble ada ulti.
He does not have flash. He does not have flag and drag, not for at least a couple seconds. He's looking to steal. He's actually standing his ground. That is fierce determination.
Oh my god.
He knew that everyone was rotating around as well, so it was going to be a pretty even 2v2. They all did have
masuk. Itu dia combo Apelio Stress yang kita tunggu-tunggu.
Here comes out Xiao C. May have just said, I need to stay alive as long as possible because that was a nice little play.
Definitely a good engage there. Nice
flash call is, but the realm warp does get cancelled.
Nice try.
That's the payback they wanted.
That was a fantastic shockwave there to prevent that realm warp escape that Arya was trying to set up immediately. But Pike, Pop9, he did not like being invaded.
No, he did not. Lost his red and said, I'm going to start taking your chickens instead.
Van1 though, in kind goes, no, I got your red, I'm going to take my red. Your invade was a waste of your time. Get out of dodge. As we do see, there's like a small 10 CS gap here between the junglers, but the proactivity coming out of both of them, I'm loving it right now. They know the stakes for this game. They know the stakes for this series. If you lose here tonight, you are done. You are gone from playoffs.
Bisa masuk di bawah turret, ulti dipakai. Ada shield.
It's just not going to be enough damage, but it's forcing them back. It's going to let them get these crystals, get a little bit more gold injection into Marble. This is a great call because the CS difference in this bot lane is huge.
And it's only going to get bigger if they keep this pressure up, if they keep trying to force them home. I mean, they cancelled their recalls. They know they have to stick around to get this experience, to get this CS. They can't let SHG keep snowballing this lead. And Pop9 is in the area.
Itu Cakram ngasih gold gak sih ininya, minionnya?
But they've walked away, they're going to recall and collect their gold.
Yeah, it's always nice, but it also alleviates a bit more pressure. They assumed jungler would be down on this bot side. It would be Pop9 that would have to try and answer if they look for the dive. But instead,
lagi, kena masuk, gak ada ulti tapi,
keeping out Hongshu, gets them only to half health, but it's still alleviate pressure. We still see Van1 up on these grubs.
I do love the comms that we saw there, though. They obviously did this to get priority.
Okay,
ultimate looks like Lauren wants to take fight, but Equalizer goes down. It's a lot of damage still. That's a fully... Oh, that mechanical is doing some damage, but now Florian gets it.
Evie just knows Cassante so well. Not only when you are so good at a
pistol yang putih si itu Apelios kan itu summon itu tuh skillnya summon minion. Nah itu ngasih gold gak tuh minionnya?
Obviously, SHG, they went in. Vista landed that hook. Arya got that poke down that rune prison. They just wanted priority. They wanted to send Hongshu home so that Van1 could work to secure those grubs. And they got all three.
Looks not bad at the end of the world. You trade Dragon for grubs, but you're also trading a little bit of tempo. Still a little bit behind the ball with Pop9, just 83 CS to 74 on Van1. But it's not the end of the world. As Pop9 looking for those invades, still being spotted out on some wards, but just trying to get some deep vision because we want to see a little bit more proactive. Van1 is walking into a trap, already sees where the dog is.
You always flag and drag, and the scrap over the jungle camp. I think that went the way of Van1 there.
It did.
Yeah, very nice. Just says no. Look, and Pop9,
so do we fight here?
So aggressively in this jungle pike.
He's got Shojin. He's looking strong. He's got that item advantage. So it is just definitely a chance to stay more relevant and keep Van1 at bay. Trying to keep them off as much as possible, but still the farming's coming in good. But you see Vista as well, looking for a little play. The back, just comes through.
It was a nice little rotate from Vista there to back up Van 1. Even just getting that ward down, you could see the Pop 9 backed away immediately because he knew someone else was there. If he goes in, it would be a 2v1, and that's not the fight that he's ready for right now. SHG, they're playing this very smoothly, very controlled. It is only 1-for-1. It's 10.5 minutes in, but they do have that small gold lead that is so iconic, so traditionally SHG coded, and most of that gold is in their bot laner. Marble, 20 CS over Feng right now. And if that's left alone, if there's no active ganks or engages in that bot side, he's going to keep running away with this CS lead Pike.
I can tell you there will be some ganks coming up very soon. This Nefiri is looking at this Aphelios like they are a piece of meat, and that is where the hunt will begin. Because Nefiri is all about getting to your backline, jumping on, staying alive as long as possible.
Dragon
but
pertama,
another dragon is
dragon
up,
kedua.
and DCG's all over it.
Yeah, Relove DCG, they have the priority. They've been prioritizing
SHG dapat
these
3 grabs, tapi DCG dapat 2 dragon.
Has been paying dividends here.
Habis LCP lanjut LCK apa LPL kak? LPL hari ini apa ya? Kalau LCK aku tahu, LPL hari ini apa sih matchnya?
So that movement speed is going to become so critical later on, Pike.
You can already see as well, they're now looking just to do some damage, but no Marble may have been caught out. That was a wild growth used as well, but no kill to speak of. So a little bit more aggression coming down. You can see Pomp 9 is here. Wants to take out the Aphelios. I called it, we're looking at it, but no. Vista is just too tanky and too strong with these hooks. You have to pay respect.
Jackie Love kagak main sama lawan Monkey juga. Masih bisa kalah itu top sport. Not gonna lie.
They had an angle, they've popped their ults, and I feel like DCG's Feng and Xiaoxi were the ones who responded, and honestly they responded well. They chunked Marvel so heavily, obviously enough that Pop 9 wanted to have a look. I thought it was going to go there as well.
LCK sekarang banger itu semifinal di lawan
Fear the absolute equalizer, the flash out cataclysm to boot. Now Pop 9's the target, but here's the TP.
We got Oriana, hati-hati pesante.
But no, it's just one pick up for SHG. The proactivity, that was the play we've been waiting for.
Holy shit, Arya berani banget aja.
Word proactivity, SHG was there. They managed to pick up Hong Shu, and that is not what you want as Relove DCG. Their members weren't in the area at the same time. They didn't read that play, so excellently executed there from SHG. I did note Florin was there as well, and it felt like as soon as they'd made their presence known, SHG were like, hey, we got what we wanted, let's walk it away. And they've pushed that gold lead up to 1,500 now. They have 3 out of the 5 role quests completed, so they're well on their way there too.
Big thing to note as well, when we've seen a lot of these plays, most of the time they'll still commit for it. They'll stick around and try and look for 1 more kill, maybe 2 more, maybe a tower. But no, they actually said, let's just back off, keep it clean. They were spotted out on the ward, but the TP play came in, so they looks like they're cancelling it, restarting it. Maybe a little bit of fear in, but it was the bait out, and Van 1 was here, gets the stun, gets the equalizer. It was all a bit too much.
They were on vision though, they'd been spotted, and Hongshu still TP'd in. DCG must have made the call, they must have said, let's go for this, let's bait them in, but they just
itu W-nya si apa nih? W-nya si Nafiri tembok tipis mah bisa tembus ya.
So really well done by SHG. Even they laid the trap was known, and they still got the kill.
Atau dia tadi ngedance pakai I kali ya.
Miscommunication there from DCG, or they just weren't expecting every member of SHG. But that ultimately they netted themselves home.
Ada ward kan tadi masih aja maju ke depan Hongsuo. Tapi gelap loh tadi di mapnya. Apa pro player mah tahu deh blind spot gitu cuy. Walaupun ada ward gelap tadi nggak kelihatan.
But that's that playmaking ability that Rise brings onto this Rift, Pike. Able to realm warp and turn the tides of these fights.
Posisi wardnya soalnya tadi di sini kan, di yang belokan ini tuh. Enggak kelihatan tuh, lihat tuh. Enggak kelihatan asli. Nih, kan mereka tadi berdiri di yang putih ini nih. Nah, itu yang hitam itu tuh, vision tuh segitu tuh kalau ditaruh di situ. Dia kesini ngelihatnya. Jadi kalau di balik tembok ini kagak kelihatan aja. 2 ini tuh yang terang nih. Soalnya tadi posisi ward nih di yang hitam ini nih.
This Rift
Jadi
Herald
dia wilayah
has
ini
been
nggak
started by
kelihatan.
SHG. There is a ward from DCG. They know what's happening in Vista.
Ada
It's just like,
ada tempat kalau naruh ward, jadi ward visionnya lebih kelihatan pendek.
Rift Herald, which is another jungle objective, and I have to think that they want to crack open this mid tier 1.
Yeah, look, it makes sense. You want to be dropping it when you can, but we got to drag it in 1 minute, Logan. I feel like you got to drop it at those sort of interjections, especially a Cloud Drake at this point with a
Jarvan
Cloud
tadi
Soul
kelihatan
on
lewat,
the
tapi pas
cards.
Jarvannya nunggu
my
gak kelihatan.
lords, that was
Nah
damn
pas
close.
Jarvan mah udah jelas lah. Yang nggak yang di blind spot tuh si ini siapa namanya Rumble. Rumble tadi dia diri di dekat ayam tapi di blind spot dia jadi gak kelihatan.
SHG, yes, they got Rift Herald, yes, they've got the grubs, but DCG, they have 2 Drakes already. I feel like SHG, they have to start contesting these. They have to slow the stacking, but Evie here, he's in a good spot.
Hongshu might just be caught out. It's a waiting game right now. Now you have to pull the trigger. There's the equalizer. The damage is
mati
huge.
lagi
The
kah Hongshu.
shockwave is there, but no, it looks like they are going for it. The wild growth is not enough, and Vanguard's on it.
Weh,
The
gratis,
TP
woi.
coming in, it
Pukulin,
can't be cancelled.
pukulin.
It's a good hook, but no,
Aduh,
keeping them
kesante.
alive a little bit longer, trying to just
Tapi bisa
stall
sih,
out
bisa sih.
the exhaust
Gratis
is
cu.
good. The
Terima
all-out
kasih
meant nothing,
donasinya.
and another kill going to Van 1. Now they're
Aduh,
looking at Marvel in
Apelius
the
gue
mid lane,
nyangkut.
but Red and White do not fight. It's a lot of
Oh, masih ada
damage.
way.
They couldn't commit.
Mati.
They
Oh,
couldn't get
gawat.
the kill, unfortunately for the side of DCG, and now the Dragon is heading over to SHG.
I
Siang
have to
deh,
imagine they're going
halo.
to drop that Rift Herald as soon as this Dragon goes down as well. It's already down. They crack that first turret on the bot side tier 1. They net themselves that extra 300 gold bounty. That gold lead we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, Pike, it's doubled. It's over 3,000 right now. What a couple of minutes of plays right there. That proactivity from Evie to get into those bushes and hide, and then that equalizer over the top just absolutely cooked Hongshu on this Orianna, was unable to escape, and we get this replay here again. Clears the wave out and starts to make that vision. Thank you, observers.
Oh, they stayed
Tuh,
out of vision the whole time. I
pinter
don't know if they
anjir.
knew that was there, Logan,
Si
but staying
Abby
out
main
was
visionnya dari tadi
critical.
cu.
It was beautifully played.
Sumpah,
Evie's obviously made the
pro
call. There
player
is that
ini
ward that was just placed in
ngeri
the
anjir.
rush, but
Hafal
spotted or
posisi
not, the
fog of war
damage that comes out of Evie
Wen
here,
ya.
Hongshu is just unable to escape.
It's the Rumble diff, unfortunately. This is why this
Anjir,
champion is banned
hafal
so
gitu,
much.
Cuk.
The
Fog of war.
TP coming in, disaster.
Unfortunately, too little, too late. It is foreign on the Cassante. It does take them a significant amount of time and resources to take him down, and that's why DCG felt like they could go for this play here in the mid.
Pero untung
but it
Apelius ada
was
shield ya.
not enough. Marble played that perfectly, able to dodge what that Neferi wanted to bring down and burnt his flash, but it just wasn't enough.
And that's a big cooldown you've got to be worried about. 5 minutes Marble without that flash is going to
Bayangin
be a
Ninja
concern.
Rise yang
This is
dapat
where
Cloud
you will
Soul.
see Neferi looking for those
4 lagi ini.
fights once again.
4
That's
Cloud
the
Soul,
target at the
Cok.
end of the day. But Van 1 is a force right
Udah
now.
gitu
This
dia
J4
pakai
is
Pace Rush.
holding the line, and now they're just clearing out these tier
Pestras,
ones
Ghost,
with
4
ease.
Cloud Soul, gila sih.
Ease is the word. They have got 2 tier 1
We
turrets
got
now, top
problem.
side and bot side, so the only one left here is the mid. But I would argue that the mid is the most important. It opens the map up the most. It lets you really invade these jungles of your opponents once you've cracked it open. But DCG, they know that they need to get this vision control down. They've been surprised too many times already. Evie in the brush, Van 1 waiting in the jungle.
Van
has found Chassis.
Chassis already using the wild growth. Cataclysm's there, but now
okay,
Popeye wants to
we
join
got
this fight.
that. I think
Equalizer on
nice.
top. It's just a little bit too easy.
We can do it, we can do it, we can do it.
He's low, takes the lantern, the
We can do
realm
it.
orb's coming in,
Aduh,
misses the
hooknya.
hook, the flash over
Arya.
the wall. Arya has said, I want some
Kena tuh,
kills
Brun
too,
Prison,
guys.
kena
What's
tuh,
going
kena tuh.
on? And they're looking
Masuk,
for the dive.
masuk.
It's a lot of damage.
Gas,
The flag and
nice.
drag. Man, one is just too good.
Ih,
He's on
cakep
point
banget
tonight.
di
I can't believe they kept that play
SHG.
going, but it was beautiful and absolutely the right call. Arya investing that flash to lock down Hongshu long enough to get Van 1 access and that kill.
Iya ya,
Now
kurang
SHG,
CC
they're
tuh
gonna back
di
away.
CG.
They've got so many kills here right now. The
Nggak
gold lead
apa-apa lah.
again blown
Ini
out to
berarti draft pick
4,500. Another 2
masterclass.
minutes before the 4th Drake of the game though, so it was a fight over nothing.
Kena-
really.
kena
It
scam
began
Yunara
right
itu.
here. Chassis getting caught out.
FOMO,
knows
FOMO.
if he doesn't
FOMO
ult
Yunara, cu.
immediately, he will die even earlier, trying to buy that time for DCG to arrive, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Evie is face tanking, eats that command shockwave like it's nothing. Yeah, Vista with the hook, the realm warp coming through, flashing, and just It's that aggression, it's that drive.
No,
They know they have to win this game
Jadi rapi
at
gini.
all costs.
Iya,
And this is
curiga.
actually what a great J4 is. A good jungler is going to be so proactive on this champion. And we're seeing, honestly, a masterclass. 501. Items are so stacked. They've got a BF sword as well, not only with the Sundered Sky and the Black
Curiga,
Cleaver.
ini coachnya
That damage
pesugihan
is
ini.
huge. And you have to be so scared of where this jungler is. If they're in the fight, that
Maybe we
Cataclysm
can
is
actually go
doing
to first
damage.
10.
You could not be more right there, Pike. And speaking of damage, the Baron is on the Rift. And I think if SHG want to pull that
Baron
trigger,
is up.
they want to fight that Baron, that they have the damage to burn it down and burn it fast. If DCG see it and they're not in the area, they have to respond. And Van... Oh.
And Ari was there too, out of vision, off to the side. They can't recommit. They know the rest of the team is there. It's just good vision. They're playing around the darkness so well. It's like versing a Nocturne.
We do love vision control, and Nocturne loves it the most, but there is no Nocturne on this Rift. It was banned away in that draft, but Van 1, he's playing like he is that Nocturne, just everywhere in these jungles all the time, playing around that vision control
Hongshaw is split
spectacularly.
pushing.
And the fact that Arya was able to be in the area as well, unfortunately, it was the Cassante that walked into them, not a softer target, so they were able to poke him out, force him to retreat, and keep that priority in that jungle. 30 seconds until the 4th Drake, and they just cracked that bot side tier 2 turret.
Fan is here.
And they're still unrelenting.
Fan is here. Tower sekarat. Ingat chat. Fokus tower dulu baru die.
On the top side as well, taking the first tier 1 of the game.
Gila,
And they just took a
sabar
tier 2
mainnya
down bot side as a
preservation.
trade. Like,
Okay,
SHG is in full
SHG.
control.
Yeah, 4,500 gold of control. 10
The
seconds to Drake,
preservation
Baron
is
on the
crazy
Rift.
here.
It feels like DCG, they need to contest this mid-wave sort of priority push that SHG is bringing down, because it will lead to
Gila,
either
Abby
the
bermain
Drake or the
seperti di
Baron, depending on
LEC,
which way they
Cok.
go. I have to think it's going to be that Drake, though. It's a little too early to go for Baron. They are in a 5v5 right now. They don't have that sort of clear advantage, and most sums, they're up.
Oh look, and that's where the danger is.
Lihat
Now it's all about getting that
shieldnya
vision
si
control.
apa?
Once again, I think Dragon
Shieldnya
is going to be the
Cassante.
play. You do not want to give soul point over to DCG.
Item Cassante emang
It's just a
item
little bit too
grid
much to
ya.
deal with. Hooks go wide.
Shield
Trying to get that damage
biasa,
off as the
shield
pack is
magic.
called in. Equalizers drop.
Sekarang
It's a
itu
lot of
pop line,
damage.
nice.
Pop
Lanjut,
just got
gaskan.
popped. It's not enough. He's dominating the
Tangkap
rumble
dulu,
to the
tangkap dulu, tangkap
backside.
dulu.
That's
Nice.
their tank. He's just been
Oh
shredded
my
too.
God.
Now
SHG.
Ari's getting the damage off. And what can you do as DCG? There's no way you're able to take these fights.
Kurang lagi jelek banget ya, gara-gara rosternya digembosin. Kemarin sih aku baca katanya pas interview tuh mereka bilang komunikasinya susah. Soalnya si Shadow Mandarinnya masih belum lancar kali ya.
Has to burn the flash, and the lantern gets them out of dodge. Marble's very happy to stay safe, and now the Baron's on the cards.
Terus mid lanernya orang Korea katanya.
You gotta be a little bit nervous because they're all
Mid laner
so
orang
low.
Korea, si Shadow Mandarinnya masih belum lancar kali.
Absolutely, they win that team fight on the bot side around the Drake. They secure that mid tier 1, and then they go and grab
Susah
this Baron as
komunikasi,
well.
beda bahasa.
Obviously, they give over the Drake, but that's okay. It's only soul point for DCG. It's not actually Cloud
Kalau
Soul
CFO ya
just yet.
katanya.
I think that's a great trade.
Oh, fantastic, because there's still 7k gold up in this. But let's look at this fight again, Logan, because there's a lot to break down.
And it did start with Vista actually landing that hook onto Florin, who had to go unstoppable. But that equalizer over the top, it bought the time, it bought the space, and we see Arya with that two-man realm warp into the back lines. And
Udah gitu Marble bagus banget lagi, dia langsung ke Cassante dulu, nggak ngedive ke sana.
In front and from behind, and they just collapsed in the face of it.
I hate having threats behind and in front of me. That's not where you want to be at all. That's a really bad place to be.
Well, these are the Hawks, so they're also bringing it from above.
Oh no.
Yeah, that equalizer.
That's a
it rained
triple
down
threat right there. That's
Cassante
too much for me.
meleleh sih kalau misalkan di depan Rumble mah ya.
I don't have that many eyes.
I only have 2.
Yeah.
How do they do it?
Yeah, well, they're not in the back of my head either. Like, I have to be on a swivel. But this game, Pike, it's 9
Di
and 1
depan Rumble
right now.
sih meleleh sih.
7,500 gold lead. That Baron power play almost halfway through, 1,000 gold, but they are sieging up. SHG, they love the Baron. They know how to play around this so well.
And they've still got Eddie in the mid lane
9-1
pushing it out with the Baron
For
buff too,
real,
so they have
Japan?
to respond to one or the other, and they have to send
Sebagus
members.
ini
So
Jepang
breaking up
sekarang.
the team again. This is what SHG like to do: split up the party, but they still know they've got the confidence and the team to make it work and get the win.
Yeah, Feng doing his absolute best here. Does have that Kraken, does have those Fiend Hunter bolts, but unfortunately right now is 0, 0, and 0. It's a tall order for a DCG to even get involved. Vista goes fishing. Just a little short there, Pike.
Look,
Ada pop,
funnily enough, when you
ada
go
pop.
fishing and you are actually a Hawk. But no,
It's a bit
okay,
fun
don't
split
worry,
pushes.
because Van's just saying, I can take a tier 3 too.
Okay,
They're
pop
all going to
9.
be mid. That's fine. I like this party.
SHG, they've been to this party before. They invite you to these parties, and then when you're inside, they slam the door shut and go, surprise, it's not a party. You're about to lose your turrets. And that is what is happening here. Van 1 does get a healthy chunk on that bot side inhibitor turret, and DCG, they had to respond. They have to give over this tier 2 in the mid lane.
This is not even a
10K
slow burn
gap,
anymore,
man.
Logan. This is just clinical. This is
10K
clinical
gap.
League of Legends at its finest.
Do you
They
guys
were
see
slow
that?
at the start, methodical. They got their good picks, and then every
10K
time
gap
they have
in
not done
25
wrong, they've just
minutes?
gone, yep, next, next, next. Thank you for the win. Thank you for the
Bro.
gold. Thank you for the tower. It's just looking so good. If this is how SHG has been playing for the last couple of nights, I really want to see them in finals.
Well, this is the SHG that knocked out Garm. This is the SHG that took that
Tapi mereka
game
dapat Soul
from Team
Cloud
Secret
sih
Wales
kayaknya
earlier
ya.
in these playoffs.
Itu
And
3
this is the
Dragon
SHG
itu
that
DCG.
knocked GZ out last night. They are putting their best foot forward time and time again. And as the Baron power play ends, 2,900
Tapi di
gold
DCG
collected in their pockets.
lebih kebutuh
They are
damage
cashed
gak
up.
sih?
They
Kayak
are
Cloud
ready
Soul
to
kagak
throw
ngaruh dah.
their wallets at DCG.
And the scary part is I'm seeing
Iya,
Marvel
kayak
now
nih.
completing that IE. This is the mid to late game Aphelios we talked about at the start of the game. They are scary with that damage. They are sitting comfortably at 75% crit. That's enough crit to kill anyone, maybe even the Cassante. So we'll have to see where the focus is going to be. Van 1 is still being
Fun
so
agak
aggressive.
sedikit
You love to see it.
jumawa,
He can be aggressive. He's
but
got that
I
Guardian
think
Angel
we're
now as
ready
well,
to
so you
war
have to kill
anytime.
him twice. I do like that Zeke's pick. When he cataclysms on top of you, you get that AoE damage effect for that whole period. You absolutely double down and force whoever you've cataclysmed to flash out. Otherwise, it's essentially that guaranteed kill. We do see a contest for vision coming down. Obviously, SHG want to prioritize this Drake. They cannot let DCG get in, because if they do, that's Soul, and it could be the way back in for Relove DCG in this game 1.
Again, we know movement speed is king in any League of Legends game. The faster you are, the faster you get somewhere, and then you can do a lot more. So still, it's a lot of movement you have to contest when you are versing a J4 and a Realm Warp on the rise. Flag and Drags, it's so much to handle. So I feel like even if they did lose the Soul here, SHG is still in a fantastic spot.
They absolutely are, and I mean, Arya even has a clear 2-level advantage over Hongshu. Obviously, that Rod of Ages gave him 1, but he still has earned another level above that in CS experience.
Feng.
Has that actualizer too, so the damage that he is pumping
Dragon
out
spawn
on this
in
rise,
30 minutes.
astronomical. They have to respect
DCG
Marvel.
sih
They have to respect Arya.
nggak tahu,
And
ini
honestly,
kayak nggak bakal
everyone, even
ditimpa
Hooks from
sih.
Vista.
Oh look,
Yeah,
every
Soul-
single member
Soul
on the
deny
side of
sih
SHG
harusnya
is
ya.
so far up in gold. It is crazy.
Ini kalah
3.4
pulang
going
kah?
over to Van
Iya.
1. 3K
Kalau
headed
kalau
for
DCG
Arya.
kalah
And
berarti
even though it's just about
otomatis
900
Jepang
for
top
Marvel,
2
it's
ini
enough to have a
LCP.
completed item still and a little
Masuk
bit more.
final.
They're sitting at 90% crit. That's a lot of crit.
Lawannya berat sih ya,
Nearly
Secret Wales ya.
guaranteed crit there, Pike. As we do, as we do. So I'm quick at maths.
Quick math.
5 seconds till the
Good
kena,
looks,
itu bot
landing
lain,
on
bunuh.
top. The box
Nice.
is good.
Baron.
Where did that dog go? Back
mati
to
itu.
the kennel
Baron.
as you're just destroyed. Arya is happy with that.
Holy
Flashes
shit.
out from Xiaoxi to stay
Okay,
alive a little bit
Vista, I
longer. But
see you,
they're going
Vista.
forward. They have no fear in their eyes. A double kill going in. The Realm Warp's going to catch them
Oh,
on guard. That's
oke,
3
agak
members
sedikit
deep, but
bersemangat
they're in
di
the
sana,
base.
tapi
You're gonna be so
bisa kali ya.
careful. Oh, that is
Nice.
good. Flay is there. There's the legend.
Kena lagi
Oh,
hooknya.
goes down.
Oh my
He
god.
can do no wrong. Vista is tanking the tower up, and this is the victory
Yo,
march for SHG.
gak perlu
in game
Baron,
1,
anjir.
29
Tidak perlu
minutes in.
Baron.
They've just cleaned up DCG.
Drake be damned. They said we're gonna win the
12
team
k
fight.
gap,
We're gonna take
13
your
k
pace.
gap, cu.
Xiaoxi, the only one left standing
Tidak
here,
butuh
Pike. As
Baron,
SHG,
anjir.
they're looking like they're gonna close it out.
They
And
just gonna end the
cannot
game, I
fly
guess.
this high. It is just too much. DCG,
Japan so
the crossroads,
strong.
they've been crashed on, and SHG is dropping the hammer.
Holy
The hammer
shit,
was
Japan
heavy.
so
It was
strong.
too much of a burden to bear for DCG here tonight. This SHG, they brought their best to play. They even had second pick, so they were able to
Rapi
give those
betul.
two
Please
priorities over
begini
to their
sampai 3
own
game,
team.
please.
Evie looked so
Please.
comfortable on that rumble.
Please
able to
be
get
like this
such
3 games,
significant
please.
value equalizers there. It was everyone tonight from SHG Pike. They all played so well.
Across the board, they could do no wrong. But the big question is, can they continue this act all the way through? They still have two
please
more
be like
games
this, Tigram,
if they want to
please.
secure that place. But the way
Udah
they are
ngantuk Kade,
looking,
nggak pengen nonton itu
undeniable.
DK.
So right. Relove DCG. I'm certain
I
though,
want
that
to
they
watch
will be
DK,
able to
bro.
collect
Come on.
themselves. They'll go, it's just game 1. We still have 4 more. As we do take a look at these stats, the damage coming out of every member of SHG Pike, it was at the right time, in the right places. DCG weren't alive long enough to put theirs back on to SHG.
The really hard part here is we
Iya,
see
emang kurang
that Hongxue
damage sih
tried
itu
their
tim.
best on this Oriana.
Nafiri mah mana ada damage anjir, dia tukang nyampah kocak. Kalau burstnya kagak ngasih damage ya Nafiri kagak makan anjir.
They get picked up, but they never really get the chance to shine.
Yeah, those command shockwaves, they did do
SHG
serious
respect
damage.
streamer
but
2-2,
typically it was
kagak
on the
usah
likes of
2-2.
Evie, or there just wasn't the
Pengen nonton
follow-up
LCK.
there at the right time to close it out and sort of clinch the deal here. As we do take a look at these highlights from game 1, this excellent vision control.
Ini
It was
sih keren
almost
sih.
the name of the game because Evie played
Oh my
vision
God.
so spectacularly later on as well, Pike.
Nah nih
This is
blind
just a big
nih si
testament. Seahawks, they might be
Rumble.
using their Hawk eyes or something,
Rumble
but they're
gak
just seeing
kelihatan, Cuk.
everything. They're going around.
Tuh, Jarvan
Top
juga
Hawks,
gelap,
they
anjir.
know what they're after. They can see everything and they want these kills. And every single one was looking fierce.
Yeah, they used that vision spectacularly. Even that ward that spotted them out in that mid lane
Abby
gank,
dari
but
tadi
they went
main
for Hongxue.
visionnya
They
mantep
still
loh,
managed
dia
to come up
blind
clutch and get
apa
what
main
they came
vocal
for.
nya.
They forced DCG down
Keren
into
nih.
them, spent those resources, but
Di sini juga nih.
Van 1 was the playmaker. Van 1 was hiding in those jungles, invading, getting those ganks, and excellent cataclysms.
Tapi MVP
Yeah, it's
tetap
usually those kind
Arya
of
sih.
Vans that you want to stay away from,
Arya
sadly,
MVP.
Logan, because Van 1 was all over the map. They were traveling, they were fierce. The damage, the commitment as well is what I would say, is there was not a fight that they said, we will not take this. And they continued further forward. And that's just a testament to the whole game. This, Cataclysm forward, the team's not even there yet, but Van 1 saying, we can commit.
Yeah, even there, that
Apapun
cataclysm was
masalahnya,
so
geng
perfectly timed.
biasanya
that
geng
Chelsea on that
Doran
one
nih.
burnt the flash
Tapi emang
effect into
Hongxue
the
ini
ball of the Cataclysm.
sumber
So
masalahnya
just
sih.
maximum
Kalau misalkan
value
pengen
there.
menang,
And
sumpah
Arya
bikin
was
Hongxue gak main deh kalau
bloodthirsty
sebisa
on this
mungkin.
rise, able to get the better of Hongxue on this Oriana. But to speak to Marble
Emang
as well,
kuncinya
Feng
Hongxue
was
sih di
kept
DCG.
quiet because
Kalau
Marble
bisa
kept him
dibikin
down
gak
and
main
wasn't
sebisa
able to
mungkin
get
itu Hongxue.
backline access in these team fights. Even this location of the team fight, Feng wasn't able to get around the terrain to get onto SHG. And then the realm warps, Feng was just nowhere to be found.
The scary part here is they're taking fights, but
kasihan
in all
sih
in
ini.
corridors. That's where Rumble shines. Their equalizer is just too strong. If you're trying to fight in the jungle, and look how they're burning flashes, they're trying to get away, but still, they're caught out. There's nowhere really
Sakit
to go.
banget
and the
ultinya
flashes
Rumble ya.
forward. You're right, Arya was bloodthirsty, and this last fight was just a
Kalau di
testament.
Wild Trip
Only
kenapa orang
3 of
jarang
them
pakai Rumble
in
sekarang ya?
the base, holding on,
Gengsi
and then they're
kah?
throwing it all and say, we can win. That hook was phenomenal.
Vista on this Thresh with these hooks, I dare say he is very likely to compete with Xiaoxi as the #1 hook champ here in the LCP, Pike.
Look, I believe it. Just hands down, like, just looking good. Like, I'm excited to see what more they can do, but we've got more games to go.
That's it. It is only game 1 of tonight's best of 5 semi-final series
Baru game
between
1, guys.
SHG and Relove DCG. But we'll be right back for game 2 after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Ngapain ya? Baca One Piece apa? One Piece lagi boring sekarang chapternya. Ana. Ah. Gimana kalau beli takjil dulu? Besok final ya? Besok LEC final. Gue kira sinematik baru rework si Pana. Ini sinematik yang kemarin ya. Serba final besok. Besok bareng jangan-jangan ya. Kalau final besok bareng kacau anjir. Gak bisa istirahat. Haraheta udah seumuran Messi. Haraheta. LOL belum rilis sinematik baru abis ini ya. Itu yang itu pas tanggal berapa sih rilisnya? Bukannya baru berapa bulan itu ya?
Team Secret Whales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
Awal nyambut tahun buat nambut patch di Malaysia. Oh, berarti belum lah mungkin.
And welcome back to
Berarti
the
baru 3 bulan kan?
for game 2 of tonight's best of 5 series.
KDA mana KDA anjir? Katanya mau ada lagi KDA.
To enjoy the rest of this series. That's all
Where's
I can say. Because
KDA?
yes, semi-finals game 2. SHG, they're not just looking like the SoftBank Hawks anymore. They're looking like Phoenixes because they are on fire.
You are so right. The last time these two teams came together, DCG beat SHG 2-0. But I feel like they've got a tall order to take some games from SHG here tonight.
And we saw people in chat, you were saying, oh, DCG, can they come back? The chances are there. But if this is how SHG want to run the game, I don't know if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, Relove DCG, it looked like they just never had an in this game one. SHG were just able to keep that door closed, keep them at bay, and engaged at their leisure. They let Relove DCG get those first two Drakes, they got the Grubs and the Rift Herald, and they were like, you know, that's your game plan, this is ours. And then they shut the door. They took every objective from there on out, every fight, every turret, and it was just all SHG. But DCG, they've gone with first pick on the red side again, Pike.
Yeah, I don't know how to sort of to feel about this. Honestly, they just had it in this first game. Maybe it's because there's different picks this time. They're going to open it up a little bit more. This is maybe where the Zerayumi can come into play because we do usually see it on that red side. So maybe they're thinking about that pick.
Zerayumi.
After your first pick. So
kalau misalkan DCG nge-ban Ash sama si Seraphim, berarti mereka main Zerayumi. Kalau misalkan mereka main Zerayumi, kita cara lawannya Rakan Zaya? I don't know. Rakan Zaya sih emang iya bener. Ada. Kalau misalkan Seraphim Ash di ban ada Zaya Rakan. We have answer.
We're taking a quick look at SHG and you can tell they're comfortable. They're happy with it.
Tapi masalahnya Lord Marble main Zaya gajer. Zerayumi bisa main di LoL lagi meta. Keria tuh main gara-gara Keria main orang-orang jadi pada ngikut. Jadi viable lagi Zerayumi.
You can come back from this. We've seen harder dire straits. It makes sense. So I feel like they've got some game plan. They know what they're looking to do. Let's just see how they're going to perform because right now the pressure's on.
Yeah, but we are about to find that game plan out as we do see these bans coming
through. Why don't we just ban?
Unsurprisingly, it is that Akali that we do keep talking about. They do not want Arya on that Akali.
Gak usah di-ban sih Zerayumi, kasih aja. Ban ininya aja, ban jungle-nya.
Banned away, such a high prio ban.
But you can't forget, you can take away the Akali, but you can't take away the Ahri from Arya because there are so many strong picks, and it does enable the first two picks for the side of SHG to lock in Lee Sin Ahri for this mid-jungle duo.
They did put it to such spectacular use last night as well. I would love to see that combination come through again, but whether or not
DCG kira yang barusan sinematik buat Demacia, tapi yang sinematik subpassion kan di YouTube-nya ditulis for Demacia 2026 Season 1. Itu sinematik buat Demacia kan opening season. Kayak tiap opening season ada sinematik gitu kan.
Yeah, look at Talia's available up as well as they ban out
Varus
ban. So they're looking at these topside bruisers that can sort of rival more of those tanks. This tells me they might be looking at a Scion angle most likely for the side of DCG. They want something that's a little bit more of an initiator, something that's going to be able to survive the test of time because the Cassante just couldn't handle the rumble.
Yeah, Evie definitely put that Cassante to work. He could not keep up. That equalizer putting out so much damage, all outs. Unfortunately, not proving overly effective here in this game one. That Aurora banned away such a fantastic flex pick, and they slammed Ambessa Pike.
Of course, like what a delivery system to get to the backline. That's what I like to see. But
lawan Ambessa gak ada Renekton susah sih.
Protect the president now because that is an
gimana
easy
champion poolnya?
You are not
gak ada Renekton.
But back to that Renekton as well. I have to think
ambil
not only are they
Rakan dulu
protecting
kali.
their pick, but they're doubling down because they saw Evie on that Renekton last night. There it is, and you called it Pike. Arya on the Ahri.
It's almost as if I'm a soothsayer, but no, they've decided to not go with the Lee Sin. I actually really like the buy here. It's still the same system. It's just less clicking around. Lee Sin's a bit more mechanical. You have to use those intersections. You get around on the back line. Now you've just got to cease and desist, and you can just lock them down anyway. So I really like it.
So much easier to make that combo work there. The charm, cease desist combo, it is timeless. And unfortunately, it's something that DCG they now have to find themselves dealing with. And part of that answer counter, maybe they're looking to Nocturne. Maybe they're looking to get that paranoia down to just close that vision and prevent SHG synergizing.
Oh, okay, so they were hovering
Galio,
junglers,
nice
and then
pick.
they decide to go for a Galio. Look, I still like it. Again, if you can follow up the Ambessa, keep them in the fight a little bit longer, the Galio is going to do fantastically into the Ahri, but the problem is Galio still has to clear out the wave. If you're going to go the AP route, it's going to be a little bit easier. Downside, Ahri does always have priority in the push.
Not only priority, but so much damage. If you go that AP build, you sacrifice that tankiness that Galio is also so well known for. But it is Hong Shu that is going to be on this Galio, and he is an absolute menace. He has proved it to us time and time again that he is able to hero's entrance at the right times and turn those fights in favor.
Sure.
But my goodness, Pike, the Wukong locked in, and
I'm
maybe
not sure about Zahen
SHG.
here,
He's
Evie.
a menace on this champion.
I like it. You can't pick the Aatrox anymore. You've already locked in there. Ambessa.
Sure.
I feel like they've read this like a book. And these books are too easy, but still, it comes down to
I'm not
performance.
sure
we can't
about
just say they're going to win
Zahin
straight off the draft. We're
here.
already halfway through. Next phase of bans are about to come out, but the Zahan is looking very nice. I'm a big fan of this champion. It's just old Aatrox, and it does it way better.
Like you say, the draft doesn't tell the entire story. Sometimes it does come down to hands diff, which we have seen with the Zeri Yuumi and that Ashe Seraphine on that bot side. The bot side does still need to be picked up. The Ashe banned away. They don't want the Ashe Seraphine played into them this game, and I do like that very heads up. Those slows from the volleys, that enchanted crystallized arrows for those engages and cross-map plays. I do like the protection that they're putting forward
SHG,
for their own
Zagere?
bot side here for SHG.
It's also about how do you stop the full all-in that's coming out. I'm seeing Van 1 on this Vi that's going to be working really hard to start something. Nico being banned out too means they can't really get that
Itu orang-orang Jepang terbang ke Taiwan ya, berarti pada nonton.
So I really
Keren
like
ya?
the bans coming out in this second phase. Bard's
Orang
already
kok
gone,
bisa
so that's
punya
already a
banyak
little bit of safety
uang
taken
dan
off the
punya
board.
banyak
What would you
waktu?
like to see for SHG in this bot side?
I think they need
How
a
can you
tanky
have time
engage on
and
the bot
money
side. I
at the
think they
same
need something
time?
Like that Nautilus Leona.
How
Zahen,
people, I
not
mean,
the
good for
tankiest
them,
of
you know.
tanks by a bit of a bruiser,
But
so they
still,
need to
though.
develop and flesh out this front line that they are yet to finally finish. Because if DCG does get in Pike, then they need the answers.
Yeah, and banning out the Nami here is pretty crucial too. It sort of tells me they're taking Corki off the board because Corki's such a priority pick at the moment, but we've seen it to really affect with more of a Nami in tow, enabling the damage. So seeing that gone, I still think there will be a Corki. It's now, what do you pair with it? You're right. Tanks are probably the answer. Alistair's on board.
Syaratnya
We've still
gampang
got
kayak bukan
Nautilus up and
WNI.
available. Leona, like you mentioned.
Tapi
These
WNA
are all
juga
champions
ada
that we
yang
can work
gitu, banyak uang,
and
banyak
Corki banned
waktu.
away. They've kind of read that Corki's available, and they don't want either side getting this
Anak
very, very
pejabat
strong AD. It
contohnya.
has sort of been, and I know Yunara is already banned, but Corki has traditionally been the kind of answer to these mobile AD carries in that bot side because he's able to
Poppy.
answer it with mobility himself. But
Poppy
there
lawan
is the
Ambessa
Poppy
oke tuh.
that just made it through all the bans and has been a monster through the LCP.
How did we even forget Poppy was even not banned out? We've barely seen it in so long, and now it just sneaks on through for SHG. What is going
Seriusan
on?
mau main
Poppy
Kaisa
was
lawan
one of the
Poppy.
top 10 most banned champions in the LCP through the regular split, so it is easy
Are
to
you
forget about it
serious?
because we just never see her on the Rift. Except that game from 2274, he changed it. And
Kalista
do you want to
Renata
talk
kah?
about this one, mate?
Wah, Kalista Renata lonjahin anjir.
This champion not seen enough, but so underappreciated at the same
Taric?
time. It's oh my god with a Taric and
Taric?
get out of town. Okay, no, they haven't locked it. They're
okay.
looking at the Renata set. But wow, the Kalista pickup is phenomenal.
That was a cheeky laugh there. He knows what he's doing by hovering that Taric. But this is
Taric?
a classic combination. The Renata Glass
The
and the
classic.
Kalista. Just able to throw Renata in, get that ult over the top, send the opposing team berserk and fight each other instead of you. But Poppy does have the Keeper's Verdict. She will be able to turn the tides in the favor of SHG if anyone from DCG is caught out.
Justru Tarik
You can remove
bagusan
that tankiness from
di
the Galio,
biru
but
gak sih?
looking at
Kalau
Ezreal,
Red Set,
I like the mobility
kalau Red Set
that
pakai
Ezreal can
Tarik,
bring to bear, that arcane
Tarik kan
barrage
enaknya
over the
lawan
top,
Galio.
locks it in.
Look, and I don't mind that actually. The Mystic shots too, they're going to be enough range.
Padahal Kaisa bagus lawan Poppy, kalau dibuang bisa langsung balik pakai ulti.
She's going to be very
Iya ya?
hard to deal with. In
Bener
saying
ya?
that, nothing stops a dash like a Poppy. Poppy's going to
Tapi
be
kalau
stopping
ulti
that
duluan
mobility,
nggak bisa
stopping this
dong.
Galio
Misalkan
from
musuh
getting in.
karet
Same with
pengen
the
maju,
Wukong, same with
nggak
the
bisa
Ambessa.
ngedes anjir.
It's such a good pickup here. The Poppy's a fantastic read that I think just might have been forgotten about. But you got to watch this Renata ultimate, and especially with the Ezreal, there's not a huge amount of auto attacks coming on board. It's more about the abilities being landed, but when you're getting
Gak
auto
bisa
attack by Zahan and
Seraphim,
a
Ashe
Vi,
di
yeah,
ban,
that kind of hurts.
mau
I
main
definitely
Parus
wouldn't
di
like to be hit by
ban.
both of them at the same time either. And
Yeah,
as you said,
Kalista
the
not
value
bad lah.
from Poppy, that steadfast presence. There's
Cuma
4
Ezreal,
dashes
aku
she can
benci
shut
banget sama
down,
Ezreal.
but they can overwhelm, they can dash,
But it's
saturate.
okay.
You can
I
only
think
stop
Arya
so
will
much,
have the
and she's
KDA.
got her work cut out for her there, but it is
Ezreal
the right
nyicil
call to
KDA-nya
protect
buat
that
Arya.
effort, to protect the team
Ya kan, ya kan?
that SHG has put together here tonight in this game 2 of this best of 5 series for the semi-finals.
And there's no holding back here now, Logan. Drafts are looking
Is that
totally different, and
Bulbasaur?
that's what we expect from these teams.
There's a Pokemon
you have to
fan.
bring everything and more into these games, and you got to start showing your hands at comps that we haven't seen as much. This is usually what you see towards the later end of the split, is showing different combinations that can work to surprise your
Alright,
opponent.
here we go.
And
Fukuoka
I love what
Softbank
we're
Hawk
seeing here
Gaming
tonight. It's a
versus
different
Relove
flavor,
Deep Cross
and I love it.
Gaming Game
Yum,
2.
yum. Different
In
flavors.
LCP
They just,
2026
spread
Split
across
1.
the palette and give you that spice that you love to see. We are on the riff for
Oke,
game
kali
2
ini
here
Ezreal
now,
gak ada
Mike.
kill,
As
gak
DCG,
masalah
they're
sih.
moving forward aggressively,
Ada Ahri,
but
ada
will
Ahri.
be spotted out by Ahri, who
Nah,
wants to
kecuali
win
Ahrinya di
anyway.
first blood.
That's alright. We've seen foxes take on monkeys before, and it's not the end of the world.
Just a little bit of health chip down there, but we do get those sealed spell, the unsealed spell books
Ahri
on
will
both
take the
of these
KDA, inspired.
supports here, which means we're going to see a lot of proactivity. They're going to be able to teleport around to objectives. They're going to be able to contribute to smite fights, heals, ignites, the works. The utility that they're bringing to bear here tonight, Pike.
All I've ever wanted to see in a game is a 4 smite fight over one objective. Just supports junglers looking for one dragon. It would just be the dream. So, guys, if you can do it for me tonight, that would be fantastic. But still, we're locked in. Games are looking pretty stock standard. Arya's already been chunked out quite a bit. Same with Hongshu, it's a lot of damage going forward. So you're going to be so careful. Galio still has those natural resistances to a lot of magic damage. So it's a bit of a stalemate in this mid lane.
I do like the trade though. As we did come back to it, Hongshu was down in health, even after Arya did get traded back on in that sort of early jungle invade that we saw. So Arya doing well to keep Hongshu lower. We saw that trade coming through. That ranged advantage for the Ahri will come in clutch for this early stages of the game. But eventually Hongshu will get to that tanky level. He just won't care. But the junglers, they are again starting on opposite sides of the rift. We have Pop9 in his top side. We have Van1 in his bot side. So it will be interesting to see where they want to come down first, who they want to get their clutches on and gank, turn the tides in their favor here, Pike, as there's just a little bit of trading going on.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. You can just relax. These guys aren't looking for kills. They're just looking
Zai
for
lawan Ambasing
pressure.
gimana kayak? Harusnya early menang Ambasing sih.
I don't know the rest of the song, but I like
I
how
think
you sing
AB
it.
is goated, I guess.
But these gamers, they don't crack under pressure, especially Florin.
Early
We have
Ambasing
seen it
kuat
time
banget
and
sebenarnya.
time again, at least in the early stages
But
of the
I
LCP,
guess AB
where they
is doing
decided
good.
that Florin was the weak point of DCG, and he just said no. They dove him 3, 4-man dives under his turrets, and either he didn't go down or he lasted long enough to hard punish the aggressors. So I feel like the teams, they've learnt this and they've kind of backed off. They're no longer forcing him under the turrets. They're letting him out from the turret, and then they close the jaws and take that kill of Florin. So he does have to be careful. He does have to be aware of Van1 rotating to that top side.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Tapi aku bingung sama Zahen ya.
Proven in these games how
Early-nya
aggressive
lemah.
they want to be. And they love running
Late
the
game
show.
juga
So
gak ada
maybe a little bit
damage.
of a god complex even, just saying, I want the kills, I want to be
Susah
the star
mati
guy, I
sih,
want
susah
that
mati
MVP
sih.
for
But still
semi-finals.
though.
You know what, they're on their way to
Early
getting it.
weak.
But still,
Late
we'll have to see
game,
where
no
they go
damage,
forward.
coach,
A little bit
itu
of an invade
champion.
coming out. But nothing to write
I'm
home
not
about. Junglers just
sure,
clearing out
bro.
as best as they can. Top lane is probably going to reset
Mungkin
here too.
metanya masih
It's
belum
nice and
terbentuk
chill.
kali ya Zahen ya.
It's so chilly, chill. We even saw that recall almost in full from Pop9, as you called out, deep in SHG's bot side jungle there. The scuttles, they have been collected by the respective junglers here, and a recall coming through for Hongshu. Just going to get that gold, come back out using that TP as we would expect. But a quick look at the summoner spells. Feng has also gone for that cleanse, Pike, respecting the CC that will be coming out of SHG, that will be targeting Feng.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. You have so much mobility, you don't really need the heal or the barrier. You need to survive this Poppy who's going to cancel out a lot of this. Oh, charm! very close to landing. And this
Bro
is the
berpikir
Aria
dia
special.
faker.
It was a great sort of pre-buffer there from Hongshu as well. Started that cast up, so even if the charm did land, was likely still going to be moving away from it. But it never connected. Beautifully played. Aria though does find
Arya menang lane terus ini sepanjang series.
Now I know 10 CS generally isn't
Playoff.
overly much, but here in the first couple of minutes, it does matter. It means you've got a little more experience. It means you've got that extra bit injection of gold. You get that item advantage early, and you are able to snowball and keep that pressure up. And Pyke, that pressure needs to be applied now. 15 seconds until the first Drake.
The race to 6, you can already see Fang tried to get a little bit of damage, gets a little rend off, but not enough. Fang taking the worst off in that trade. But now I have to see how Marble's going to do it as they've come back with a tier. We have finished Berserker boots on the side of Fang. That is the key to unlocking Kalista early. Is if you can get those boots online, your mobility is just so much better.
Yeah, as we do see Xiaoxi roaming, getting vision on that Drake. They both know they have vision, so if either side plan to contest, they will know this and just walk straight into Marble, applying pressure, buying that space, buying that priority, so they're able to once again get this first Drake of the game. It will be that Hextech Drake, a nice little Drake to have in your back pocket for sure, and it buys you that time. But I would fully expect SHG here to roam to that top side, clear it out, get that vision control, and more than likely contest for these grubs.
Yeah, no, Grub's going to be up in 2 minutes 20, so it's going to be a little ways off before that. I feel like SHG's game plan is, let's just let them have a couple early objectives. Give it to them, give them a false sense of security, maybe is how I would put it. And then they start to turn up their heat, and then they're frying up Hawk. And usually Hawk is not the gamiest of bird to eat, but no, it's actually the other way around, because they're actually fighting DCG instead. So you know what? There's no Hawks being cooked. It's the other way around.
That's it, that's it. I think DCG, they would love to see themselves being the ones that cook up these SoftBank Hawks here tonight, Pyke. But it is still only the early minutes of our Game 2. There is plenty more action here tonight in these semi-finals, and I am here for it, as Evie is being pushed out of that top side by Florin. Just a cheeky little trade going on. Florin finds himself with that level advantage. It is only small though.
Oh, the Cyclone's already coming out. Van One needs to get out, and the flash is good, but it's the waiting arms of Aria, but there is the hero's entrance, and this could be a different game. Oh my lord, Aria cleans it up, Van One stay alive. It's just not going to happen. Hongshu does pick up the kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But what a play the charm hits. Is it enough mana? The knockback's good, the flash out. Come in, Aria, the flash forward.
Okay, holy shit, what the fuck?
The last tick of the
Aria, I see you, Aria.
Oh
Jesus
my lord,
Christ.
and you can see Hongshu's disappointment there as well. They were like, what just happened?
Bro, it's actually
and
Faker?
Aria just had the better of it.
Aria rotated. The hero's entrance was called down into that fight to clean up.
I need to see the chat. I need to see the chat.
Got that extra 100 gold, and Aria got
I need to see the
boot
chat.
on the back end of this fight.
God.
Van One, being that aggressive jungler we
What
know
a
he can be,
banger.
trying to steal away this red buff, caught out here by Pop9, who was like, I am going to punish you. You get my Cyclone, you get my flash. But here, I thought we would lose Van One, but Pop9 goes first, Pyke.
It was just a little bit too far forward. Flashes were burnt. The damage was
Bro,
good.
he's actually
Aria
Faker.
just has
What
a little
the hell?
bit more. The charm was even nicer. Gets the knock-up, but wow, the flashes again.
God.
Aria saying, I'll burn my flash too. I can commit. The triumph there is what kept them alive.
Topoki semua chatnya,
Thank you so
iya
much. It
anjing.
wasn't that healing
Ngetik
pod, it was
Inggris,
absolutely that triumph, that passive.
They don't even have triumph.
Kagak bisa ngomong Inggris apa ya? Alasannya ya?
Oh my lord.
But DCG, they're the ones who have started up these grubs. They are once again displaying this priority, but SHG, they're here. They do see DCG have brought the numbers to bear on this grub angle though, and they walk away. They are respecting the potential outnumbered fight.
Consolation prize for a fight that really just didn't go their way, unfortunately. But the proactivity is good. They say, look, we lose 1 peanut, we're going to take 2 peanuts.
I do love peanuts. They're quite delicious.
Peanut butter?
Well, yeah, peanut butter. Crunchy or smooth?
Oh, that's a good question. Like,
Gak boleh
I'm a
gitu kan,
crunchy
mereka
guy,
bangga
personally.
sama bahasa sendiri.
But
Iya
like,
sih,
smooth's
keren
pretty
sih.
good. Like, if you don't want crunchy, you can just go smooth.
When ya
Shout out
kita
Smooth
bangga
Enjoys.
pakai Indo.
Shout out Smooth Enjoys.
But topside is trading.
Oh, public execution.
Ada ulti,
Nice to see. Florin is
ada
being aggressive,
gading,
but you do have
ada
the
pasif
healing.
maksudnya, bukan ulti.
Evie, you need...
Ebi, you,
Oh,
you,
what are you doing?
you, Ebi,
Evie, What was that? They had to revive. It just wasn't enough. It was to get a little bit more healing back after they died. But the timer just clicked on. What an upset.
Oh my goodness. Evie just unfortunately hands that one over to Florin for free. And we saw in the player cams, Florin was like, what just happened? But I will take that every day of the week. And it was just this topside trading pike. We were talking about peanut butter, and these two are talking about killing one another here.
Oh, look, there's no peanut butter in that one. But yeah, the fight was good. You can see the revive was there. Public execution just came online. Just wasn't enough.
Has the full revive, so if he were to die, but it
just
as he's walking away, the shot was already on its way. I
would have loved to see
harusnya buang flash itu tadi, harusnya buang flash cuy, buang flash masuk aja udah sekalian, minimal satu auto attack kena sih, bisa itu.
But those TPs have now been upgraded. They've both gone back to this top side to continue that fight.
Biar barnya kagak turun.
Having that mid lane prio, that mid lane pressure, having the 2 kills in his back pocket.
Ragu ragumu rugimu itu ya.
Into Hongshu. Yes, Hongshu is playing for the team, but he's losing lane maybe a little bit too hard, Pike.
Look, at the end of the day, he is just all about being there for the team and jumping on top. It's now really on Arya to control the pace of this game and get those early rotations. Dragon is up in 10 seconds. Moving down and starting to get priority is the name of the game.
SHG are doing just that. They have 3 members in the area. Vista or farming in that river right now, just going,
tapi udah sakit nih.
I'll be the vision. I may not have the wards, but I can provide that vision anyway. DCG, we dare you to come into us. We dare you to come into this fed Ari in our mid lane. Hongshu does have 1 kill to his name, has those Merc Treads, so those charms don't last as long. But charms, when they hit, there's a follow-up, and that's the build of this composition.
Ahri is also here.
They're sending everything up for Florin. They said,
banting charm, Zahen hook. Banting charm, Zahen hook. Banting charm, Zahen hook.
Public execution's gonna land.
Banting charm, Zahen hook.
It's gonna be Mario picks up the kill. Hongshu's here and gets a trade back 1 for 1. Not the cleanest of dives, Logan.
Evie unfortunately does go down again. Tanking up that turret there, took too many shots, and then Hongshu able to shut it down, get that last little bit of damage. So a proactive play, but I want to say it was just a 1 for 1, and it cost them the Drake because they committed so many resources to that top side. DCG, they said, you can send that many, we'll send the rest of ours down to this Drake and get it uncontested.
Not the end of the world though, again, Logan, it is still only second Drake. We're finding out what soul it is. It's an infernal soul, so the damage is going to be stacking, which I love to see. And we're already heading into the 12-minute mark. We got 2.5 minutes on Rift Herald. I suspect another fight be brewing over that side. But now, it's how do you transmit all this gold that Ari's sitting on into the rest of the map? They were looking for dives, but they need to start sharing the love.
Well, I mean, you've already got that Malignance
that was a little bit of rough play
so
up
there's
there.
Going to be a lot of ults coming up, but this is a 2v1 Pike.
Oh, it's a bit of a dangerous one as Evie could be caught out once again.
Masih lama pakai
He's able to walk back, but wow, that rend does damage.
Absolutely popped Evie. Had to be 30-40% of his health there and just suddenly disappears. Unfortunately, Evie not having the greatest start to this game, but the crystalline growth has been cracked down here on the bot side. Marble netting a healthy chunk of gold as Vista is just zoning, trying to keep Florin away.
I also didn't like Zahin here, to be honest with you.
Fine. They do have Van 1 in the area. Will be spotted on this ward though.
It's the Eclipse with the Executioner's calling. It's a lot to deal with. The healing's not going to be able to come out. Florin is again taking a lot of the grunt that we talked about, and now Vista's still taking tower shots because Florin has great wave clear.
Yeah, especially with that Eclipse, like you said, can trade so much more heavily into the likes of Evie, but that Executioner just taking away that healing and reducing that shielding as well.
Oh, might be caught out as they are underneath the tower. Does have to burn that flash to stay out of dodge.
Abby 50% passive.
Arya wants to come up, but there is Pop 9 waiting in the bush.
Yeah,
kayaknya itu pasif kecepatan deh turunnya, sumpah. Tapi I guess that's balance, perhaps.
Shall see here with a true shot barrage just to cancel the back.
Pasifnya balance lah ya.
It was a good way to prevent that recall, keep the tempo against them. Oh, They were in the area, they had the wards down, but also DCG had that vision control. And that's such an important part of this game. If you take a look at where DCG's vision control is right now, a lot of it is in SHG's topside jungle. It's between the turrets, it's in their jungle camps, so they know what SHG want to do in that topside. Because that Rift Herald is up in 40 seconds. They'll see them pathing there if they want to compete for it. Right now, DCG, they have the first 3 jungle objectives, both Drakes and the Grubs, and I have to imagine they want to contest this Rift Herald.
Look, absolutely. You'd have to at this point. You've got that little bit of momentum. The gold is dead even right now. Kills are fairly even too, but still, how do you start transporting it into more of a lead? These are the big questions, Logan, and you're right, it's around these other objectives. And if SHG don't do something soon, they're going to start falling further and further behind.
Yeah, I really think this DCG is
bisa nyelesain
playing
quest line di lane lain itu.
and they're playing it a little bit better than SHG right now. They're the ones who are kind of
kali
chipping
itu
away.
makanya
Yes,
pindah.
there's no gold lead right now, but
Tapi
there is
notifnya kan
objective
suka telat.
leads. There's item leads. Feng does have that Blade of the Ruined King.
Ya udah kelar, tapi
Yes,
notifnya telat
SHG is here this
di
Rift Herald
hooknya.
first, but it feels like a play from behind. It feels like the tempo is DCG's, and this game is theirs to decide when they want to pull those triggers.
Yeah, and getting some good wards down on this Rift Herald. It's forcing Van 1 off this objective because they know the rest of the team is not too far behind. So now it's all
Hoodnya
about, as I
sih,
said,
hood
Morris,
kan
Zahar,
biasanya
Evan
delay
is
gitu.
just down here. Vista
Di game mah
carefully needs to be
udah kelar
just a
kali dari
little bit
kapan
more
tahu.
careful face checking these bushes. I wouldn't want to do it.
I mean, I do it as a poppy. I'm a support main. Does have the bandle pipes, a bit of tankiness
So
and
we're gonna
resilience there as well.
contest
That
the
World
Rift Herald
Atlas has
here?
been completed, and they have gone with that tankier option. So that will be the candidate to face check in these fights. Not the worst at it, but the prio scuffle has begun. That Rift Herald has been pulled twice already, and Hongshu looking to get this topside tier 1 turret to be able to crack it open, to be able to shove the wave and allow access into that topside jungle. SHG though, they
Tadi
know
Galio baru
what's
nyala
happening.
pas
They see
clear
it coming,
minion
and they
di
don't
top.
want to give this over easily.
Yeah, Vista lands a nice little handshake, but no.
Udah
Xiaoxi
kelar
lands
kali
it.
itu,
Vista got hit by the
notifnya telat.
handshake. It's not the kind of handshake you really want to go for. Is the
Notif
Rift Herald is
hoodnya,
down at
hood.
4k health. You really sort of commit at this point. The TP's
Template
coming in, the rest
ininya.
of the team wants to join. No, it is secure. DCG are all over it. It's a nice hostile takeover. It does land, but it does no effect. The rest of the team's caught in the pit. Now it's Hongshu being caught out. It's a lot of damage.
Zahir
Tries to get
ulti.
the Grim delivery. The
damage masuk semua
damage is
itu,
nice.
Ezreal.
They're getting the revive.
Bail
But
out.
Hongshu
Nice.
is not long for this world. They're chasing
Chan,
them down. Arya wants that
Ahri
extra point. It's a
mengamuk.
double
Quadra
kill.
kill,
They're trying to get the
pentakill.
pull back. The fake
Aduh.
call is nice. Evie is picking up Fang. Misses the jump over the wall. Florin cannot do it. A triple kill
itu
for Arya.
pentakill sih
This is
harusnya.
our star-studded mid laner
Kagak
shining
dikasih sama Evie.
again.
Xiaoxi has to run. Right now, I have to think Xiaoxi is either going for that execute or he's trying to just escape the
Arya jago
clutches
banget,
of
anjir. What the fuck?
SHG long enough. And he's, just an escape for
How
the
strong is
ages
Arya?
there. But SHG, they take that priority that they got on that Rift Herald fight. Yes, the Rift Herald went over, but they've cracked open that gold lead. They're 3k ahead suddenly from nothing, and now they're going to get their first Drake of the game. They're going to slow this DCG stacking down. They're slowing the tempo. It's turning back in their favor as we see here this replay. Vista gets
Amazing
that
cukup banget sih.
fantastic keeper's verdict to turn the fight in
Jadi
the favor of
Aryanya
SHG,
sih
and this
jago
flash
banget
stun
ya.
on the Hongshu.
And it's just
Kitingnya
so
cuy.
much here, and there's the true shot barrage as well. Does a little bit more damage. It's all about that revive that you get
Buset,
from the
sakit
Renata.
banget.
It's not going to get into the depths. They're
Ini,
trying to get into the
aduh,
back line,
sedap
but
banget
look
itu.
at Arya, the menace in the
Sedapnya.
mid lane, and they just get so much just leniency. They tried to get over there with the jump. It wasn't enough.
It was an interesting interaction there.
Ulti
The
apa
Kalista
Renata?
had taken the Renata
Bukannya
in.
kena
Kalista
si
had
Poppy tadi
died,
ulti.
and Renata still had that timer on the ultimate before being spat out on the other side of the wall, and that absolutely saved Xiaoxi in this particular moment.
The really scary thing here is that Galio did the most damage in that fight. That was 3k damage from Galio. Obviously AP, so it makes sense, but no one else really did much. They sort of just got run down.
Yeah, and that was even after Vista got that really solid engage on the Hongshu, that flash forward, that stun into the wall. So for Hongshu to be able to do that, it just shows
lihat
that if Hongshu
grafiknya.
is left free and
Grafiknya
able to
terlihat
fight,
tidak
he could
sehat.
turn these team fights around into Relove DCG's
The
favor.
graphic
But
is
that
not
gold chart
is
tells
not
it all. It's been
is
very,
not
very
fine.
even so far. I think no more than 300-400 gold, and then suddenly off the back of that one. Was that a true shot barrage on 3 Pike?
It was.
just rips it across the map on 3.
Yeah, that's not very nice.
Yeah, just pick up that cheeky bit of damage there for your stats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why not?
Yeah, good job, Marble.
Yeah.
Stat padding. Does have 2 completed items now, though.
That's where it's going to be the big concern, is Ezreal with 2 items, the Triforce, the Mirror Mini is going to be big. It's a lot of damage coming out. Ezreal really hasn't had the chance. Marble's been more like stone than sort of like water right now. We need to see Marble being a bit more fluid and trying to get these kills, get the damage off. Because right now, it's all on Arya. 7 kills in total for SHG. 6 of them are in this mid lane.
And 100% kill participation. Arya has been involved in every
Game 3
single
Arya mau pakai
kill
apa nih?
here
Ahri
in
hero
this
power.
game too. Yes, Marble does have 4 assists,
Masih
but
ada
the gold
Kali,
tells the
masih ada
tale.
Silas.
Most of it is sitting in this mid lane. They
Champ-
have to
champion
play
dia sebenarnya
around
itu sih
Arya.
4
That
itu.
is their win
Sisanya
condition here, Pi.
wallahu alam
And
deh.
what's crazy is we're still talking about a Kalista that
Ahri,
can come
Akali,
online. They're getting
Silas.
dangerously close to that Rage Blade. Once that's locked in,
Sama-
the movement, the damage, it's
Apa
going
ya,
to be a
satu lagi
lot.
kemarin tuh?
However, Arya has shown time and time again they know where to go and they know their target, and it is
Sisanya
this
sih
Kalista.
coin flip
And I have to
sumpah.
imagine SHG's target is also going to be this Baron. It's part of their identity. I honestly have to say that they play these Barons so well. They drag Relove DCG, their opponents, over to it. They're not going to go for it right now. I surely think they can't because there's no picks. They have the 5v5 numbers, Relove DCG. They're the
Gue tiba-tiba
second
lupa dia
seed
game
for a
1 pakai
reason.
apa?
They're in
Rice.
the
Rice-nya tuh
semi-final for a reason.
untung
Yes,
bagus
they
main
could
Rice-nya
bait it
tadi.
in, but they
Game
won't
1.
play that game that SHG want where they turn on them and take the fight. I think Relove DCG could easily win that fight into SHG and then take the Baron. So if SHG want to do this, they have to be so careful. They have to be so smart with it.
It's down to it's a battle of minutes, not hours. And this is where it is all going to turn on its head, Logan. Because if one false step, we talked about it, both teams here know how to capitalize. They know how to walk it out and say, you know what, we'll run you down. SHG, yes, 4.5k gold up. Really, it's all about who's going to do more, as there is the Rift Show. It has been summoned in the mid, but they can't even walk up.
Itu
Look at
kena loh,
Arya.
itu
Landing
kena loh.
charms their front instead of Fate's Call
Waduh.
keeps them alive. But that's a
Ngeri,
big
ngeri,
ultimate on
ngeri.
cooldown.
Yeah, really well done there to force that ultimate out. Arya doesn't even commit his own, so just 100% value there. That Rift Herald, I can't even tell if it
Cooldownnya-
actually ended up crashing.
tapi pas Dragon
I have
ada
to
lagi
imagine
sih itu.
SHG, they had the numbers
Pas
there.
Dragon
They
cooldownnya
most
udah ada
likely
lagi,
prevented
si
that one.
Kalista.
And as we do take a look at this topside matchup, it didn't even land. That turret is so healthy.
Yep.
But that topside matchup again, Evie has stabilized. He was 0-3-0. He's now 1-3-4. The gold diff, despite nearly a 20 CS difference, is only 100.
Perasaan ini
But
Ambessa
Warren
tadi
does
disuapin
have
banyak
2
deh ya.
full completed items,
Iya gak sih?
whereas Evie currently only has the one. Oh, Evie. Need to be
Evie-
so careful.
Evie,
Well, they know
careful.
Evie is one of these star players. You have to put a little bit more control and at least some pressure onto them. But if you do
She
that, you're
still
losing pressure
hasn't
across the rest of the
do
map. That is
anything.
where Arya likes to shine. It's also where Marble likes to shine. Marble
I
has shown
guess
time and
Poppy
again
is-
that they can land
yeah,
these
I think
mythic
Poppy
shots.
is doing
They can
his
do
job.
the damage. Now it's about how much they can do.
Yeah, I do look forward to seeing the damage graphs every time in a post-game sort of breakdown and see who did how much damage. Arya just getting a cheeky little poke down onto Florin as he's in retreat, but
Gila,
it looks like
4 Infernal.
SHG is going to
Oh
secure
my
themselves
God.
the 4th Drake of the game. It will be their
SHG.
second, so now they
For
are
real though.
matched up. We do have
4
to remind
Infernal
you,
Drake.
this isn't an Infernal
We're
Soul,
going to
so if they're able, if the game goes long enough to
ini mah.
stack 4 Infernal
Itu
Drakes
Ahri
plus
sekali
an
tembak
Infernal Soul,
meledak, anjir,
that
Ambessa,
damage
Cok.
will be nigh
4
on
Infernal.
uncontestable for Relove DCG.
And it's so much, even with the Hex Tech, but here comes
Aduh,
Arya,
charm
throws
apa
the
tuh?
charm. It's not going to be enough. True Shot Barrage just goes sideways, and they say, we missed, we don't commit. Smart.
That is, I think, the tell of a fantastic team. They go, this is the play we want to make. If we don't make it, we back off. And that's exactly what happened there. And it was such a quick reflex from Xiaoxi there to get that handshake onto Ahri too. So not only did the charm miss, but Ahri was repelled, so was further away, not able to follow up if they decided. Great play from DCG there, and great call
BTW
from SHG
ini
to just
tidak sehat
back
ya
away.
begini
The
nih.
biggest thing that I'm seeing right now for
Ini
DCG to get back
tidak
into
sehat
this game
anjir Kaede
is play a
begini
little bit
cuk.
more to the side lanes, let
Ahri
Florin get a little
keciduk
bit bigger as these
comeback
items start
anjir.
to come online, but also shut down Aria. Do not let them continue to play this game. 6-0
Jadi
is
Kaede
unacceptable for
tidak sehat
DCG to
ya.
let walk across the map. They need to start picking out these carries, and it is all on Ambessa to do it. It's about that access into the backline with the Galio on top. This is where we need to see them make plays.
But it's going to be so hard. That Zonya's hourglass is completed.
Tidak sehat
so they've got
Kaede.
move speed. They can go golden in that stopwatch. I mean, SHG, they're walking fearlessly into the jungle.
Flash Cyclone's good.
Galio
Here's the hero's
masuk.
entrance,
Udah
but
kena
there's
siapa-siapa.
no one there to hit. It's just a little bit too much.
Fan,
They are
help
on the wall. They
Fan.
have
Oh
been
no,
split
Fan
up.
is
Fan
die.
one trying to hold on. Cease and desist is good. The knockback's
Fan
better,
is
but
die.
it's a good shutdown heading over. But now Kalista, they're looking for the chase. Is the damage going to be enough as the Baron is up and available
Baron is
and no
dead.
jungler to contest?
I have to think DCG want to play SHG's game and pull the trigger on the Baron.
Charm is good. Handshake
Oh,
not
shit.
as nice.
Oh,
Xiao
no,
Xi
don't
trying
throw
to
this
handle
game,
a little
please.
bit more damage.
Don't
Evie's
throw this
low,
game,
but
please.
not low
Evie,
enough as the
Evie.
Grim Deliverance is used
Don't throw
defensively.
this game, please.
Aria was the target
Don't
there
throw, don't
too,
throw, don't
and
throw,
this is
don't
a
throw,
good fight. DCG
Don't throw, don't
controlling the
throw,
narrative.
don't
The
throw, don't
flash is
throw.
forward. Is it going to be enough as the charm goes in? Fang wants
Don't
some more
throw this
damage.
game,
Flashes
please.
over the
Don't throw
wall,
this game,
but they do
please.
secure
Oh, no,
one.
they throw this
Evie
game.
taken out again. Baron's in their sights.
They throw
I
this
have to
game.
think
They
DCG
just
are
throw
going
the
to close
game.
out this
Oh.
Baron right here, right now. But SHG, by keeping that fight going, yes, they lost another member, but they bought enough time for their jungler to come back onto the rift. So now they stand a real chance.
Aduh,
DCG
ultinya miss,
recognize this
Cok.
though. They've recalled. They've teleported back out onto the rift. They have to stop any play that SHG want to make here.
And they're coming
Okay,
in. Van 1's available. They need to lock it down. The
okay,
CC's good. The damage is
meledak
just
itu,
too
Cok.
much. They
Aduh, Baron
secured
dia
the
dapat.
Baron, but they might just lose their
okay.
lives. Pop 9, they need to
Kejar,
escape.
kejar, kejar,
They're
kejar.
being charged
Oh,
at.
Ari!
Back
Oh
line.
my
They
God.
want the damage. The
Faker!
charge goes wide, but Fang
What was
is there in
that?
trouble. Cease and desist. It's all too
Satu
much for
versus 9,
DCG.
guys.
It is SHG's game to win.
1 versus
Even at a
9.
disadvantage, SHG, they played it
Oh my
so
God.
well. They dragged DCG away from that
Ari,
Baron. They
Cok.
bought themselves the time they needed for Van 1 to get back onto the rift and contest this Baron. Yes, they lost the Baron itself. DCG, they collected it so well here, but SHG, they had the numbers, they had the charms, Pike. They were able to punish them. Only one
Benar
member, I think,
juga.
actually
Kalian mau
escaped
Baron?
with the
Ya,
Baron buff
boleh lah.
here.
Kasihan. Kasih
Superbly
aja Baron
played
ya.
from SHG. Just forced
Jesus
real
Christ.
DCG to run
Oh
away
my
with their
God.
tails tucked.
Oh, look, and it was just so clinical. They just knew, and it was all down to that initial
Sudah
fight
saatnya
that
kah?
they
Top
lost.
up.
SHG, they lost 2 members. Van 1 was the first one, but they stalled out the
Saatnya
timers.
banget
The
nih,
death
top
timer
up
wasn't
nih.
enough for Van 1 to get there and was able to clean it out with that cease and desist onto Fang. Wow, total damage so far is looking really good for Aria.
Aria is the name on everybody's lips right now. That is a clear 4,500, 5,000 damage above his nearest opponent, who happens to be Florin, which we were talking about earlier. As more of these items come online, Florin is going to be that backline threat that SHG need to be careful of. But Aria now clearing out these jungle camps, just getting that extra gold. I have to believe he's really close to this Rabadon's death cap. He's got those 2 rods.
Baru
You've got to
kali
get
ini
that
aku lihat
online as soon as
Proto Belt
possible. The itemization in
benar-benar
this
berpengaruh,
duo that we're
anjir.
seeing is just so big. It is a 2-item difference.
Itu
Aria's
tadi Proto
Ari
Belt
picks
udah
up
kayak
the
apa ya?
Rabadons. That is so much
Udah
damage into
kayak
just a Hextech.
kolektor
And the
anjir, Proto
Zonyas.
Belt.
You're going to be so nervous if this Ari is anywhere near you.
And the timing could not be better. The Drake is
The
on
Proto
the
Belt
rift.
is actually
Aria
like-
saw that was coming down. Had to get these jungle camps. Had to get the
Collector.
Rabadons. SHG, they're here to contest this one, Pike.
And
Ambessa punya
Vista
Baron,
technically
BTW.
have another smite with that Rens. They know they can just clean it out
Can
as fast
be
as
in the
possible.
backline.
Van 1's nowhere near it. The dragon
get
is gone.
the
It's now Soul
Infernal
Point. Do they
Soul Point?
commit to the fight as 4 members get hit with a true shot barrage? But now, is the fight going to be on
Miss
the public
ulti!
execution?
Punish!
Does not hit its mark, and they have to walk away.
Really
okay,
good
this
follow-up there
we
from
don't.
SHG. They were pressuring. They knew
Wait.
what they
Do
wanted.
it.
Do they know?
Wait.
Do they?
Itu,
spotted
itu.
out. It's a clone.
Ah, Shadow.
Oh, had a slide on
Masuk!
the cease and desist. Still
Mungkin
comes in. They want to
saja.
commit to the fight. The
Mungkin
Charles
saja ini.
just
Aduh.
blasted that monkey. Where did he go? Hogshoe does pick up Fan 1, but now it's a 4v4. And you know
jam.
what? SHG like those odds. And they want to keep fighting just a little bit longer, shutting out the wave, see if they can get the damage off. It is Marble with a lot in tow. But no, they decide to back out for the 1v1 trade.
I think that's the right call. Jungler for jungler, following up from that Drake.
Betul,
SHG,
udah mau mulai.
they clearly wanted to punish Relove DCG for getting that Drake. But DCG, they had that priority. They had the vision control. SHG were forced to fight into them. And unfortunately, DCG this time around were able to fend them off and secure that Drake. As you said, they are now on that soul point. The next Drake, if they are able to claim it, they will secure that infernal soul and significantly increase the amount of damage they are able to put down into the faces of SHG. We do have this vision control war coming down now, Pike. The vision is so critical here now.
And what's crazy is the objective timers are staggered. You can see the Baron's up in 2 minutes, Dragon 3.5. That's going to be big fights regardless around those. If they get 1 pick, 2 picks, it's an easy objective locked in. And if you can secure the Baron nice and quick, that's an easy Dragon in my opinion.
It doesn't take a minute and a half to walk from the Baron over to the Drake. You would absolutely have to imagine that if you secure one, you go and secure the other. So the next big fight will be in about a minute and a half around that Baron pit. Both teams want it. It's such an effective tool to close out these games. And I have to say, despite SHG's 6,500 gold advantage, if DCG win a team fight, I think they could close this one out here, Pike. They're looking strong.
Look, and it's now coming down to what can this Kalista do? They've got the Terminus online as well. This Kalista is primed and ready for a fight. And that's what we're looking towards. They're now looking to secure that vision in the topside jungle just to get more control over this Baron pit.
Yeah, look at the sweep awards going down there. They're clearing that vision out urgently, and SHG know exactly what is up. They know they have to respond. They have to get rid of DCG's vision so that they can walk it in. But it's 4v5 over on that top side right now. Evie alone on this bot side, pushing the waves in, getting that priority. Because if they get that Baron, they could TP to these waves, and they could be the ones to shut this game down. So it's up to DCG to respond, prevent those waves, and contest with these visions.
Yeah, look, the crystals were looking so good, but it was just a little bit faster rotation out of Hongshu there, trying to get in. But now they've left. Vision control should be now going over to SHG. Let's see if SoftBank Hawks can really come clean with it.
Yeah, it was just really good timing there. They knew exactly what they were doing. It's that Baron play that we see time and time again. Evie putting pressure over on the other side of the map, drawing members of DCG away, letting SHG into that Baron, clear the wards out, get their own down. And this is what you love to see. We can tell that this Baron objective is going to be hotly contested, and that Drake is soon to follow. It's now less than 90 seconds away here, Pike.
Oh boy, the Dragon's going to be big, but the Baron is bigger, and you can already see SHG are hovering like sharks. But now still, I'm looking at itemization. Marble has fixed up that Grudge. That's going to be a lot of slows. It's going to be a lot of penetration too, especially onto these tanks that are trying to hold that front line. And I'm looking at the Ambessa. If you can't catch this Ezreal, the damage is going to be a lot. Same with this Ahri. They're almost full build. They've got an Oblivion Orb to finish it off with a bit of anti-heal.
And I want to point out that Van 1 currently has a Guardian Angel, whereas Pop 9 does not. So you need to kill him twice. As SHG, they've pulled the trigger on this Baron. They're going to draw DCG into them. Let's see how this one plays out, Pike.
This is exactly how SHG goes for it. There's the TP. It's already been burned, and they back off. They got the summoner spell. That's fine.
That is so iconic of them. That is what they do every single time. They draw you in. They force the resources to be committed.
Ahri is actually bleeding Korean. Itu darahnya bulgogi.
The rest of the map, pull you away, and we'll go back in for
This
that Baron.
Ahri is bleeding bulgogi, bro.
They have a healthy
Darah
growth on that
bulgogi
bot side tier 2, but no wave to speak of right now. So they're just going to apply this pressure in the mid.
The really hard thing here is, for the side of DCG, what do you commit to? Do you give over the Dragon and go for the Baron? But you're giving 3 Infernal Drags over. It's a lot of damage, Logan. But now, it's saying, do you flip it again? Do you go for the Dragon and go for the Baron? But it looks like they go, what just? Where did he go?
Vista engage, Pike. It was fantastic. Stunned him into the wall. But SHG, they're going to get this Drake. And now that the jungler is dead, they could go for the Baron.
That was actually a phenomenal read from the Seahawks. The SoftBank Hawks, I keep saying I apologize, but no, it was just so good. And I'm on my seat freaking out because they're looking at this Baron. They're looking to end this game sooner rather than later, and I'm here for it.
That was just a misstep from Pop 9, a great heads up from Vista, but Pike, they're about to get this Baron.
It's at 4K throughout the hostile takeover.
Okay,
It's
nice.
gone! It got stolen! It's too much! They couldn't do it! There's the engage! But
Bro,
the damage
dua
out of
kosong.
SHG
Dua
is just
kosong.
undeniable! They've
Dua
got the
kosong.
Baron, they got the kills! They
Jangan!
will keep coming!
Jangan!
5v2 right now. It's another
Nippon!
40 seconds before DCG will have a full squad. SHG, I have to imagine they want to push as much of this Baron empowered advantage as they have
Nippon,
right
banzai!
here, right now. Aria, godlike. 10-0. Nobody has been able to answer this
Holy
Aria right
shit,
now.
mate.
Marble, 1-0-10
That was
has been
2-0,
involved
bro.
with 11 of these kills, Pike.
It's just way too much. DCG are just looking like a team we haven't seen before. They were looking so good most of the split long. The engage is nice, but where did they go? The
Itu
charms, the
aku
true
nggak tahu
shot barrage,
komnya
the
kenapa
double
ya.
kill. It is too much.
Can-
SHG are taking us to the third and
Can somebody
final
explain
match
to me
as
what
they
happened
look
to
to clean
Wukong?
out this series, and it's all too much.
They have found themselves on match
happened to
point. This
Wukong?
is that scary SHG that has just come to the fore here in these playoffs. They
Mereka
play
3-0
clean,
sih.
they play
Iya nggak sih?
methodical, and they play so smartly. They've done their research. The coaches have watched the VODs of Relove DCG, and they just know if they can drag them into these Barons, win those team fights,
Karo
they're able to
kami.
close out these games.
And we have to see a change-up coming from DCG. They've got so many things that is working really well for them, but it's not enough to overcome SHG. They are just playing too clean, too smart. They're reading their moves as
Bro,
if they're
tumben
the ones
Kaede
playing
bener
those
jago
champions.
SHG.
It really feels like it's SHG versus
Sungkem dulu
SHG
gak
out
sih,
there,
bro?
and SHG still winning.
I
Jepang
have
nih
to
bos,
also
senggol
point out that
doang.
Florin had a good game.
Did.
Florin got the better of Evie more often than not. Florin did the
Oh,
most
that
damage
Wukong
for
damage
Relove
is
DCG,
kinda sad.
Pike.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough because
Damage Wukong di bawah
Ari is
Poppy is
10k over
sad.
that regardless.
Yeah, that Ari was scary this game.
Di
That is two
bawah Renata
back-to-back
is
spectacular
just
performances
sad.
by Aria
It's
on
sad.
that Ari, just absolutely nailing those charms and getting the damage down.
The big thing that I'm seeing here, Logan, is it's always at that 15-minute mark. That is when we see SHG start to turn it up and they say, it's time to go. And then you could see the progression going up. The goal just kept moving. And it wasn't even a steady
Ngeri,
incline. It
ngeri,
was sharp.
Nippon.
And then it just kept
Itu
climbing.
Yeah, we were even talking
nggak
about
boleh
it. It went
gitu
from 0
ya.
to 3k in the blink
Pro
of an
player
eye.
itu loh.
But Aria just clean with these charms, preventing that first blood going over to Relove DCG there, and instead netting it for himself, able to chase down Hongshu. And this is that power of the Ari that we love to see.
Oh, lihat,
She
lihat,
just
lihat, nge-flash.
goes almost
Flash,
like Wundo,
ois.
where she pleases.
I'm
Able to
merindings,
ult,
aku
and that
merindings.
passive, because she killed him, was able to get that heal back and
Ngeri.
live that turret shot.
Oh my lord, you don't see that every day, Logan, because that was phenomenal. And this play here was
Chills.
definitely maybe the first
It was
falter, maybe
chills.
the first signs of Evie showing us a side we don't usually
Ini juga
see.
merinding aku
And taking
nontonnya.
2 shots, the
Dingin.
passive
Oh
cancel.
my god.
Oh.
Gameplay yang
There was
sangat luar
nothing he
biasa
could do
dari
about
Ebi
it. It had
Senshu.
already shot, and then his passive went down. He would have
Sungguh
been
Zahin
spewing
yang,
at that. But
the most
Vista,
Zahin of
with
all
these
time.
engages, in this particular fight, I think that's where it started to snowball. Vista got that engage on Hongshu, and like you called out, he still did the most damage in this fight. So if Vista hadn't got that engage, this could have been very, very different. But Vista also, I would argue, got the game-winning engage onto the jungler of DCG, onto Pop 9, took him out of the fight, it blew it open, allowed them to get that Baron, get that Drake, and run it down, like just take the win.
And the question is, why would they take that blast cone into the pit there when they've just seen their Galio get genuinely shredded? I've never seen a Galio
Oh my
shredded that fast by an Ari before. It is unheard of, but that was incredible. And the reads are just too strong. I don't know what DCG can really do in this next matchup.
Yeah, even that hostile takeover, it was used at, I would argue, the right time, but SHG was still able to find access to that Baron. They were still able to secure it for their own team and use that Baron empowered advantage to take the Nexus, Pike.
Look, and if this is SoftBank Hawks that we're seeing going forward, I don't want to call it, but Secret Whale's going to be a little concerned.
They would have to. I mean, we know that SHG, they've taken the
Gimana
game
ya,
out
gimana
of
ya?
Team
Agak
Secret
ketebak ya,
Whales in
agak
these
ketebak.
series before.
Game
And it
3
wasn't just
gimana
a
ya?
we barely took it was a we stomped it in. And it feels
Seru
like
sih, seru
SHG
sih.
here, they're just like, we're going to keep stomping this in.
Well, we do have to see, though. We have another game coming up. It's still a best of 5. We're only 2 games in, but they are looking
Gak ketebak,
really
gak
strong,
ketebak, sumpah.
Logan. I think we need a break just to recompose ourselves.
You are so right, because here in the LCP, we're made for this, and we'll get to game 3 right after this break.
BH 啊，这把我，这把好 BH 啊我，上路差距啊，sorry。我皇子这么强，真是啊！不到时候还能
Akali Silas di ban Arya mau main apa? Nah itu aku paniknya. Kalau champion dia di ban ntar gimana ya? Aku gak yakin dia main Yone. But there is a chance. There is a chance we gonna see Arya play Yone.
Let's go!
Maybe.
야, 나이스! 우마스기, 우마스기. 와, 우마스기.
효성이 진짜 존나 잘했다 근데.
우마이나.
나이스.
지렸다잉.
야배, 우리 저.
哎，石头直接往前顶，石头直接往前顶，
往前，往前。
直接给他 A 都行，直接给他 A，直接给他 A，
没闪了，
没闪没闪没闪，
没闪了，
一波一波一波，
没闪，一波吗？路线没闪，没闪。
一波，nice，
玩得好，玩得好。
哦，差点成战犯了，哦，这差点成战犯了，哦。
俺メントリビスル、ミッドリビスル、ミッドリビスル。
ペンタ、ペンタ、ペンタ、ペンタ、ペンタ。
あ、もう相手逃げた。
終わり、終わり、終わり、終わり。
ペンタ、ペンタ、ペンタ。
ペンタいらない、ペンタいらない、ペンタいらない。ペンタいる。俺、落ち込め、落ち込め、落ち込め。
Gak usah penta, N.
おい、こいつ逃げんなよ。俺、落ち込め、落ち込め、落ち込め。
あ、ヒラゲル、ヒラゲル、ヒラゲル。
あ、ペンタけ、
ペンタ、ペンタ。
あ、イエー。あ、イエー。おい。
ペンタじゃないです。
At least they having fun, you know. It's always good to see they having fun.
打的赢，我打的赢，可以。关灯，先关。
Citrus adalah gua.
快关灯。
Iradai, Iradai, just N.
打的赢吗？你要杀他吗？哦。会啊。哦，烂。一拳。
颠倒，追倒，颠倒，追倒，颠倒。
nice 啊！nice 啊！ nice 兄弟们！
Itu Ahri penta ya tadi harusnya. Diambil AB 1.
Uvina đi. Đấy, vậy nếu Uvina anh UD cho. Đấy, UD cũng cột, UD cũng cột. UD mạnh mà. UD cũng cột á. UD là phép nó mạnh lắm á.
Uvina UD hả? Uvina UD hả?
Ừ.
Được không?
Không, mấy quýt bò UD.
Chào nói. UD mạnh mà.
UD mạnh mà.
Biết chơi về UD mà nói.
Trời, mày kêu quýt điện thoại tư vấn nữa. Tư vấn như không.
真要去巴西，
真要去巴西。
还是勾一个？哎，勾一个，哎，勾一个，勾一个，勾一个，勾一个。
安全选，安全选，安全选，安全选。
Hujan badai euy di sini euy. Angin guludug, guys.
Đừng không lên. Em bắn trụ tiếp nữa luôn á.
Hujan badai siapa?
5 giây. Nó có thể nó.
Đấy mày này,
Vô luôn nha em ơi, có đồ nè. Từ rồi nha, ok. Cứ bắn trụ trước nè mày, cứ bắn trụ trước nè. Nó ra quýt mình nó phải.
giờ với lùn cát nha.
Rồi, có ẹn nha. Thôi, vô. Đừng sợ, nó hết chuông rồi. Đứng cao lên bên luôn. Thôi, rồi đúng không?
Dây luôn.
Ai, chỗ. Next. Như nó.
Bahasa Taiwannya turret chao chao ya.
Không tôn trọng nó luôn.
Chao chao ni malu.
Top bom nào.
Thái đảo cho Ipo, thái đảo cho Ipo. Sao.
Udah rencana bukber jam segini badai. Udah di rumah aja bukanya, hemat uang. Berhemat.
经典让一折。
Apa itu kebersamaan? Hemat bro.
Who's going to Brazil?
Red it away, and that is game and series heading over to DCG.
我会到，我会到。多謝你，多謝你。
Offside the whole time. The Team Secret Whales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
It's good, but it's not enough. There's the red. The red not going to be enough. It's just everything.
大家好，我是凯文，我会在巴西等你们。
Kai Wing, I miss you.
Welcome back to the LCP, where we find ourselves on the precipice of what could potentially be the last game of the night. SHG, they're on match point, Pike.
I'm a kid in a candy shop right now because this is just absolute magic. SHG are just looking fierce.
They are soaring so high right now, Pike. Every single team has tried to clip their wings so far, and no one has been able to do it yet.
Not just yet, but there's still games to go. We have one more they need to get through. If they can close it out, still, DCG have answers. They've got picks. They know what they want to do. Let's see if they can bring it to this game, because right now, it just feels like they're struggling.
Yeah, relove DCG. It does feel like they're struggling right now, but as you said, they do have answers. They do have options. They've been here before, and they've kept themselves competitive. We saw that Zeri-Yumi combo put to such fantastic effect that kept their hopes alive. If we get Xiao C on a blitzcrank, if SHG doesn't ban it, I have to imagine they're going to be able to turn that bot side into a serious threat that can carry this game.
I think this year is going to be banger.
Draft in this series. This is the one. This is the
SHG
last
top
game
3.
where
T1
DCG
kalah
have to
sama
make a move. They
DK.
need to do something that's a little
What
bit
in the world is happening right
out
now?
of left wing, you might even say, and really sort of stick it to this roster, because if they don't bring something new and change the game a little bit,
Thing is
it's just going to be the same
changing.
result that we've seen.
You can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results
T1
here,
biasa
Mike.
gadangannya.
SHG, they have this game
Mereka
on
udah
lock.
win
They know
streak lawan DK
exactly what they want to do.
berbulan-bulan
They've
loh.
got their plans. They've practiced these scrims. Their coaches have prepped it. But DCG,
Tumbang.
third game in a row,
Gummy
first
spot
pick
tumbang.
red side. They keep doing this, but for now, it's just not working.
There's obviously something there. They obviously think that there's
Tidak
a
ada
priority
gummy
pick that
spot,
they
tidak ada
want to go
T1.
for, that they can secure, but maybe they're trying to bait in the side of SHG and see what they're actually going to be doing, because right now they're picking champions that are good, and for all intents and purposes, the Kalista Renata should have worked. It just didn't have a chance to get into the game.
It was definitely shut down by an effective counter pick, I would have to say. That mobility that Marble was able to bring to bear on that Ezreal. Vista, just with that Poppy, it was a menace.
Yeah.
We didn't actually... What was quite interesting is we called it out in the draft. That Steadfast Present, it had so much opportunity to prevent the dashes, but more often than not, it didn't stop any dashes. It initiated engages that were fight-changing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then it all came down to the follow-up that we saw coming out of the Galio. It wasn't really going to get it done, and it came in, it made a splash, but after that, it just turned into ripples, and it really wasn't enough, and SHG were able to capitalize and chase them down.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the name of the game. It was chase them down, because most fights started out as 5v5s, but SHG, they initially would get that better engage, and then they would able to get that 5v4 and close it out. We saw it around the Baron Pit, we saw it around the Drake. But enough about what we've seen. It's what we are here to see.
Corgi,
We've gone to the
please,
draft.
Corgi.
You couldn't have said it any better, Logan. We are here, ready and rearing to go. Same bands coming out. It is the Akali, the Bard, the Gwen, the Varus, now the Lee Sin, but it's not going to be paired with that tasty Ahri.
Yeah, we did see that in that game too, so we're not going to get that ultimate combination that we did see last night, Pike. A fan favorite to be sure, but these bans, they've remained the same. I have to imagine SHG banned the Blitzcrank away here.
Ayo SHG
They've
respect
already been
Sima
able
dua-dua,
to
enggak.
answer the best of what DCG has put into them in game 1 and game 2. and they've banned the Ashe. This lets DCG put that priority wherever they want. They could pick that Blitzcrank up for Xiaoxi.
Look, and you can pick the Blitzcrank, that's all well and good, but if you've banned out the Ashe, it stops the Ashe Seraphine, so Zerayumi is very easy to pick up on the side of SHG right here, right now.
You are not wrong there by any
Zerayumi
means.
kita
That
akan
Ashe Seraphine
ini.
combo broken apart. You've got
Kalau
to love
misalkan
these
Zerayumi
sort
kita
of
akan
soft bands
Zaya.
that they're throwing around. You take away one half, you go with the rest. But this Aurora looks to be being picked up by Florin. Certainly,
Please, SHG, jangan Zerayumi,
flex that we've
please.
seen time and time
Please,
again.
you cannot.
It throws a spanner in the works
Stop.
of your opponents. Is it going to be top? Is it going to be mid? And it gives that top side,
Don't
if that's the
Zerayumi,
way it
please.
goes, that comfort,
Just
that
don't
ranged
play.
pressure the top laners struggle against.
Corki good,
He's
Corki
just doing too
good.
good of a job baiting me with these awesome moves. But the
Corki
Corki's
Karma,
been locked in,
mungkin.
and I'm here for it. Nami is up and
Karma
available if they do
Corki,
decide to
Nami,
go down
Nami
that
Corki.
route. I feel like you could put something with an Alistair still on it, give it a little bit
Alistar,
more safety,
benar.
bit more knockback. You're still going to get so much damage and engage out. But the
Pantheon is
Pantheon,
strong.
it got through again.
Yeah, and speaking of Alistair, there's so many tank engaged supports still available. We just haven't seen any of those here tonight, barring that
I don't
Poppy,
think it's
but I have to
Corki
say
mid.
she's not that sort of traditional tank engage.
Just let's
we've got
not
the Nautilus,
put
we've got the
Arya
Leona, and we do
on
have that
mage,
Alistair,
please.
so it would
Just-
be high value
just
to
give
be able to
him
protect them
Assassin
here
or
tonight.
something.
Like, that Pantheon picked up a lot of global pressure being brought down onto this rift. That's a playmaking tool. You don't pick a Pantheon if you want to sit in the back seat and ride this one out.
Nah, no backseat riding here, unfortunately. We're in the front seat and we're driving fast down the highway.
Isa.
But now the Kaiser's been locked in.
Tapi Kaisa gak ada
Look,
Poppy sekarang
such
ya.
a strong champion, gets a
Aduh.
good couple items on board.
Aduh,
Will be able
lawan
to punch
Kaisa
it
gak ada
out in the
Poppy.
mid to late game too. With a Nautilus in tow, this is a
Aduh.
bot lane to be feared. And in the hands of Fang and Xiaoxi,
Zaya
I'd be
Rakan.
scared.
I
Korki
do
mid ini
like
mah
the
udah.
bot lane that Relove DCG
Zaya
have
Rakan,
locked
Korki
in for
mid.
themselves. They've got that hyper-scaling
Gas,
AD
gas.
carry in Kaiser. She's always so strong. You've got that sort of frontline engaged CC that is that Nautilus, able to pop those shields, tank up a lot of damage, the depth charges, the dredge lines. Marble is gonna have to respect that engaged potential.
And there's the Alistair in this. I said it before. It makes so much sense. You can pick
Alistair
this up.
Corki,
It's going to stop a
baiklah.
lot of this big engage from the Nautilus. And at the same time, if you can keep them at bay off to the side, it's AD carry versus AD carry. Corki's going to win that most of the time in the 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely going to win that matchup, but I don't think Relove DCG is ever going to let that happen. It's a rare day that an AD 1v1's another AD. As we do know our first round of picks and we move into that second phase of bans here, SHG, they've locked in their bot side and jungle.
Tapi bisa jadi sih, tidak tahu
Relove
dah.
DCG, bot
We'll see
side,
lah.
and I have to imagine it's their top. So these
Enggak
bans
sih,
will
ini
definitely be
nggak
going
ada
towards the
AP.
mid pike.
And I
Nggak
love
mungkin
this
Corki mid.
aggressive ban that we're getting out of SHG. The Yone off the board. It's another
Atau
big
mungkin-
facilitator. If this Nautilus goes in, take out the
Nah.
Yone, and they can't follow it up with all
Corki
too much
ADC itu.
besides the Aurora. And with so much disengage that you're getting from SHG, it's going to be so much harder for any
Arya
real
Sylas
strong
ini udah
engage to
fix.
come out.
Arya main
And I really
Sylas.
worry if DCG is going to be able to hold
Ada
that line, you
Nautilus,
might
ada
even say.
Kaisa.
I mean, it is early days. It is obviously just the draft
Yeah,
that we're getting
Sylas
into.
ini.
But that Yone ban, I personally think is an excellent call from SHG. Hongshu very
Arya
nearly
Sylas.
1v5'd in an earlier game in the split. So it's absolutely not only a champ ban, but a respect ban because Hongshu is such a capable pilot of it. We do see 3 global bans here though. Talia global, Twisted Fate global, Nocturne global. SHG, they don't want any globals being used into them, and DCG, they're trying to prevent SHG being able to pair up any more globals with the Pantheon they've secured.
And it's all about getting rid of a bit of that magic power, but the Zoe
Huh?
just
Zoe?
speaks volumes. We've seen Arya pilot
100%
these
win
champions
rate, by the way.
before, and the damage that Zoe was putting out
Sylas,
in previous games,
Arya
I
Zoe-nya
think they came
100%
prepared
win
and they
rate, by the
know
way.
we can do it with this champion.
That is a
100% win rate,
scary
BTW.
pick, Pike. And I do love that we here in the
I
LCP,
think
we're prioritizing this
we're
Zoe.
cooking
It started to sort
here.
of come to the fore in this patch 26.3 because we haven't really seen it that much. And this is what
100%
Fearless
win rate,
Draft, Fearless
by the
banning
way.
does. As these champ pools are push deeper and
think
deeper. These
we're
other champs that are long
cool.
forgotten about, not often practiced against, come up. These sort of deep pocket picks from these players.
And Renekton being picked up too, it does open
Lawan
up to a little bit more of a
Renekton
counter pick,
kemarin
but
apa ya,
Renekton's
Olaf
so
ya?
hard to verse as any champion. So it is going to be the Aurora mid. That
Indo
has
gak
been
main,
confirmed.
Indo
We do not have the
gak
top
lolos
side for
ini,
SHG just yet.
gak lolos
It
promotion.
could be the nice counter pick we're hoping for. Xin makes a lot of sense as it rounds out this comp quite nicely.
Yeah, I really do like that Xin Zhao pickup, being able to present guard and
Arya
protect your
100%
team.
win rate.
Obviously, SHG, they want to
I
shut the
think
door on that Kai'Sa. They're going to
technically-
need to get into that Aurora, and
technically,
Xin Zhao is a perfect
we
repellent.
good, I
Nautilus,
guess.
an excellent wall to throw in the way. But SHG, they've coming prepared. They've got that Na, able to hop over the top, slam everyone into a
tapi
wall,
sebelah
and just
fighternya
set the
sih.
team up for victory.
And it's so nice to see too, because the slows coming out of the Na, even potentially the Corki just throwing out those rockets, one sleepy trouble bubble will result in death, no matter who it is.
We've seen it before, we will see it again. You get hit with that sleepy trouble bubble and that follow-up damage, normally it's 50% plus onto the ADs, and it has to be respected. We are seeing some of these graphics being updated. I don't think Aurora is gonna go on that bot side there,
Yeah, we
Mike.
want that. Aurora support, we need a Nautilus mid, Xin Zhao top, that's the stuff I'm talking about.
I mean, last night I was talking about Lulu in the top lane, you know, Gwinsu's Rage Blade.
Tapi Aurora kuat banget sih.
No.
I'm
But no, I love it. I think these
scared,
teams are
I'm
both looking really strong.
scared.
I'm really going to be looking at this mid lane again. That's why we
Aurora is
highlighted them at the
strong
start of
lah.
the night. These two players, the Aurora into the Zoe, it's such an interesting matchup because once the Between Two Worlds is there, it's a lot of portals in mid.
I do love some portals, and we are going to see Zoe using those to great effect, get that sort of extra range that you're not used to being able to handle, right? And sometimes that's all it takes, is that long range bombardment, that serious AP damage. And DCG, they're going to have to put up some MR to be able to handle this. But this could potentially be our last game of the night here, Pike. It is game 3. SHG, they are on match point. It's the
Saatnya
semi-finals.
kita
If Real Love
menonton
DCG
Fukuoka
cannot
Softbank
find
Hawk Gaming
answers here
versus
tonight,
Real Love
they're
Deep Cross
done, they're dusted,
Gaming
they're knocked out.
match
And SHG, they
3
could find themselves in that grand
in
final against Team
LCP
Secret Whale.
2026
And that is where
Split
both
1.
these teams really want to go as we make our way
Here we go.
onto the Rift. And again, it's a story as old as time. We are seeing DCG on that red side really
Orang
trying to
ini gampang
prioritize
dipani
those
selama
early
SHG
dragons,
bisa
but
maksa
every
bulat buat
time
dapetin
they
objektif
do,
terus harusnya aman.
it is the
Real kah?
SoftBank
Real kah?
Hawks showing just a little bit more control in the mid to late, and they are locking down even more. But now, where does the priority go? Na's going to have a little bit of an easier time in this top side as we hover into the top bushes, but Florin, at the same time, is this Crocodile? There's a lot of concern around how strong this pick actually is.
We have seen Evie pilot that Renekton so effectively and so recently as last night. I have to believe that Evie knows how to play around that Florin, but then you wonder where the mind games begin, right? Florin knows Evie knows how to play Renekton, but does he know how to play around a Florin that knows how to play the Renekton? It's just that mental game. But these junglers, they are on the Rift as well. They cannot be discounted, they cannot be forgotten, and like a script, like a book, they're on opposite sides of the Rift once again.
Yeah, every time, and it's always nice to see. They have their game plans in mind. They know what they need to do to succeed. But now, I just love that there was this back and forth. They didn't even have vision of the bush, but they were so well prepared that if Nautilus decided to go for that one hook, it was just going to be lights out. They're going to send them backpacking, and now it's all about how much farm can they secure underneath this tower.
Yeah, it's so right. It's that game sense. You see that there's a Nautilus on the opposite side, and you know at Xiaoxi, there's going to be aggressive hooks. You have to just pretend that that Nautilus is positioned so far ahead and aggressively. Look at that. The way DCG, they've shaped the wave. They got that hit onto SHG. The aggro pulled the wave down, and now they have clear and easy access. SHG recognize this and back off. They're like, we'll just clear our waves under the tower now.
And that's fine. Corki's happy to stay into this late game and not really worry too much, but big trades in this mid lane.
Apakah
Just
Dar
enough.
akan
And
oleng?
trades in bot lane too. The aggression does not stop with these two teams.
terkenal
Yeah, those summoner
jago
spells
sih.
in the mid tell the story. Arya with that ignite,
But
going
we'll
for that more
see.
kill threat potential. Hongshu though, recognizing those sleepy trouble bubbles, cleansing immediately. Otherwise,
Okay,
that
Arya
could
is kinda
have
winning
been
the
first
lane.
blood right there, Pike.
There's still going to be a little bit more concern. It is just about clearing it out. I don't expect this to be a super bloodthirsty game. It's all about the slow, methodical. This is how SHG wants to play, but they need to start flipping that script because they can't keep playing that if they want to head to Secret Whales or if they want to head to First Stand.
Right, and Pop 9 is rotating around to that top side, but I do see signs of life. Up until a moment ago, Feng had a significant...
2v1. Nah, the flash comes out. Evie stays alive. And actually draws it out from Pop 9.
Really well played there by Evie. We were talking about seeing that aggression. They can't keep playing it slow. And Pop 9, he heard you and went, I'm going to be the aggressive one. Was able to force the flash out of Evie in that 2v1, but is recalling right now.
Well, it's actually 2 flashes they got out instead, which is even better. So 2 flashes for the price of 1. I'll take that deal any day of the week.
Absolutely. Now SHG have that summoner spell advantage. 2 flashes burnt, the cleanse burnt, and all it has cost them is a flash and a heal and an ignite, and I would say that is absolutely the better trade. Hongshu, though, already back in this mid lane, farming this wave up as Arya takes that recall, and that electrocute coming out of both of them as well, picking up that Dark Seal, allows them to trade just a little bit heavier into one another.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I love a good Dark Seal. It's when you get 10 stacks into a Magi's that it starts to really shine, but no, it's going to be nice and chill gameplay here. It's almost as if we know it's going to be a slow burn.
I mean, it is SHG. We have called it out before, but right now, DCG, they do have that small gold advantage. They have picked it up mostly in that top side where Florin is doing an excellent job of bullying Evie down. He's almost 15 CS behind, and I have to imagine that was off the back of that top side gank that they walked in earlier. They got that pressure, they got that priority. But on the bot side, it's also been...
Ooh, it's good hooks actually doing a nice job. Vista has to flash out, but it could be First Blood actually going over to Fang. The aggression from the Nautilus was just too good, and Marble now tail between the legs.
They heard me setting up to say the bot side has been quiet, and then suddenly, bim bam boom, we have First Blood and that extra little bounty bonus going over to the pocket of Feng. As you know, First Blood, you get that extra 100 gold, a nice little injection of cash. Well played. It did cost a lot of summoners. Marble still has his flash and barrier. Vista burnt his, but on the bot side of DCG, they used both of theirs here, Pike.
Yeah, look, it's what you need if you want to get a little bit of gold injection and a little bit more damage moving forward. But that hook, kind of questionable in my opinion. There was a minion in the way. I feel like we should get a second replay of the replay because that was a little bit too close.
What is it? Is there a VAR? Do we have a virtual assistant referee to be able to look at that one? But look, we
should.
Yeah, we all know about the lollipop effect that these champs have. The hooks that go out, just because you see this, it actually has a little bit of a wider spacing. The center line as a gank coming on the top side.
It's a big dominance too. They're trying to send everything.
Okay, Evie! Holy shit!
Play from Evie gets so much power. Here comes Van 1. They're turning the fight into Mega Gnar and a half, and SHG turn it around in a 2v2.
Evie said, not today. He saw the gank coming again, and he knew exactly what he had to do to play it, Pike.
Oh my lord, break it down. That was picture perfect.
The wave is crashed in. Pop 9 gets the engage. Evie nearly dead, but the rage bar was full. Able to go Mega Gnar, pop that ult, slamming them both into the wall, under the turret. So much damage turned around, and Van 1 answers the call, turns it into a 2 for nothing.
And it just shows that that too early aggression, if not timed correctly, is not going to work. They did not see the Gnar bar stacked, and the second it was on, he flipped the script.
Oh, we do love a good flip script. No matter how many times I've read Lord of the Rings, it's going to be the same. No matter how many times I watch League of Legends, it is different. It is surprising and a spectacle to watch. Evie just treating us there. But DCG, unperturbed, they've now put that priority in their mid and bot side to work. They're going to take this first Drake for themselves. Every single game they've taken the first Drake, Pike.
And look, they just love getting those drags early. It makes sense. It's always nice to have a couple in your pocket, like you like to say, Logan. But at the end of the day, it's only first dragon. It gives a little bit of a boost, but it's not the end of the world.
It is still 6% tenacity. Obviously, Merc Tread's giving that 30. It's a significant reduction in the CC that is delivered against you. I will still take 1/5 of that any day. If you can shorten those stuns, if you can shorten those sleeps, Beautiful, but it is only the first rake of the game, as you say. Grubs are up in 30 seconds. DCG, they're looking for another gank here. The wave, though, not in a good position.
And we're seeing plays across the map as now they're looking topside. They're flipping the script. The Nah goes forward. The stun is even better. Florin is low, gets the dominance, but is it going to be enough? As Mini Nah does come out just at the wrong time. They flipped that again.
That's exactly what they wanted, though. They dived, they layered their CC.
But they've got 4 members bot side between 2 worlds. They're looking to flip it again. Fang picks up one. It's a big tank. Can they lock down Marble? They hand it over to Hongshu, and a nice dive in retaliation.
I am absolutely loving this coming out of both of these teams. They are looking for ganks across the map.
Airfield's coming in. That's a bit of a great starfall, if you ask me. Has to flash away, but now they're trying to tank it back up. Van one locks it down. Damage is good, but it's just too many members.
That was definitely a questionable decision. There was no follow-up there from any other member of SHG. No matter how low those health bars, blinking or not, it's still 4v1. They're still able to layer down that CC, deliver that damage, but Aria has been left alone here in the mid. That turret already less than 50%, and Aria fearlessly just trading into Hongshu.
Look, and that's okay. They're up a little bit of CS, about 15 at this point. It's not the end of the world. Aria's just slowly biding their time.
You are so right, but this 4v2 bot side gank, DCG saw what SHG were doing on the top side and said, we'll show you how it's done. Hongshu between worlds, bouncing around. The turret aggro being juggled by
but what the fuck is this though?
Perfection. And then I think this is why they thought they could get in Van 1 with that low Xiao C in the back. Thought, I can maybe get one, but unfortunately it just was not good enough tonight.
No, but they thought the members was already backed off, so they said, let's try and commit to something, but it just led to a couple more kills. As now, again, another fight up in this top side. Aria missing that paddle star, but landing the ignite, so it does get a little bit of damage off, but it was just the W ignite.
That's it.
You can burn those.
Yeah. Van 1 does secure the grubs for SHG, though. Aria obviously shoved that mid-wave in, nearly has a 15 CS advantage, so is running Hongshu around the rift at the moment, but Pyke.
They're looking for more of a fight. It's Evie who's got the damage, but Dominus is putting in the work. Let's see if anything more can come off it, but does just reset, but down in the bot side. Zoe is hitting like a truck. Ari's picked up their first kills.
Lagi.
Now Bang trying to sidestep them. Charge lands. It's a lot as Ari might just get out alive.
Yes.
No way, Marble's just being stone cold and dealing out the damage. A double kill. Heading out. Now Hongshu's trying to join the party between 2 worlds. It's not a great spot, sending it back into Marble. What are you doing, Vista? That's not where you want it to be. And Hongshu gets out alive.
What a fight. Ultimately, I think that was about a 2-for-1 there, Pyke. But Aria wants more.
What are you doing?
Dipancing, Cuk. Ada cleanse, anjir.
Kill with the electrocute.
Dibait.
My goodness, it feels like this is the bloodiest game of this series. It's 11 kills, and we're not even at 11 minutes yet. This is how it all started. Hot 9 aggressing deep between the 2 turrets, but SHG had 3 members into the 3 of DCG.
Oh my lord, and that damage was just so big. Like I said, that paddle star is starting to hurt. All that farming in the mid lane has come up true, and to get out alive here is criminal.
Yeah, Aria was able to walk away and keep poking from a distance, nearly going into that SHG hook there. But I do want to call out that cleanse was fantastically timed from Feng. That Sleepy Trouble Bubble did land, cleansed immediately and bought that space. But the follow-up here, Hongshu had the health, had the mana, so I just have to question the decision to keep going forward here. Aria unable to get back in before the sleep wears off.
Oh, and it's just a little bit rough. The timing just wasn't there. Hook does just go sideways. Marble with the happy hands. Now let's see if they can hold on as Pop9 is here again. We talked about those slow games. They've decided to say, we don't want to do that anymore. Quick, fast, dirty. It's how we like it here at the LCP.
Ada ulti loh itu buaya. Kayak nggak worth it gak sih? Buang-buang waktu di sini.
Now to get the Nah once again.
Atau mungkin
is nice. Is the damage going to be enough? Electrocute's good. Throws out the final stone, and it
That
hits
was
its mark.
3-point
That
dunk
was
from AB
better.
LeBron.
Earlier we
Oh
saw
my
two of them
god.
go in. They didn't have the damage to finish the job.
What
this
in the
time around,
LeBron was
Aria
that?
had everything and more. Able to chip him down,
3-point
take him out under
cube.
that turret. Obviously, Evie finished the job and just a clean 2v1 under that turret. This is the LCP that we know and love. This is the kill per minute LCP in the finals here, Pike. As DCG, they're going to pick up this second Drake.
And it's not too bad. As you can see,
Aduh,
they're now
Zoe.
looking at depth charge.
Aduh,
Ari's here
mati
between
sih
two
itu.
worlds. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of CC. The portal's not going to be enough to save you there as they lose the Dragon 2. And Fang picked up the kill.
What a crazy play. Okay, so Mountain Soul is going to be the soul if they're able to get to 4. But DCG, they were down on the Drake, so they had the numbers disadvantage, and they committed everything into that mid side to clean up Aria. Where was SHG? Why couldn't they read it? And I have to imagine it's the lack of vision control. You take a look at that vision that Relove DCG has, it is all around that bot side. It is stifling, it's suffocating, and SHG, they don't
Iya
know
nih
where to go.
visionnya kalah vision.
Yeah, look, I don't know either at this point. It's just so scrappy. Both teams are really fierce into how they want to play. I'm looking at how Evie is still 2-0 right now. Might be the saving grace. This team finished the Triforce, the Sundered Sky as well for Fan 1. It's all looking really good. Aria, who really has been working the map, hasn't even got their first item yet.
Yeah, not
Infokan
staying in
siapa yang
lane
menang.
as
Saat
much
ini
as their opponent has
SHG
definitely set
unggul
them back a
2
little.
poin.
They don't have their role quest complete, whereas Hongshu on that Aurora does. Missing his first ult.
The thumbs up is just demoralizing.
Yeah, Hongshu just walks that one out. Pop 9 was here as well, and Aria again
Gawat deh, ini
rotating
si
to this
Hongshu.
top. These are the playmaking
Hongshu
moves
lagi
you
main
need to
control
back,
ini.
though, if you want to win these games. I think SHG, they've realized game
Kalau
1, game 2,
mental
yeah,
kita
we were able to
keganggu
slow
sama
play
Hongshu,
this.
kalah
Game
sih.
3, we need to rise, we need to respond, we need to up our tempo. And speaking of tempo, in 1 minute, the grubs are up. Rift Herald.
Rift Herald. Grubs have already been secured by SHG. You're so right. Rift Herald is going to be another one. That's why we're seeing so many members on this top side. Its mid lane is up here. And now they're looking at Aria again. Sleepy Trouble Bubble's good, but it's going to be enough as the Between Two Worlds does get used. And that is a big ultimate on cooldown.
Yeah, but really well played there by Aria to avoid
Arya
that engage.
sabar
Just
bet ya
able to
mainnya.
put Pop 9 to sleep, avoid some of that combo that Hongshu was putting down,
Calm and
and totally just
collected.
walk away. Did not have flash up though, so if they'd been able to connect, that was surely going to be a kill. 20 CS down though, and no lane roll, so Aria is falling behind. All of these roams and not getting a kill every time is starting to hit home.
But it's still a Zoe at the
Abby's
end of the
winning
day.
though.
You do have so much agency. You do have those sleepy bubbles.
Cuma,
you have
kalau
damage in those
nar
battle stars.
Fed
Picking up the
juga
Ludens now. Wave clear is going to be a lot better. You're going to be able to do a lot more
Nggak
with it.
ini
But
sih ya.
items across the board. I'm
Nggak
still
worth
looking at
it
this
juga sih.
3 and Aurora. Hongshu is just
Nar,
feeling good on
Fed.
this pick. And we've got to see them
Dapat
do a
apa
little bit
tar
more.
late
They're
game?
trying to get the help from the team, but now they're not really collecting those kills.
Definitely, this is a
we need
fantastic
the mid lane and bot lane though.
DCG here. Yes, the kills are even, but they have the jungle
Should we
objective.
fight
They're
here?
Engage. Vistas looking for some, looking for more, but they
Aurora
get the nice
got ulti
crescent
sih.
guard.
Aurora
It's
got
going to be
ulti
enough
sih.
to keep them alive as the depth charge does go out. They're looking back at the Rift
Aurora
Herald.
has
It's
no
a
ult.
2k health. You need to lock it down fast.
nice try.
It is secured by DCG.
They do love their jungle objectives. All 3 games, they have been prioritizing them as we do come back to Evie Stutter stepping away from that bot side tier 1. There must have been some kind of fight there. We do see both of them do have their ultimates, so it would have just been a trade. Florin does recall and pick up that stride breaker though. A really effective team fighting tool, being able to get
iya,
in the
Mountain
midst
Soul ya.
and slow everyone down with that
Ini
activated
SHG
ability.
But it's so much
dari
harder
tadi
for
kayak gitu loh
Florin to
mainnya.
actually do
Mereka
anything
lepas
really
2
in the
naga.
1v1 because it is a 2-0 nah. Evie with the Triforce
Gak pernah
can
soul
outtrade
di
you if they just
seluruh
don't get
match hari
capitalized
ini
on.
gak
So
ada yang soul
it's going to be
aja.
a little bit hard. It's a bit of an uphill battle for Florin
There's
in this
not a
matchup.
single
But getting those
soul
early
kill in
rotations,
this
the excellent
entire
wave that you
match.
get with the stride breaker is going to make it a little bit easier. It's now about how do you get the 2v1s again. That's going to turn those tides.
For sure. Florin already on this top side tier 1 and Evie still walking up, so that is going to get some CS, some experience, some gold into the pocket of Florin. He's going to be able to catch up that sort of half-level deficit going on right now. The next Drake in another minute. I have to imagine DCG, they're going to go for it. They're going to start getting that vision control down like they had earlier. It was a ring around that pit. SHG, they're the ones who are going to be forced to fight into this aggressive Relove DCG that I just feel like we haven't seen yet tonight.
Nar bikin sojin nggak sih ntar
And
abis
Evie's now
Thundersky?
about to go mega, throws the Nah out. but it's still underneath that tower. Only takes one tower shot, really, but the tower is just so close to going down. But here's the Grand Skyfall. It's going to be enough as the Crescent Guard goes out. Van 1 is low between two worlds. I think you just have to sacrifice your jungler at this point. They're just gone. Hongshu is dead. The TP's also out from Flaring. So not too bad at the end of the day, but now top tower's gone.
Yeah,
okay,
was already hard
AB.
pressuring that. I think
AB's
DCG
cooking.
read that SHG were committing far more than they did, but Aria still here to try and poke down this Rift Herald. Job done. They cracked that bot side tier 1, but a little bit too late. Evie getting that first turret was able to get that 300 gold bonus out of it instead of DCG. So they're just trying to keep this gold lead under control.
No vision, AB.
It's 1.5k
AB,
right now.
remember,
It's
no vision.
17.5 minutes. That third Drake though, Pike, it's on the Rift.
It's ready to go. You can already see that Pop 9's already there looking to shred it down too. Aria has to catch these waves. It's just the early priority that we're seeing out of DCG. But now, Florin, you're trying to take on Evie once again. Mini-Nars now in effect. You can just kite this one out. No, it throws out the Void Seeker. It's a 2v1. No, it's a 3v1 as the depth charge goes forward. Fang picks up the kill, and they still secure the dragon.
3 ultimates committed though, 4 members of DCG collapsing on that top side. Evie doing what he does best. He bought time, he bought space, he pulled pressure away from the other sides of this map and let his team come back into it. And here's how it unfolded. An excellent engage, gets that slow, the ult, the stun into the wall. And you can see if this was a 1v1, I really feel like Evie would have won this here. But DCG, they collapsed so much faster and were able to shut him down.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was just such a great pick. That Void Seeker, if it did not land, would have been a very different outcome. Tower in this tier 1 top is most likely going to go down if it doesn't get cleared out fast enough. It does. It stays alive just for a second longer. But now, Baron up in 1 minute. Both teams are looking at it.
Yeah, but this is going to be a different Baron. This is a Baron that Relove DCG get the priority on. They are clearly stronger right now. They have more gold, they have more priority, and they drive to get these jungle objectives. We've seen it game 1 and game 2. They put so much priority here that SHG almost know their game, but you can know it, but if you can't stand in front of them to stop it, what's the point?
It's all about that scaling now as well. Corki's definitely coming online. Those 2 item power spikes is really starting to hit. But Kai'Sa, 4-1 and 2. Fang is feeling very good. The Ginsu's Rage Blade is here. The attack speed's good. The evolutions are now coming through. Kai'Sa will be very close to online for all 3. Now it's about giving them space, giving them a couple more kills, getting them really strong so they can survive any fight. I feel like Van 1 needs to cool his jets. He's soaring a little bit too high as this Pantheon, and it's just not going to be working out if he keeps overextending.
Yeah, both of these fights we have seen, or sorry, both of his deaths.
I think we need to run.
DCG collapsing on this bot side. SHG, they have to make a hasty retreat here, or else they might lose Evie.
I think Evie might just be gone because Florin's already used it. There's the killer instinct too. The Nars taken out. Maybe it's just waiting for that. But Florin is low. They're just stalling it out. Look at the mid lane. There's still a fight going on. Evie just wants to say, come on guys, keep coming at me. I might just die, but you're wasting time. And they take the tier 1 for a trade.
Yeah,
okay,
again,
macro.
Was up. He just decided to make it take that little bit longer, keep the members of DCG down on the bot side. They can't keep getting baited in like this. They need to be able to send 1 or 2 members, not most of the team, because then they're slowing down. They're losing that tempo across the rift where they could have been securing the mid-tier 2 or the top tier 2. These objectives that they're putting so much priority on matter, but if they're all collapsing on Evie, they can't get them.
That's right, and now with Dragon coming up in 2 minutes, they're in their jungle. DCG are asserting a little bit more dominance as they're clearing out.
I'm pretty sure we need more vision.
They can't keep sending the same members over and over again.
Spoiler
that narrative does not work. Yes, Evie is right now the carry with a 1.5k gold lead, but that is not everything. Kai'Sa picking up the Nash's tooth right then has fully evolved. That is a threat.
That is a very, very scary Kai'Sa. Also has a full level lead over their counterpart in Marble's Corki. But Pike, 1.5 minutes. The Baron is on the Rift, and 1.5 minutes until that soul. So it's DCG's game to decide here. They could give it over Pike, this could be another fight.
As they're looking for something, as a nice little engage.
Ya, tidak dengar.
But no, it's actually Arya
Arya
who's in a
is
bad spot. Just solo
just like that.
down at the bot side of this mid. Now Evie's gone mega. Let's see if they want to continue this fight.
Arya
Fang
is
up dangerously
died.
far. But here's Hongshu looking for some more damage. Does not
Aduh,
have the
gak
ulti.
kena.
Missed by Evie. Can't land the Nah as they take the tier 1. This is a different DCG.
This
They're
is
looking for the
going to be
fight, looking
rough.
for a scrap. As Van 1 taken to just above half health. And it is SHG backing off.
DCG have all the priority
okay.
right now. They got that kill, they got the health bars. They could turn this around, but right now they're going to recall, they're going to heal up, get their items, spend that gold that they've just earned for themselves, and chase down which objective they want. Because they have the Baron. The Drake will be up.
Sumpah
and
tengil ini
here is where
Auroranya, cuk.
Hongshu
Ngeselin
gets the
kalau
better
Aurora
of
udah kayak
Arya.
gini.
Just mustn't have been looking there.
Caught out on vision, unfortunately. They were literally, Arya was walking over a ward at the back of the dragon pit on the other side of the wall. And it was just a great collapse and a fantastic read from Hongshu.
Yeah, definitely. But Hongshu did have to burn the cleanse there in that fight. Ultimately, it proved inconsequential because they were able to take that 4v5 in the mid lane and push SHG back and away. SHG, they know this game. They've been here before. They're clearing this Drake pit in case DCG want to try both of them. But they've pulled the trigger on this Baron. They're going to force SHG into them. And I think SHG, they're calling it. They're just going, we'll take the Drake then.
Look, and that's a smart call, if I'm being honest. Like, at this point in the game, you're a little bit too far behind. 4.8k gold behind is not a good spot. You don't want to give a Baron and give a Dragon. They have the gold if they're winning these fights. Just stall.
You are so right. Stalling right now is the name of this game. It is SHG. It is that death by 1,000 cuts. So if they can slow Relove DCG down here, they might be able to find a way back in. But this is 5 Baron-empowered members sieging the base. 4 here in that top side. Florin in that bot side on that Renekton, just moving through the jungle. I have to imagine SHG, they're going to do everything they possibly can to hold on. I don't think DCG can win from here, but they will get a lot of value. They will get a lot of turrets.
It's about extending that gold lead just a little bit more. It's at 6.3k now. They've taken another tower. It's looking really good to start accentuating. It's almost a 2k gold Baron play. Let's see if they can make it 3 or 4.
The Zoe
really
is not Zoeing.
Yeah, they've got the waves pushed in to be able to do it as well. That mid wave is coming out. They're all returning to the rift down that mid. So that's definitely going to be their next objective. Florin on his own on the bot side, pushing that wave. They're just trying to get that priority. They're just trying to get that value out of this Baron. They do still have another minute 40 on it. They're going to get these vision down in the jungle. It will be theirs to control and contest for the next few minutes.
Let's just see how they're going to be really proactive with using this Baron, because they're inside their jungle again, clearing out the wards. They're just setting themselves up for success, which is how we're going to see DCG take out this game 3. But how does SHG stay relevant? We talk about the scaling. We want to get this Corki a little bit further online. Arya Zoe hasn't had the same showing we wanted to see.
Come on, discipline, SHG.
But still, Marble is that carry. Marble has that ability to turn a fight. With a couple more items in tow, it looks like they are going to be looking at the Collector next item. It means their execute potential is so much higher.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Marble needs to get access to that backline, needs to get on to Feng or Hongshu. And Hongshu, currently deathless, 5-0, nearly has that Rabadon's death cap, nearly has that 10-stack Dark Seal. So even if you get close, can you survive long enough to get that damage down? I feel like Evie is the only one who might be able to do it. And Relove DCG, I think they could kill him before he shut her down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially as we do see Hongshu very close to that Rabadon's death cap. They're so close, only 1,100 gold away. And once that's locked in, there's really no going back. It is going to be so much damage, and it's all AoE. It's going to melt everyone if they're in the right position.
Yes, absolutely. If Hongshu's able to find that damage onto Marble too, you will witness something you rarely get to see, an Aurora full combo, Evaporate, and AD. They're not the healthiest members of the Rift, and the way Hongshu is moving, popping those sort of portals, the invisible movement, and controlling that vision, it could absolutely happen. As we see, DCG, they are rotating to this bot side. They're prioritizing this bot tier 2.
Look, it's the right call. They need to clear out these towers as the Dragon is spawning. 1 minute 45 on that objective. That is where the next fight's going to be, because again, we're still on Soul Point. Yes, SHG took one away, but it was just to give them so much more gold. They've now extended their lead by 7.4k
Evie,
over to DCG.
Evie, time to
How
dip,
does
Evie.
SHG really start to return fire as Evie is now getting caught out? A killer instinct. He's got a hit nose. Yeah, it's all too much. The flash is good, and Evie gets away with their life.
I really love what Relove DCG is doing here. They're not giving Evie room to breathe. He is their strong point. He is the one who has, on his own, maintained a serious gold lead up until that point against his counterpart. And so Relove DCG, they keep sending these resources. They keep punishing him, not letting him get that advantage and apply it to the rest of the Rift. Unfortunately for SHG, they just have never been around, except that one fight on topside under turret, to be able to respond to DCG. Yeah, they don't have the globals, but they have the timing, the tempo, and the heads up to read the play and close it out.
And you can see Hongshu is here. Might be looking for a little play, but the
Ini
rest of
team fight kok nggak
SHG
bisa
is
sih,
waiting.
harus terus
The
split
Wings
push,
are
Cok.
here to soar, and they really want to get a pick
Sampai
before this
full
dragon
item.
spawns in 30 seconds. But there is nothing they can't
Terus
do
split
as
push sampai full
DCG
item.
already. They see one member down there, they send
Team fight
another
kalah,
3.
anjir.
And it might just be a little bit too much power, even for Marble, even for Van 1 to really overcome, because they are just so far behind in gold.
Yeah, like you said a little earlier, Pike, I am looking for Van 1 to engage, but not overly deep. Both of his deaths have come from those ultimates, those Grand Skyfalls, going far too deep into far too many members of DCG. And SHG, they have walked it back.
As that hook does just go sideways, but Hongshu's on the wrong side,
Awas,
does
hati-hati.
hit the sides again.
ada TP,
TP's it
okay.
out, coming out. Dominus is good.
Hati-hati.
There, Vista is in a bit of a rough spot,
Play
but
it
now
slow,
they're looking at
play it
top
slow,
side.
play
Has
it
to be
slow.
very careful there,
Play
below
it
half
slow,
top.
play it
Crazy
slow.
God's good.
Aurora
Florin
ulti.
is in the back
Oh,
line.
Zoe
He's
died.
taking out
Oh.
Arya. He's taking out more. The shutdowns are there, but it's
Oh,
not
Zo,
enough. No,
Abby,
it's huge,
maybe.
but it's not enough. It's not staying alive.
kurang
Just a
kah.
little bit more. Secures the kill. It's all on Vista. The last
Next
hope.
time, next
The
game, next
meat
game, next game, next game,
hamburger
next
is
game,
about
next
to
game.
be sauteed, and
Next
it's
game,
an
next
ace
game,
heading
next time,
over
next
for
time.
DCG.
Hop 9
Next time,
with the
next game,
Sundered
next game.
Sky proc stayed alive just enough
Next
to
game,
shut
next
down
game,
that
next time,
Evie
next
play.
time.
It was an excellent response from Evie to try and make something happen, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. This will hand over the 4th Drake that DCG need to get that soul. It will be that mountain
Next time,
soul.
next
So
time. This one is
much
going to-
tankier
this one is
in
rough.
this game. Honestly,
The Zoe is
that was backbreaking.
it's not a
Look,
good.
and this is just what you sort of expect.
It's not a
DCG,
good
their
day for
backs
Zoe.
against the wall. Instead, they're going to break your back in turn.
Bukan
So it's
hari
just a
yang baik
big,
untuk Zoe.
unfortunate fight. They thought they had Hongshu here, but between two worlds was a little bit too clean.
Yeah, the cleanse coming out immediately, knowing that there would be follow-up, seeing the other members
It's
of
not
SHG.
no,
The TP's committed.
belum
This is a
dua-dua ya,
full-blown
belum.
5v5.
Belum
Hop 9
dua-dua,
goes low
belum,
early,
belum,
but
belum.
Florin in the back lines just ran Arya down.
Oh,
The
Abby
engage
is
from
so
Abby is
good
so
though.
good. It's on to 3. They're the ultimates
But
that you want to see.
ya inilah
there's just no
kalau
backline to do any damage.
kita
It was just
terlalu
the big
bergantung sama
tank that was
Arya
able to
sih.
lock them down to
Jadi
no
kalau
effect.
Arya
And
begini,
now, in the 2-2, we're looking at a Baron
quick cook,
being
bro.
started up by SHG of all teams. But instead, it is DCG
50-50,
looking to respond.
why
They
not?
want to try and get that
Let's
engage.
go
Florin is looking for the
gambling.
flank, but Arya says,
Let's go
I am here
gambling.
watching and waiting. The Baron has been avoided.
Let's go
It is DCG.
gambling.
The Dominus is popped. They're looking at Arya. They're shutting down this mid lane. They're trying to get the damage.
Yeah,
There's Arya. Zoe's just
yes.
gone. They've sent everything and more.
Why not?
DCG
Why not?
are
Next time,
just
next time.
far too strong. Evie's trying to run for their life. Vista's gone.
Let's
It's just
go
going to be a clean
gambling.
ace at this point. Evie's the last man
Next time,
standing.
next game, next game.
21 kills to 7. And DCG are looking totally different this game.
This has by far been our bloodiest game of this series, 28 kills. It's nearly up there at 1 per minute. DCG, they saw the tricks that SHG do at the Baron and they said, we can do it better than you. They drag them in and they fight them and kill them. Pike, it looks like they're going to end.
And it's just a bit of an easy end. The cooldowns on these break
Well,
screens are still
well.
so big. It's just the
Yeah,
cow that's
next
about
game,
to come
next
back
game.
up. And it is too easy. DCG are just on it tonight and they're looking for the reverse sweep.
The reverse sweep is in
Reverse
their
sweep is
sights.
gonna
By
be
winning
tough,
this game
bro.
3, they have kept themselves in
Aduh,
it.
area
And this is
championnya
what
sisa
we
berapa
wanted
ya?
to see.
Ada
And they
Silas,
didn't do
ada
it with the Chassis Blitzcrank.
ada Akali.
They did it so well. You
Sisa itu doang,
cannot fault the Relove DCG game plan here.
TF, ada
And
TF.
SHG, they looked
Masih
out
ada
of
TF,
sorts.
masih ada
Heavy
TF.
on that Nah, playing fantastically.
TF,
It felt
Akali,
like
Silas.
it was that
Yes.
one
Yes,
hope
yes.
for them to be able to play around to come back into it. And even then, when he did get that 3-man ult, it just wasn't
TF,
enough.
Akali,
And
Silas.
sadly, that's all it
We
takes
can
sometimes.
do it.
It
We
can
can
just
do
be
it.
a wallet diff heading into these series. And it was that Kaiser Nautilus bot lane. We saw that hooks that were coming out were good, but not great. But it was the follow-up from the rest of the team. And I feel like it really came down to, it was so much attention onto Evie in this top side. They shut him out of the game when the rest of the team was just so fed. So it just made a lot of
Evie
sense
mainnya
that they
lagi
knew
jago.
where the big power was. If they could shut it down,
Lagi,
it was an easy
aduh.
turnover.
And as try as they
Padahal
might,
Abby lagi on
Evie was
fire
still
betul.
the single highest damage on the Rift tonight. Even
Abby's on fire though. But anjir. Skip dulu LCK. Aku adalah co-streamer LCP saat ini. Aku co-streamer LCP sedang caper kriot games. Tumben jadi pejudi. Aku pejudi handal cuy. Bandar aku. Lihat ini. Kami ni tareri. Kami naru chikara. Hikari naru chikara. Izure hoshi-hoshi ni todoku chikara yo. Perasperaro Astra. Paratinus. Perasperaro Astra. Nagori no hana yo. Kenapa mbak? Ini Fate Grand Order. Dead game. Ya ampun, wave 2 nyawanya segitu. Kalau Reaper Sweep gimana ini ya? Enggak lah ya. Aku main ini dari awal Jepangnya rilis sih ya. Aku main ini dari tahun 2015. Berarti udah berapa tahun tuh? 5 tambah 6, 11 tahun aku main game ini. Crazy gak? I play this game for a little decade, bro. Tidak dengar, tidak dengar. No spoiler, no spoiler. Aku dulu double-nya udah malas main, kurang cocok sama main gacha game. Aku nganggap ini bukan game sih, lebih ke apa ya? Lebih ke visual novel yang ada gameplaynya. Jadi aku chill aja gitu. Awet mainnya. Aku menganggap ini visual novel dengan gameplay, bukan gacha games. Kebetulan aku bener-bener pemain visual novel akut sih. Aku baca Steins Gate, aku baca Fate Stay Night yang versi visual novel, dan berbagai macam VN lainnya. Lupa lagi kombonya. Game judi wayang cir, aku mandek, adikku hilang umur 2 tahun yang aku mainin. 2 tahun lumayan ya hitungnya. Sayang banget. Padahal bisa dibalikin loh kalau niat mah. Aku juga pernah hilang, balik lagi. Tinggal kontak aja Aniplex-nya. Nyimpen ah, mumpung sempet. Udah 5 tahun terlalu malas. Ya, sayang anjir. Tahu gak dulu harga akun FGO? 15 jutaan dulu mah harga akun. Sekarang mah gak ada harganya. Dulu mah punya wafer jalter Merlin 15 juta anjir. Sekarang mah udah nggak ada yang jual akunnya. Ini LW apa sama banget sih. Tidak dengar, no spoil. Aku mute lama-lama Toshiro ya, bete aja. No spoiler, cok. Peringatan pertama. Semahal itu dulu akun isinya orang-orang Yunani biasa, fans Yunani. Dulu 15 juta loh, tahun 2017-an lah itu harga akun FGO 15 JT. Ini musuhnya ada berapa anjir? How many the enemy, bro? Iya 95 ya. Stop. Ini oh, kirain harus di-kill semua. Malasnya lawan 100 kroco. Make single target aja ya. Lihat, Gudako sekarang bisa gelut cuy. Gudako bisa gelut sekarang. Gudao ya? Gudao. Gudao bisa gelut. Itu real Gudao, bukan sih? Apa namanya? King Charles, bukan? Iya ya, ya King Charles. Dia pinjem badannya Gudao buat jadi servan. Keren sih. Udah mulai. Please band pick yang bener, please. Aku pengen nonton DK. Please drop picknya yang bener, please. Tolong.
Not allow that man any hooks whatsoever. Not allowed in my plays.
I mean, what other hooks are still available, right? Thresh is gone, Nautilus is gone, Blitz is banned, Leona is still up.
It's not a hook though, is it?
Zenith Blade rather than a hook.
I don't know if it's a hook. Hooks predominantly are pulling people. Zenith Blade, you're going to it.
Pike is still up.
Pike is up. That would be sick.
That would be a wild selection.
But Bard's gone.
No,
dulu kan habis lospet berapa dimasukin dulu ngikutin di komennya. Iya, bukan real Gudao sih itu. King Charles.
But still, there's so many picks up and available. I'm really struggling to figure out what could be. Caitlyn's still available in the AD carry role. Still a very strong choice. The Ashe is up and available. Nocturne's now been banned out. It looks like both these teams are heading towards a Zeri Yuumi Ashe Seraphine if they don't decide to ban it for DCG right now.
Misfortune also still available.
Fortune Rel.
Very capable AD carry there. But I want to look at that mid lane pool for a second.
Yeah.
Azir still available as well. Talia still available, as we do see that LeBlanc ban coming down. They do not want a bar of Arya having access to that AP assassin in that mid lane.
Look, and I think the Talia might be a good call, but the Silas is still up and available too.
Can we not play Talia, please?
We'll have to see what they decide to lock in first for SHG in this
I don't know. I kind of have a bad feeling about Talia right
there's
now.
There's a lot of options. Even a top laner here could be quite good, but you usually want to save that for your counter.
Can we not play Talia, please?
Now, I want to see it is the
Farah's good.
There it is. That's the one. This must be why they went for the first pick this time around. They knew that because we were getting so deep in Fearless Draft that they would have to get the pick.
But now Siva is open and up and available. That is the answer we've seen predominantly to the Varus, and the wave clear is just so good. But do they go odd hit? Do they go lethality? Most likely lethality. It's fine. But still, I'm excited to see this Varus work. The Chains of Corruption compared with really any AR support.
Yeah, and another champ that has made it through the ban that hasn't been selected yet is Malphite, as we do see that Lee Sin get picked up for Pop 9 on the side of Relove DCG. That is that aggressive early jungler that you've talked about before, Pike. It does speak the language that DCG, they want to push, they want to aggress early, and they want to overwhelm SHG sort of slow tempo plays. And there is that Sivir that you were also talking about.
And it just makes so much sense. Sivir with the Lee Sin too, you can control the wave state just a little bit more. That's the tempo that they want to get in this early game. So they can force their hand because right now the objective control for DCG is more tailored towards the top side because Sivir just wants to farm up and get some items.
Definitely that sort of slower tempo on the bot side, but they're going to be able to bring that faster tempo to bear in that mid and top side with that Lee Sin being able to roam and its significant mobility as we do see this Twisted Fate locked in again for Arya. We did see how that turned out in game 4.
Kalau ada TF berarti kita butuh
it was a team utility performance and it proved very useful.
Gak apa-apa sih, Jess.
It did, but it didn't have
top lane-nya nanti bisa main itu yang tebel-tebel.
Kills on the board, a little bit more gold in the
Jess
pocket.
Jungle, I think good. Jess Jungle.
Of ages, but it just feels like it can be a little bit lackluster if it's not given the lead it needs early. And Karma being picked up is a nice support to go with the Varus.
She has been typically banned away because people were concerned about the Ezreal Karma combination, but with Ezreal off the board, Karma is not even on the radar anymore. And so that Varus Karma combo, as you say, very, very nice. And Sivir also, though, having that spell shield, able to prevent that Q poke from the lethality build Varus so spectacularly. But this is one of those engage tanks we were talking about.
Yeah, nothing speaks lockdown than playing Leona, and what a nice pickup it is.
Here?
You can weather the storm that is the poke from Varus Karma, but at the same time, you can get in on these fights because right now, SHG don't really have a tank to their name. It's going to force the hand of Evie to play something with a little bit more meat. Maybe the Scion.
Ini kalau misalkan DCG tank semua, top lane sama
really the top and mid side
supportnya
DCG that needs to be focused, but it is going to be that top jungle, the side of this SHG.
Yeah, excellent. And I do have a question for chat as well because you referenced Twitch chat, but we never asked YouTube chat. Does Zenith count as a hook? In my opinion, it does. As a support man, I play it. I think that Chassis on a hook champ
this
there.
Is
going to get these spectacular engages, but Mundo has been banned away. He is not going to go where he pleases in this particular game, and I think that is a great ban. It's protecting their jungle. That would be a hard wall to get through for that Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I really like that. It makes a lot of sense. Mundo has been so dominant in a lot of these games that we've seen him in, so I love this banning phase. There's the Olaf, so now they're looking at top side. They don't want to get any of those aggressive top laners that love to scrap. At the same time, so apologies for that. Zenith Blade does not count as a hook. I just googled it. Sorry, it doesn't count.
Is that because it's a sword?
Yes. It's not a hook.
Pike has a dagger.
No, but still a hook.
Soalnya sekarang ada item baru tuh,
so it's the technical term.
It has like
down dash gitu.
On it. Fair enough. But it's interesting that Olaf has been banned away because just yesterday, Evie was able to outplay that Olaf. He was on his Renekton and he actually issued sort of like a little post on social saying, "Thank you so much to Adam in the LEC for giving me so much practice against it. I knew how to outplay it." So interesting they've banned it, maybe just Evie not feeling it with the wrong championing available. And DCG, they saw what a Trundle was able to do last night, and I think this is the right time to ban it.
And I'm loving the Mel ban coming out too. That's just the strong mid AP damage that can come out. It's the Golden Eclipse is so predominant in a team fight. There's the Silas I talked about. I'm not sure how well it's really going to fit, but the benefit here is it can follow the Twisted Fate. You can use the same ultimate to get around, so you can play a little bit more aggressive. And you could probably look to take Ignite if you really feel spicy enough, but still, I like the Silas pickup. Let's see, they're saving their top for the counter pick.
And again, picking up that Silas right now, and SHG not having their own jungler locked in, it prevents that Malphite pick. It's basically a pseudo ban against it because no one wants to give that ultimate over to the other team. You want to have that one all for yourself. But by playing this early, they could have let SHG pick the Malphite, then go for the Silas. So I wonder if the priority was right there. And you've called that Scion out earlier too. Evie just going to be that absolute beefcake, that level 20 Scion if it gets that late in the game.
Don't say beefcake.
I mean,
funny. I love it. That's just the perfect word for it. He is a beefcake, Logan.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Let's see. We're looking at potentially a Jax in
Jax
the jungle.
jungle.
Or it's going to be a
Interesting.
Scion jungle that we have seen in previous days. But the Jax jungle, we've already
Jax
got a lot of that
jungle.
AP in this Twisted Fate.
Work,
This is a bit of
maybe?
an interesting comp coming out of SHG.
I like it. It's not a traditional
Oh,
draft.
Oof, Shanto plan.
Sorry.
Oh
Shen-
my
Shen
god,
shocked me.
they are
Shen
in.
locked in. I am. I'm a little bit flabbergasted because
Wow.
Shen being locked in for this top side, it can do a
Ini
lot
bakal
with those
jadi
taunts.
pertumpahan
Yeah, just
darah
looking
sih.
to trade into Scion, force him into fights that he doesn't want to be in with
Shen
that taunt, as you call
top
out. He has that sort of damage prevention, that shielding as well, so he will be able to trade quite nicely and has that global as well. It's a semi-global, but we're going to call it a global. And Silas being able to steal the Twisted Fate, suddenly, Relove DCG, they have more global pressure than SHG do.
There's a lot of
Top
globals.
lane
Again, I'm
ngantuk
looking
ya.
at this Shen as well. There's the safety behind keeping Feng alive
Top
is
lane
going to be
kayak
so
ngantuk ya.
critical.
Belum ya,
and at a
belum
moment's
dua-dua
notice,
ya.
you're not really going to be able to react. So I
3-1
think
sih
DCG have
kayaknya, 3-1.
drafted really well.
Cuma
Now it
karma
comes
ya.
down to the early execution.
Kapan-
You can see coaches there really giving
Kapan
strong
terakhir kali
advice saying,
Karma menang, guys?
most likely, stay proactive. Stay on top
When
of things.
is the last
Again,
time
SHG's gonna
Karma
have those
winning
early
a
rotations to
game?
drags, especially with the Jax. You do have a little bit of that agency too, but Lee Sin is fast. And
Is there
clear is
any
clean.
Karma
Can
game
gank
that
efficiently.
won?
It's going to be an interesting game, but SHG, they really need to close this series out if they want to go to finals.
Yeah, you are so right. Being match point for SHG, it is now all on
Alright,
them
chat.
to close this
Here
one
we
out.
go.
Relove DCG,
This is
they found their way back in.
Relove
They won
DCG
game
versus
three. They have
Fukuoka
to be riding that
FCG.
high, knowing that their
LCP
hopes are still
2026
there,
split
still
1
strong,
game
and that
4.
they can take it to SHG. They've
Here
shown it
we
before.
go.
They've shown it again here tonight. These compositions, I'm really liking how they both look. I know there's the globals, but there's definitely some more sort of traditional
Halo, Bang.
front to
Halo.
backing here. There's not too much agency to
Kapan
get
terakhir
these
kali Karma
flanking
menang game?
angles.
Oh, and I like the vision going down. Vista needs to be very careful because there were so many members. We haven't seen that many heading down to a bot side because of the pace of the game. Minions spawn so much faster. There's not so many invades anymore. But I love that they were thinking about it.
Yeah, as you said, the first wave used to spawn at
Meteor
65
semua
seconds,
gitu.
but now it is 30 seconds.
Parus
The observers are
Meteor, Karma
highlighting
Meteor.
Flying is going to be late to that top wave.
Tidak ada
So we wonder
engage.
what has
Kita-
gone on there. Maybe just a
kita
little
pok.
moment watching that bot side play out. Maybe trying to decide if he wants to head over there. But as you say, we have not seen
The heal going forward, they're so aggressive straight off the bat. Chelsea, what's going on?
just has that bloodthirsty nature
Chelsea
in him, just has
biasa
that Zenith
ada
blade
hook maju
ready
Leona.
to go. And that
Leona
small
moment.
CC that it
Ada
can
hook
deliver.
gas, ada hook
Second Zenith blade
gas.
again, just unrelenting
Yeah,
damage.
Leona
But taking a half
moment.
health, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but that's the kind of pressure that you need to exert, right? You need to close that gap.
Tidak
Whittle their
dengar,
health
tidak
down,
dengar,
get that
tidak dengar,
priority.
tidak baca.
And this is part of DCG's
Leona
game plan.
agresif
They get
banget
that early
awal-awal.
priority in these waves. They get
Leo,
the early
ya.
priority onto the dragons.
Ya,
And we know
normal
they
gak sih?
love their jungle objectives. They've
Leona
been the
kan gitu,
first
ada hook,
every
maju.
single
Ada
time.
hook, ada stun,
They
maju.
have indeed. But now
Ada
he's
tower,
about to
maju.
flip that script. But Chelsea on this Leona, I've not often you see one so aggressive, but the level 2 is that big item
Iya,
spike.
Parus
It's the big power
lethal
spike, sorry.
situ.
It's where you can get the
Runnya
lockdown.
meteor semua.
Marble needs to be so careful walking up trying to last it here. Chelsea will jump you again. Right now, they're 100%
Meteor.
committed to landing these. I was going to say hooks. They're not a hook. I actually don't know what they are. A lockdown?
I'm in your head, mate. They're hooks.
Nah, you're not in my head. I confirmed it.
I am actually surprised, though, that Chelsea didn't go for yet another engage there in that brush. He had not been spotted. Marble was well within range, and the wave was in their favor.
Oh,
So
Kyria
maybe
missed.
he's trying to slow it down now that they're back under that turret. Fang getting traded into heavily here, but does have that sustain from the spell shield. If you time it right, you actually negate the damage and heal yourself back up. So long as Fang has that mana bar, you can trade.
Kena,
Oh, but I love this. Trying to get those roots
Cute.
off early. But at a moment's notice, Chelsea could turn this around. But the health difference is such a big part. This is
did
the
Bro just
Vista
heal?
special where you can just poke them out as this Karma and really negate
Oh,
this
Vista.
push
Vista
in
is
this
angry,
lane.
bro.
Yeah, it will be really hard for DCG to trade into these two when they come
Vista
online.
is
It
feeling
a
good
double
today.
poke comp on this bot side. But notably, Feng has taken that cleanse, and so has Marble. Feng definitely doesn't want to get that CC shut down, the chains
Arya.
of corruption. But
Oke,
Pyke
Q udah kena. Arya, aduh, Jumawa anjir.
Yeah, just a little bit. Nothing to write home about just yet.
Yeah, I do like Ario is like cycling the cards, walking forward because Van 1 is in that area.
Oh, ada
Gets the
fun
vision
ya.
out, just shows
Pantes
face, says,
berani
hey,
dia.
you cannot gank my mid laner. I do not allow it. But as I was saying, those cleanses on both of the bot laners because they recognize there is some
Wow,
serious
my jungle
CC
is actually
potential
in the mid,
from both
bro.
sides as supports now making the way to the mid lane.
Yes, they're looking to get a nice little counter strike. The whole idea behind this is they really just want to get Aria on the reset, just to give them a little bit of breathing
Okay,
room to
dibantuin
back
clear.
and get some items. So I really love to see this. Both
All in
teams really
Aria
trying to
sih.
support clean resets.
Not gonna lie,
on both
setuju,
sides.
setuju.
Supporting? That's kind of wild.
Ada kalanya kita harus mengakui bahwa sumber power kita itu dari Arya.
We're fine.
Yeah, I have a great
It's
idea
part
with
of the
Ario.
plan.
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He's platinum now though. He's left me
So
behind.
Arya need to be
Yeah, it is.
in a good
I mean,
condition,
it'd be nice
no
if you could
matter
carry me up
what.
there, but I've got to develop those skills myself, you know?
And you're getting damn close, mate. Don't you stress. You'll get there one day. Just like everyone else in Twitch chat, Doja, and YouTube as well. Don't worry. Challenger is right on that doorstep.
We believe in you, but right now we believe in DCG. They are showing signs of life.
Ini mau gak mau harus carry ya.
It's a great move there from Vista to dodge that.
Udah all in.
blade. But Relove DCG, they've found a way back into
Tapi
this
Rune
series.
bukan
They took
Pesas,
that
dia
game
bikin
3,
spellbook.
and it looks like they're trying to bring that
Mau
sort of
ngapain
same
tuh?
tempo
Apa
here as
spellbook
well.
sekarang
Because
Rune-nya
Pop9
ini
is
TF?
already setting up for a play on that bot side if SHG walk too far forward.
And they've already reset, so it means they're going to go back because now I feel like they knew some tomfoolery was afoot because Van 1 is in his jungle already clearing it out, and that's just so rough to see. Marble's now just trying to hold the line, little bit behind on that tempo with the farm, but it's not the end of the world. Van 1, if they get away with this, it's basically murder. As now, they're looking for it. Counter-strike is good.
we need help.
Let's see if Arya's
Aduh,
able
no
to
flash.
capitalize and jumps away to Arya. A nice escape.
Yeah, that flash leap strike to be able to get away from what DCG were trying to do. They saw him deep in their jungle and they wanted to punish him. They did get that flash, so I would still call that a success. The first Drake though, Pike, it is now down on the Rift. And look at the wave states. Down on the bot side, DCG, they have that priority. Pop9 though, rotating to that top side. Just to get this Scuttle Crab, try and get that level 6.
Yeah, Pop9's just looking to keep a little bit of that vision. It's not the end of the world. It's a nice second Scuttle
First
Crab. No
Drake,
fight's
ini
going to go
bakal
over it,
lepas
but
first
you're
Drake lagi
right,
kah?
this dragon
SHG?
is up and available, but already seeing Marble and Vista are starting to back. They want to get a little bit of a reset, trying to get some more gold in tow. See if they can hold on just a little bit longer. Nice Dirk being picked up by Marble now, so the damage is going to be online just a little bit.
Yeah, that extra lethality, very, very nice for that sort of lethality. Varus, as we were talking about, does have that Arcane Comet for that extra bit of poke. The unsealed spellbook, though,
no vision.
with, so giving him extra access, and ooh, Van 1 here.
Jumping out just at the right time, but no, Arya's coming to join the party. Here's Vista 2, it's a 3v1, but now, they're trying to dodge it out. Nice disengage.
Okay, safe,
DCG
safe, safe.
really maintaining a bit of control,
Lepas
but that
dragon,
is a
lepas dragon.
strong taco.
What kind of taco is it?
It's a strong taco. Did you see the emote?
Oh, I didn't.
It's the strong taco.
Oh, well, the taco bought enough time and space
Taco.
for DCG to go for that first
Taco
Drake. We
tuh
all
apa?
knew it was coming.
Gurita.
It's game 4. They've done this every single game. They push their waves in, they get their priority, they win the fight, and they'll take the first Drake. Because that means they can be the first to that dragon stacking. It means it gives them the chance to that Dragon Soul at the 20-minute mark. But right now, just a little Ocean Drake and SHG.
For something. Xiaoxi really looking to get some damage out, but can't really do all that much damage. But clearing out the wards is always nice to see. Now they're looking to see if they
Taco
can secure just a
Mexico.
little bit more damage
Mikirin
on this tower.
takoyaki
And,
gue, Chan.
Hongshu.
That was some fancy footwork from Arya there to dodge everything and just like try and hit the turret.
Yeah.
I loved it. Pop9 though,
Ini berarti nanti soalnya
clearing out these camps.
antara Cloud Mountain atau Infernal ya.
He was punished earlier, but he hasn't been, you know, discouraged. He's willing to just keep on pushing into this jungle. He wants that pressure, he wants that advantage, whereas Arya wants this turret just walking into the face
Abby
here. The
is
top
doing
side, there's some
everything.
heavy trading here, Pike.
Yeah, well, Evie's just this big tank right now. Getting that Balmy Cinder is so handy, especially with Florin, who
Kayaknya
is
susah
looking to play
dimension
for the
lawan
team, most
Sion,
likely.
nggak sih?
Level 8 now, so the Stand United is online. It's all about how you use it. They're looking for these big fights. Pop9 being spotted out on wards. They know they're on the Void Grubs, but Van 1's here.
could definitely go for a steal here.
Itu Shen skin apa emang?
Rotating around, does have that priority, so it could suddenly be a 2-for-1. Dancing around that vision, Pop9 gets the one, and might look to contest as DCG, they bring more members.
Well, Xiaoxi's just here as well, so it just makes sense. The first support that rotates gets the grubs, I guess. Maybe it's not the early bird gets the worm, it's the early Leona that gets the grubs.
But I do want to talk about Florin just a little bit more. Does have that completed sort of Tiamat there, so that extra minion wave clear, so can't be bullied as easily. When the wave crashes, he's able to clear it out that much quicker, so it's a bit of protection for himself, preventing any potential dive threat there.
It's actually more a case, I would say, is you want to clear it out so you can rotate faster. You don't want to have to sacrifice a wave by going full tank, because now you get those auto resets too in the middle of a team fight. So you can do a little bit with this, and it's forcing this side, it's forcing Evie to say, I just have to keep shoving this guy in as much as possible, burning through mana, trying to get good resets, because all you have is a TP. Yes, you have the unstoppable force in a team fight, but
tapi nanti kalau misalkan TF udah jadi rapid fire cannon sih, DPS-nya lumayan sakit sih, autonya.
We do see that scuttle crab go down there though. Van1 able to get that priority.
Nunggu rapid fire cannon dulu, tapi itu paling item ketiga ya.
DCG there in the bot side. There was that ward over the back of the pin. I'm like, surely not again. You know, Vista last night with the threshold over the wall, but it was warded this time around. But what I'm loving to see so far is Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi is leaving Feng alone. Feng is just happy to farm, get that solo XP as well, while Xiaoxi is roaming, clearing wards, being in those fights that SHG do not expect him to be in. Suddenly that 2v2, it's a 3v2, and you have to back away. So it's bringing that level of protection. That said, though, at the 10-minute mark, SHG, they find themselves at 1,000 gold up. Most of that lead in that mid lane.
Yeah, look, I don't even see how they're really controlling that lead. They don't have any objectives to their name, and they're somehow still up. I would put that down to just all of the gold across on these crystals. They've been pushing in waves. They've been trying to get things done. I don't know how they've actually secured this. It's quite impressive.
Well, Arya has been left alone in that mid lane. We have seen Hongshu move around a little bit, and he has been hard pressuring that turret. We were talking about it, those fancy feet, just to get those extra autos on that turret, and he now has that rod of ages,
ada itunya
so
tuh, bukan kitab itu bendera
He's now a bit more resilient, a bit tankier.
Skin
Pop9
Jepang.
looking for a play on the top side.
And Pop9 knows that no one's there, looking to see if they can get the engage, but now
iya gak sih, 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 free kill gak sih, terus, gas, lanjut, we have the advantage, go, nice.
Oh my lord,
again.
Now they're looking at Hongshu. There
nice.
is the solar flare to no effect again.
But
Leona
help.
doesn't even get anything that time.
Yeah, that solar flare just clipped Evie. That slow, that potential threat of the stun. It just tells you, you know, back away. There's more members of DCG here in this area. So nice of Xiaoxi to rotate, but that initial engage from SHG, fantastic. They played that vision to perfection. Van1's patience rewarded so well. You see the red ward. Observers turned it off for us so that we could be excited by this play. Arya instantly, and then we have Evie. The layering of the stuns here.
Tadi kena stun ya, makanya masih bisa ngedes.
And it was just so good to see. Even these strikes over to the backside, Van1 getting some kills early is so nice to see. And you even saw Hongshu try to take the Scion ult, he tried to take that unstoppable force. That's not really the right ultimate you want. You really needed to have Twisted Faith to be able to match that quick rotation. And they just didn't have it because they used it before in that first fight.
Akhirnya dapat naga kedua, anjir.
They're here to take the second Drake of the game, right on spawn.
Setelah sekian juta abad, akhirnya punya second Drake,
and they're putting that priority. They've committed these members. They're going to try and slow DCG down, and that is the name of the game when it comes to SHG. They love that slow. They love that methodical. And like last night, they have a serious lead right now as they secure that Chemtech Drake. They're just going to play it safe. They're going to play it clean and just death by 1,000 cuts.
There's no need to play aggressive when you are ahead like this. And yes, we're seeing Hongshu take on Arya. Here's Pop9. Not going to look for anything too much. Very safe Arya is in this tower. But still, Hongshu should have the advantage as the game goes on. It's all about these quick rotations. But now Evie is strong too, 1-0-1. Same with Van1, same scoreline. Gold is up, but you're right, Arya does have a lot of gold to their name. They just didn't spend it. Now, like you said, they've finished that Rod of Ages. It's stacking time.
We do love some stacks. We've been playing a lot of ARM Mayhem lately, and you can actually get Stackosaurus, so your stacks like stack twice as fast and 4 times as fast.
That's awesome.
Could you imagine if you had that here?
I don't think they'll ever bring Mayhem to draft, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That'll just be too much.
Yeah, I think so too.
That is a bit crazy.
But we do take a quick look at that gold lead. We have been talking about it a bit, and it's significant. At the 13-minute mark, they have that 2.5K, right? But 1.3 is in the pocket of Arya. And it's not because he's got so many kills, it's because he's got that control in that mid lane, that range advantage. He's got the 20 CS, but he's been chipping away at that turret. I dare say, if they go for this Rift Herald in that 1 minute 20, that it would be able to charge and it would be able to crash it down and break open this map. And then I really think we're going to see SHG
Tapi
turn
cuma
up the
pick
heat
Jax gak
and
ketebak sih
apply
ya.
that pressure to reel up
Ini
DCG.
DCG juga gak
Yeah, we
nebak
really
sih
need to see
jungle
Pop9
Jax.
really start to make some more moves. They got caught out.
Wow,
There's the
flash.
Zenith Blade going forward. Solar Flare is
Itu si
even better.
GG sih.
Oh my lord, the play was just too clean. Chains of Corruption. It was just a little bit
GG
too
sih.
far out from Cal, but a
Saucy.
fantastic pick from DCG.
Yeah,
No
it's
flash.
always good to see these signs of life, no matter how a game is going, and they just chip away at that gold lead, down by 500. A clean execution there from DCG. You do love to see it, but this trading on that top side continues. Evie is that Scion, and Van1 making a look at play.
As the flash
Miss,
gets out from Florin, they're still
can we
trying to
not
get those
overcommit
knockups. Can they
now? I
survive
think
just a little
not
bit
worth
longer?
it. Okay,
Taking it up
nice.
and an easy pickup, but the TP up on the top side. They have to flip the script. Evan needs to walk away from this one
Evie
now
is going
because
to
it is going to be
die.
enough. The counter strike is good. Do they have
Maybe,
the damage? I think they've just given up Evie for dead.
okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Hongshu is
Leave
very
Evie,
happy
Evie,
with
Evie
this
is
and
okay,
is able
Evie
to
is
pick
okay.
up the kill if they can. The knockup's there and the
so
shutdown
she
goes
died?
through. But
Oh,
they pick up mid as
SHG!
well. Marbles locking down Xiao C in the mid lane.
The ultimate from Twisted Fate, we
Okay,
thought was going to
okay.
go topside, but he stuck around in mid and was able to convert that into
Macro,
a kill
macro,
onto
macro.
Xiao C.
Macroni,
yes,
macroni.
Yes, there was 3 members of SHG, but it was
Itu,
only a
apa,
Scion that
DPR
he
ya,
lost on the top
macroni.
side, whereas DCG, they lost Florin and Xiao C. A 2-for-1. SHG have to be happy with that.
2 for 1. Many birds, many grubs been eaten up this morning, or this
Ditinggal
evening,
begini.
whatever time zone it is for you. I'm sure there's around the world watching.
Mungkin
But no, Florin here
nggak apa-apa
really
sih.
held their own right
Kayak
up until the
ini
last
bagus
minute.
sih, preservation
yeah, really
sih,
well tanked there
preservation.
by Evie as well. Obviously, being
It's okay,
that
it's okay.
Scion, that is your
It's
job.
part of
and just the
preservation.
clean layering of CC
We
here
good, we
too.
good.
They were able to do so much damage to Hongshu.
Yeah.
I really think Evie was trying to buy time, potentially for this Twisted Fate ult, because if he was able to make it there, he certainly would have been able to get that kill back. But instead, they made this play in the mid, where Vista engages, gets
Kok
that
kamu
slow,
gak respect sama
buys that
Macroni
time
bisa
for
beda
Marvel to
sama
start chipping
DPR
away,
gitu.
and there's that Arya ult. It landed
Lah,
here in the mid.
bukannya
It was just
DPR
too
kita namanya
good. You can see
Macroni.
there, A did clear out that top tier 1. And it was a nice take going over with the Rift Herald to boot, actually. So we missed that in the replay. We actually saw they took the Rift Herald, instantly used it. Now they're trying to hold on and get a little bit more back.
Sumpah
The gold
ini
lead
Jack
has dropped
Jungle
now from that
wild card
2.5
anjir.
down to 1.
Yeah, 1.1 at 16 minutes.
Tadi
That's
mungkin
not
dari
really
DCG pas
that
briefing,
much. Really,
apa
it's
nih
negligible
junglenya
here at this
Atrox,
point. But it
Atrox,
is still that
Malphite,
small lead.
Malphite,
It is still
ya
the
kan?
lead that SHG are comfortable with.
Duar,
They are
Jax.
up in kills right now, though they are down on the turret, as we did see during that replay. That topside tier 1 cracked with that Rift
Surprise,
Herald, and that
mother
gold
father.
goes over to the pockets of DCG. Evie now is up against it. He's going to have to clear these waves.
Macroni
and
lebih
try and
bermanfaat,
respond
bisa
with his own topside
menyenangkan.
tier 1
Benar
onto
juga sih.
DCG. We take a quick look
Mohon
at
maaf
these
deh
objectives,
buat
though, Pike.
fans
30
Macroni.
seconds until the next break. I have to think that
Pecinta
SHG, they're
seblak
going to
dan
contest this
Macroni.
one. I mean, we already see Van1 here. We see that they've got some vision control.
Yeah, if you can get Xiao C chunked just a little bit more, it's going to make it so much easier because you lose that big engage. You lose a lot of the CC. All that's really left is Florin on this Shen, and that's going to leave Sion in a side fight. But Counter-Strike, jumping over the wall, clearing out this really good vision, it's going to enable a little bit more freedom for the side of SHG.
Yeah, that priority. If you are low, you
Q-nya
can't
kena.
take these fights. Oh, Florin just missing Evie on the recall there. Evie does have that TP available. So does Florin.
Ada
And
TP
it's-
dari
It is.
Evie,
But I
ketahuan.
think they didn't even really realize is Evie is now there.
Okay, we
Dragon's
can
been
get
started up.
this
They've just
third Drake.
solidified their position, and I think they just have to give.
Yeah, Evie used that top lane role
tapi
quest.
ke-push deh atasnya.
As they do secure the
Chen mah
dragon,
bisa
but
ulti,
now the rest of the
anjir.
team's starting to collapse. They walk back up to the mid. I think they get out of there
Tef,
scot-free. Nicely done.
I think we need to go top, Tef.
He's able to chip away at this top
Oh
side
my
tier 2,
God, they got the
potentially
inner
even
turret.
get it because Evie has to walk. Florin does have his stand united, does have his TP. He can go anywhere he wants at any time. So this is an excellent cross-map play from DCG. They went, you have the
Split push
Drake,
enak
we're
banget,
going to take the
mention.
top side tier 2 at 18 minutes, Pike.
And that's a rough spot to be in, but for a Scion, it's not the end of the world. You can run pretty far. So I feel like it's not the end of the world. Yes, it's a tier 2. It's a little bit more gold, but the gold is actually completely the same. It is reset.
Cleanse.
Now they're looking for a little
Gak ada
bit
cleanse.
more.
Q kena,
As it is,
aduh,
Ari's
pleset
going to
tadi.
walk into so much. There's the gold card. It lands.
Oh,
But look
Vista
at this
tadi,
to try to
aduh.
lock down those stuns.
Sedikit
Florin is here as
bersemangat.
well. 4 members.
Oh,
Sion's looking for a charge. Florin has to dash over the wall to get away from Evie.
Yeah, that was kind of like a really disjointed, messy engage there. As the Solar Flare committed
What
as well,
is this
just to
skirmish?
try and get something on the
Oh,
backside.
Silas.
Deep TP.
It's a big one, but they do
Dia
look
punya
to steal
ulti TF
another
lagi.
TP. Destiny has been picked up by Hongshu. Pop9 is just a slither above half health. Have to be careful as
Chen
they're looking for a bit
pecinta
more
turret
damage, and
ini
it does
real.
land, but Marble's just not there yet. Only a Ginsu's to speak of. It's just a bit more movement speed, but they're looking for a re-engage.
Yeah, this is the fight that never ended, Pike. This started out so like slowly.
And they are fighting. It is like they're going up the top
Fan?
side. It is Van One who's getting caught.
Okay.
Hongxiao
Okay,
is here,
okay.
but they do disengage again. That's the power of the Jacks.
These two are just dancing around one another right now. They can smell it. They need to win it both sides. If SHG win
Okay,
this
get
game,
TF,
they go to
TF.
grand
Bentar lagi full
finals.
build nih.
If DCG win
Tinggal
this one,
rapid
they
fire
keep
kanan.
themselves in contention. Neither
Satu
side
core
willing
item
to
lagi.
relent. Neither side wants to relinquish
TF
this
is
game here. And you
cooking.
can tell that was a fight over nothing. As it was there was still another minute and a half before the Baron, 4.5 before the Drake Pike.
Yeah, look, they're just sort of trying to measure up and see who's got the skills and the hands. And I'm here for it because it is DCG starting to take a bit more control in this game. It's not a huge gold lead. It's only about 200, but it is just feeling very much in their favor. You can see it has turned so heavily.
Yeah, from that 4K lead and now over to sort of DCG, that's not what you want to see if you are SHG. That tells me the story that DCG is fighting back. They're still in this game. They've been able to chip away at your deficit and outlast you in these early stages of that slow play that SHG loves to do. Florin here, forced to retreat, does see that there are 2 members in the area and must respect the potential gank.
It's just a bit hard because Sion is really trying hard. Evie wants to be in these side lanes, but he keeps getting matched.
Harusnya
He
nggak
wants to be able to
dua-dua
take some
ya.
towers and then start to rotate, but
Tapi
early vision on the Baron is the key.
the
Gotta
gold
make sure
gap
you're tracking
though.
where these junglers are going, who's moving around first, because we have seen so much
Kalau
out of
Silas
Xiao.
ambil ulti Karma
and
nanti
that's something
gimana
that
Kai?
really bears mentioning is that DCG, they have cracked 3
Ya dia ulti
turrets.
berarti
SHG,
yang ulti Karma kan
none.
JJ
So
kan?
DCG are so easily able to get that priority on these waves. Silas stole the Unstoppable Force ult to get back to that turret and clear the wave. So Evie is just struggling to get any entrance in anywhere. And with all of this priority DCG have for themselves, because they still have every single turret, they're able to manipulate this map. They're able to respond so much quicker than SHG can make the plays.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of an engage by Florin there onto Arya, and it didn't really do all that much, but again, it's just to say we don't want you to have any sense of control. It's all the mind games at this point. Gold's so even, but Van One does see Florin. There is a little scuttle that they could be looking to fight over. This mid tower is a site too.
Yeah, that poke coming down at Marble is starting to hurt Pike.
It's an interesting TP. It's
I
heavy
think
now.
Fan
It's gonna
is a
land on
little
2,
bit
but
too
look at
deep.
It's just too much. The counter-strike good. It hits on
Fan
3.
is a
Trying to
little
survive,
bit
but
too
Fang
deep.
locks down Van One. Now can they hold on and get some more damage off? Because Dragon's up in 45 seconds. But are they able to get anything else off it? The flash stun. The taunt is good.
Chelsea terlalu
Chelsea with a little
bersemangat.
bit too
Oke,
deep.
oke,
Marvel's
oke,
gonna clean
oke.
that one
Mainkan,
up. There is
mainkan,
Arya
mainkan
looking for
Arya.
more. Can they land a
Aduh,
gold
kejauhan.
card to get the damage off? No, they have to retreat.
That was
Okay,
an
okay,
ambitious ult there. DCG able to
Never
retreat
change,
under the
never
safety of
change,
their turret.
Salty.
So Arya had to kind
Never
of
change.
move that ult where he landed off to the side just to try and get some poke, and unfortunately wasn't able to connect. Ultimately, that massive fight
Ulti Karma
just
divisi
ended in
cuma
a
nambahin
1-for-1.
mantra
The
buat
jungler
ancient skill
for
lain,
the
nggak kayak di
support.
Wingrip.
And DCG, they've got to be happy with that
Berarti
because that
sama
Drake
kayak
is
Jazz kali ya?
15 seconds away. yes, SHG's jungler Van1 is now up and alive and will be able to contest this
Sama
if
kayak
they
kalau
want
maling
to.
ulti,
Or
Jess.
they could let it go and possibly contest this Baron because it's also on the Rift. And this Drake, it doesn't matter.
Oh, look, every Drake matters, Logan. That is the difference. Yes, if you do give it over to SHG, they get to Soul Point, and that is a scary place to be. But at the same time, a Baron in either team's pocket is pretty scary. But now they're looking to move as a unit, Evie being that front line. But Van1 off on the side, trying to find Pop 9. There's the Dragon's Rage. It just knocks them back, saying, hey, this is my land now. But still, a lot of CC going down. Solar Flare's good. There's going to be enough damage as they're sending everything and more.
Marble is dying.
They're trying to take out everything they do. Fang locks them down. DCG will not go quiet. And they're looking for more. They're trying to take this tier 1, but the Dragon is up.
The Dragon will be their reward. A
Di mind control anjir sama Leona, cu.
there from DCG. They were just able to take the best that
LCP dukung
SHG
tim
had to
apa
offer
kayak?
and turn it
Dukung
against them there.
SHG.
They will get this 4th Drake of the game.
Di
They
mind
now
control
have 2
sama
in their
Leona,
pocket.
anjir.
They got the Rift Herald. They got the grubs.
Apa?
DCG is
Kau
such
pikir
a
setelah ngedive sekali aku akan kapok? No, I will dive again.
All in on every objective.
Leona be like, kalian pikir aku kapok ngedive sekali? No, I'll do it again. Leona will dive again.
And the access that Hongshu gains, he went over the wall and is
Do
able
you
to
think
come
I
in
will
that
afraid
backside
until
after that
one
Solar
dive?
Flare lands.
No.
It was just too much damage. Marvel got caught out. The Solar Flare was on point, and then they were able to pick up Evie on the backside too. It's just a little bit of an unfortunate play for SHG.
Yeah, DCG do find themselves in that 1.2k gold lead at the 24-minute mark. Not overly much right now, but they do have that priority. They've shown SHG that they can fight them
jadi
and
tuh
are
rapid
willing
fire
to do
kanan
that
area.
at any time, and that Baron is on the Rift. Meanwhile,
Rapid
SHG, since we last talked about it, they've picked up 2 turrets. They've got that top side T1, that bot side T1.
Rapid
so
fire.
now they are able to push waves out. They're able to buy some
Rapid
time
fire.
and priority too when it does time for these objectives.
Yeah, Baron just being maybe hitting his shouts. It's not the right call. The team isn't there. I don't know if a Leona can solo a Baron just yet, at least not in this patch. But still, Van1 getting some deep vision, trying to maintain that control. Do she see that Florin is on this bot side? They have control and knowledge. Now they need to start using it to their advantage.
Yeah, but look at Feng, 301, 30 CS
Rapid
up,
fire.
Nefori Flicker Blade, Essence Reaver, and a Lord Dominic's Regard. That Siva will shred Evie on that Scion if given enough time.
That's the absolute truth, and the cull is already completed too. Now with a red buff too. It's not looking too good. It's really going to come down to how much CC can they land. Florin walking straight past his Evie, trying to charge up that Q. The decimating smash not going to hit its mark. But now, it's all slowed down.
Yeah, we've bought some time. There's a reprieve. It's the calm before the storm, though, Pike, because as we've said before, this is that 4th game, and it matters so much. DCG, they're invading. They're getting that vision down. They want to see when and if SHG make that play on the Baron, because they know SHG love a good Baron. Van1, though, on a ward, will be spotted, so DCG know where he is. They know they have the numbers. I still think SHG, they have some answers. They have that backline dive onto this Siva if Feng's not careful.
Yeah, with the Void Grabs too, it's just a little bit easier to start looking at these towers, especially this mid-tier 1. They did take a huge chunk of it. It's now coming down to who's going to get there first. Again, Siva has the wave clear. They can just push in another wave, but do you wait for the crystals? Do you wait for the team to be a little bit more aligned? Hongshu has the Chains of Corruption as well. We cannot forget this. That is a big ultimate in the right hands. Hongshu is the man for the job. Now it's about using it again. Where do they start to look? Where's the next fighters? Evie could be caught out. Pop 9, Hongshu off to the side. They see a lot of vision, but they decide to back out.
I think Evie is right where he wants to be, in the thick of it, trying to force DCG away from those flank angles that they are so obviously going for, but they really want this tier 1.
And the Chains of Corruption actually just missed completely. And it's not what you want to see, and it was Marble's Chains of Corruption too. So it's the wrong champion using the wrong ability at the wrong time. Not ideal for that, but that's still a huge cooldown heading into this next fight. Dragon up in 1.5 minutes, and they're already sieging down on the bot side tier 2. Someone needs to respond.
Yeah, it feels like Relove DCG, they're everywhere on the Rift right now.
But okay, Aria's decided to respond anyway.
Arya is caught!
Zenith's
No!
good too, but Aria's just so low. The gold card, Fang is just a fierce monster in this game. Van 1's taken so low. There's really no response. Evie has to flash and get out of dodge. There's no response from SHG.
It feels like this game is slowly falling apart around SHG. Relove DCG, they're tightening their control on this game. They've been pushing the waves in, they've been pressuring, they've been in SHG's half of the map.
Arya
I dare
capek
say more than their own by this point in time.
Arya capek suruh carry hijau.
It's now at around 3,500. They've got 2 Drakes apiece, and that other Drake,
Arya
the
is
next
tired.
Drake, the 5th one, up in 30 seconds.
Rapid
and
fire.
DCG with their prior 1 Drakes, they will absolutely go for this
Rapid
one.
fire.
And this is DCG's game to win. They are looking so strong right now. They're playing
rapid
so
fire.
smart. The call here is, though, how do they close out the game? Sion will be a monster as it goes on. The Shen, yes, is tanky, but is it going to be enough to deal with a big Sion?
Yeah, and I like the proactivity coming out of Ari, but it was just too deep. Xiaoxi read the play, Solar Flare flash, Zenith Blade into that stun. Arya could do nothing, while the rest of DCG on the other side forced SHG back behind their tier 2 turret. It just felt like they don't have those answers for this one.
No answers, and Dragon's already about to be taken over. DCG
Soul
solidifying that
untuk-
soul point. They're looking for more, and the damage is starting to stack with these Infernal Drags.
Yeah, 2 Infernal Drags plus the Ocean, so they've got that little bit of extra healing, they've got that extra damage to boot, and I mean, the advantages they've got across the board right now, Feng 4-0 with another BF sword, that damage is significant, and right now, it feels like Marble, who is 60 CS down, is struggling to find a way in. And I have to say, it's Relove DCG.
Rapid
because
fire.
They're the ones pushing for the fights. They're the ones
Rapid
deciding who fights when and where. And it doesn't give
bikin
SHG an
anti-heal buat
opportunity
apanya?
to put Evie in front of you. You don't get Van 1 in front of you. You are exposed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just looking like the team fights are just not ideal. So how do you break
Ada
up the
tipis
team
ya,
fight if you are
Abby.
SHG? For me, it's sadly, you got to start putting Van 1 in a side lane and trying to take these towers. Yes, you have Arya trying to do that. With the ultimate, it does help. But this Twisted Fate is not having the same effect that we've hoped for in the past. And it's happening again tonight.
Yeah, but interestingly, Twisted Fate does still have that gold advantage. Has farmed so hard, so well over the course of this game that still has a 600 gold lead over Hongshu, despite Hongshu also having 2 kills. Does have that arm guard though for a little extra survivability, does Hongshu. And obviously being able to steal these ults, look at that. That Q-poke, that would normally do 40-50% of your health. So that just tells me how far Marble is behind. As DCG, they've pulled the trigger on this Baron.
And it makes sense. They want to pull it because they can just turn the fight around. Zenith Blade coming out from Xiaoxi, Solar Flare onto
Hati-hati,
Marble
Marble.
on the backside. That is the concern. Now, they're just looking at Evie
Arya
because
is
they know
here.
they can just chunk out.
Jax.
Now they're looking for a little bit more. As Pop Knight
ditendang.
gets taken so low.
Oh,
Is there going to be enough
shit.
damage? They're
Oh,
looking for
no.
anything they can. Evie, Van 1, trying to get into the counter-strike.
Udah
It's good,
mati-mati
but
loh
no
itu tuh,
Fang
Bang.
picks up the unstoppable. Evie's gone too. Hongshu picks up this Sion. The zombie's nowhere to be seen.
they're
It's
gonna
just
take the
gone.
Baron.
Now the Baron is ripe for the picking.
This is SHG in shambles, Pike. It feels like they're not able to put together a good fight. Right there, that was 4 DCG pressuring 5 SHG away from that Baron pit. It was a late Stand United from Florin who finally turned it into that 5v5. And while they're
kebanyakan poking, gak ada
dominating this
DPS,
Baron,
Cok.
they're also taking turrets across the rift
We
here,
need
Pike.
DPS.
This is Relove DCG's game to lose right now because they are in control. They are
we need
everywhere and
DPS.
together when they need to be.
Oh, look, I would say it's their game to win, Logan. I think you flipped that a little bit around because they are looking so fierce and so strong in this game 4. They
Ini
want to
Hongshu
go to a
juga
game 5.
di
They love the
zoning
silver
mulu
scrapes.
dia.
They love the reverse sweep. And this gameplay is proving why they deserve to go to finals
Oh,
too.
tapi dapat itu
Yeah, they
tuh
are the
movement speed
second
dari
seed in the
ultinya.
LCP, and it's for a good reason.
Si
We're
apa?
seeing it here
Hongshu
and
tadi
now.
pakai ultinya
Obviously,
Karma.
SHG game 1, game 2, they were so strong.
Movement
and Relove,
speed sama
yeah,
shield
you
ya.
love to see it. We go to the coach room. They're cheering them on. They're supporting their team. They know that they almost have this one in the bag, and look at the damage from Fang.
It's a Fang party right now. These boomerangs are everywhere and nowhere, and they're coming right back with
Buset,
damage.
itu damage-nya sipir
So
ya.
much damage, not even Evie on that Scion can handle it. But look at the level
Split push
difference
gak
as well.
bisa,
Flooring,
ada
level 19.
Shen.
But enough of that. They're sieging the base. They all have the Baron buff.
Split
They're
push
full
ada
health,
Shen.
full Barons. I have to imagine DCG
Ini
is going
gelap
to want
sih.
to push this one in from here.
Look, and this is the rough start. This is the end of the game, basically, if they look to close it out. Inhibs are about to go down on this bot side. The Baron minions are just
Seems
so
pretty
strong.
dark
They're getting
right now.
everything they need. It is really on SHG to hold something. They got something back in this top side. Yes,
Maybe.
it's a tier 2, but they just lost half their base.
Yeah, the minions are going to finish off that inhibitor on the bot side, top right of screen,
Maybe.
but the fight
What are
breaks
we
out in
putting?
the mid.
They
And
still want
Maybe.
more Solar Flare, but doesn't really turn into anything too big.
yeah, it was just on Evie. That is not the target you want to hit with your Solar Flare. You want that squishy backline. You want Marble. You want Arya on that Twisted Fate, who's here frantically defending this minion wave in the bot side, farming that gold up to try and get something back. Does have 4 full items, but honestly, Pike, I wouldn't be able to tell with the impact he's having right now.
You're so bang on. It feels like it's a one-item Twisted Fate, really trying to hold that line. But at the end of the day, what can you do when you have a spell shield for free? On your Sivir, you can block a gold card. You can block so much of the incoming damage. Yes, Arya has that gold lead right now. It's a 1.5k. That's kind of semi-keeping them in the game, but 6.2k gold lead for DCG
Arya sampai
right
jadi
now.
Rabadon
They just
tapi
need
belum
one
dapat
good
kill,
play,
Cok.
one dragon play as it spawns to close out this game.
If they secure this dragon, they will get that Infernal Soul, and the this ward.
Hong Shu caught out, Chains of Corruption land. They do go golden, but is it going to be enough as they do get the host? You stand united is good. The survivability is just too much. And
Waduh,
they
sipirnya
turn
sakit
the tide.
banget,
Fang
anjing.
is undeniable and will close this out. It's too much as Pop cleans up on the backside.
Ditungguin,
It's a
anjir, gak
clean
penting itu bait,
fight
Cok.
out of DCG.
Itu bait buat team
Envy's
fight,
the only one
anjir.
standing, and he's on a wall. He's
Ah.
got to be so careful. He's the last line of defense.
Tahu dia tahu,
And it is
tahu pasti bakal di engage.
DCG
Ada
closing out
zone-nya,
game number
anjir.
4. We got Silver Scrapes again, Logan.
Oh my god,
2
Silver
games
Scrap on
this week have gone to
semifinals.
Silver Scrapes Pike. They take the Nexus, they take game 4, and we have such a good series on our hand here, Pike. I cannot believe it.
And you honestly, I don't believe it. Sometimes history repeats itself, and in the semi-finals of the LCP, we are seeing history being made. Silver Scrapes again this week. We had it
please,
night
just one more
We're
game,
getting it night
please.
3.
We are definitely being
Please
spoiled
lah,
here.
God
What
lah.
a fantastic game.
Just one more
Initially, it did
game.
feel like it was
Oh,
going over to
no.
SHG, but DCG, they weathered the storm. They flipped the script and they turned it into their
Macro
slow
monster
play. They
emang
were
ini,
able to build that
DCG.
lead and close it out in that team fight
Damn,
at the end
man.
there.
I feel like SHG really need to flip this start of the draft on its
Udah,
head. They
game
need
5
the
kali
counter
di-ban.
pick. They need an ace in the hole that's going to
Shit.
help them out. And I'm not talking about Twisted Fate using those cards.
Game 5
A
kali
different
di-ban,
ace. Because
dah.
right now, everything they're trying to bring
Dah
in this
lah,
game
kata
3
gue
and game
mah.
4,
They're gonna ban Akali on game 5.
私の愛に限りはない。
We are
それ
cooked.
を見せよう。ローマ。
勝利よここに。
悪くない。ローマ。終わらせる。小兵をくれて。
Halo King Pike, singgah nyapa sama like aja mau lanjut kerja. Siap bang.
ローマ。ローマ。
Alright.
悪くない。
よし
ローマ。やつ。
Oke,
よほう美しくだうせおおローマ選択だローマこの手ローマ
勝利をここに
ローマ我が獅子より今こそいでよ
神なる力、光なる力、いずれ星々に届く力よ。ペラスペラロアストラ。Notif telat kah? Akali di ban sih game 5 sih. Udah fix itu. Akali di ban, terus nanti Arya Mentalia. Talia. No. Arya termentalia, terus Hongshuo main Yone atau Kasadin, tamat sudah, cuk.
この手、世界の果てまでも全てを見よ。我らの腕は全てに届き、全てを裂き、全てを開く。いずれ空の彼方にさえもエルアステラーのアストラ。戦がうまいな。ローマ溺れてみるか。飛び散れ。
Ngebunuh serigala pakai NP biar cepet kelar.
そうきた。戦がうまいな。溺れてみるか。ついてこれるか。ローマローマ
マグヌス。
やはりローマであったか。
やはりローマであったか。No, what is this Reaper Sweep, bro? Come on. We're not getting Reaper Sweep, please. Can we not ban Akali in the 5th game? Can Arya have Akali in the 5th camp, please? Onegaishimasu. Onegai. Roma.
我らの腕はすべてに届き、
すべてを裂き、すべてを開き、それを過ごしに届く力よ。ペラスペラードアストラ。
もちろん。今回はうまくいきました。いちごにマシュマロ、バナナにバゲットと各種ご用意しまよ。
高いなあ、マジで。70高すぎでしょ。
何かマナプリズムと交換？用意した甲斐が。
Alright. Game 5, DCG versus SHG LCP 2026 split 1. Let's see what they're gonna cook now.
Gets through. I would have to question why. Like SHG, if they
first
let it
pick
through, they must have an answer for it.
Are we gonna
Maybe
take
something
Akalino?
like a Braum who is still available. There are champs that you don't want to hook, and that could potentially be a kind of response if they feel like they have a higher prio ban. We saw Mel last game.
Yeah, we did, and that was going to be a bit of a spicy one if it did get through, but it didn't, and we saw a better response with the Silas coming out, being able to do just as much damage and move around the map. But still, we're seeing the Akali, the LeBlanc being banned out, a little bit more mid-focus as we're taking these priority picks off the board. But with Ashe gone, I feel like Braum might not have the same standing, because you still lose the Ashe Seraphine, but you lose Ashe Braum too. But Olaf now banned.
Olaf banned away again, was banned here in Game 4 too. But I want to point out some things that haven't been banned and are still available, and it's still these mid laners, Pike. We still have that Azir, we still have that Talia, these play-making mid laners. So I'm wondering if they will even get picked up, let alone banned. Malphite, still not banned. Bard, still not banned.
Arya bisa main Azir.
Look, Bard has to be picked up here at the
Azir
same time. You can give
lagi
the hook, but maybe you throw out a temper fate just to stay alive a little bit longer. But it's still
Scalingnya
any team's game.
kelamaan.
There's still some picks that you could look at. Cassiopeia, Syndra, still very relevant in this mid lane. But what can you really bring to the party? I'm thinking Zyra Khan is still available too, Logan. Like, that has to be considered. If you pick a priority AD carry or support
Talia sih
you
kayaknya.
do get matched out with this. So what does SHG look to lock in and prioritize? Talia.
Talia,
That
here we go.
global pressure that Talia can bring, that Weaver's Wall, that's also not only just a global, but it's also a playmaking tool, not because it can move you around, that's obviously a nice part of it, but it's able to cut the fight in half. It's able to put a wall and say, you can't get to us, or, you know, it's 1v5 on our terms, so I do like this pickup. It's a late game 5, but it's such a strong mid laner, in my opinion. And those pebbles will prevent any kind of dashing kind of champions in that mid lane if they want to go for that.
And DCG now locking in that Dr. Mundo, the tank in the jungle. They've been so scared of that scaling. The objective control from DCG has been so on point. You just know Pop 9's going to be at the grubs. They're going to be at the early drags. And Azir as well to match with the Talia is going to be so strong. These team fights are already looking so good for DCG. I can't believe Azir got through in Game 5, let alone... It should have been in Game 3 or 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the stronger mid laners.
Lihat,
Look at that
di
win
LCP,
rate, though.
di LCP Azir win rate-nya di bawah 20%.
Still has that Emperor's Divide, the playmaking tool.
Ada alasan kenapa tidak ada Azir di LCP. Win rate-nya di bawah 20%.
And this is the power of second pick. Every single team tonight who's had the Sprite of side selection, they've gone for first pick, and they've gone, yeah, we'll grab this one powerful one. But as you've said, and as we've said time and time again, the second pick, you secure 2 of the best for the roles that you want.
Correct, and the Trundle being locked in makes the most sense. It was banned out last game too. They're now bringing it in for the side of SHG to deal with this Mundo. The tank shredder themselves is on the Rift, and we're seeing this Troll who's going to get a little bit dirty out here, doing the hard work. But now, what do you really pair with it? You could look at the top side, leave open a lot more picks, and Yorick is picked up.
Yorick's laning pressure is significant.
Bagus sih. Lawan Azir, kita main cepet lawan pakai Yorick sahabat Trundle.
Very, very well. But I do like
but how if it doesn't work? We need late game champion, bro. Late game-nya siapa?
We saw the Zahen come through and no Aatrox. He's finally hit the Rift.
Now it's back online. It's only been played once before. Now's its second
Zeriumi
time to shine. It looked so good in the game we previously had it on. Let's see if it has the same performance, because I'm looking at DCG and that lineup is very stacked. The same time though, there's a lot of control. There's a lot of movement coming out from SHG. Whether they can use that there to advantage or let this Yorick sit in a side lane and just split push.
You were so right. That Aatrox was piloted so fantastically by Ijung in last night's Game 3 between SHG and GZ, and I'm sure DCG are hoping to be able to replicate that here tonight. He was such an effective frontline.
Enggak sih, kalau misalkan kita Ben Zeri sekarang juga mereka nggak bisa ngepick deh.
So Whether they can respond to it here again tonight remains to be seen. They're
Gak ada
gonna have
Lucian ya.
to, but
Berarti
the other
dia
bands,
mau
the
main
second
champion
round
early.
bands, they're starting to come
Miss
through. Banning away that
Fortune?
Lucian. I
Ben
mean,
Miss
Nami's
Fortune?
already gone. Is she? No.
No,
Ben
she's
Miss
not.
Fortune?
Look, that makes sense. If you
Ben
get
Miss
rid of the
Fortune?
Nami, you
Miss
can't really have
Fortune?
Lucian Nami.
Kenapa
They do
ban
ban
Nami?
out the Nami now.
Why?
You can pair it with other things. It's just not as
Why?
good. But burning that band might not be the worst thing because,
I
like I
don't
said,
know. Why
Zyra
ban Nami?
Khan's
Why?
available. Misfortune
Why?
Rel is available. These team fights are looking so good now.
Ben
Zerayumi
Miss Fortune?
also still
Zerayumi.
available. A powerful bot lane that we've seen 2 nights in a row before now. So will it make an appearance here tonight? Because the bot sides, they have not been locked in. We just wait.
But
Zerayumi is
like, as
Fable.
I say it, Bard
Marble.
had to go.
Yeah.
Get it off the
Zerayumi
board. Makes
is
a lot of
Fable.
sense.
I mean, we see it across the world in
Are we
League
going
of Legends.
to?
Bards, that tempered
Are
fate,
we?
that journey, but just so powerful, able to make and
Ben
break
Miss Fortune.
plays,
Ben Miss
stop
Fortune.
you from doing anything,
Miss
and
Fortune
be
Ben.
able to start up for your side
Ben
as well.
DMF.
So I really like that ban.
okay,
I would
Nico,
have loved
good,
to have seen
I
it get
guess.
through, and equally so on the other side, Nico. We're not going to see that Tangle Barb Top Blossom
Shit, they're
combo
gonna take
make
Zeri.
it through here tonight, Pike.
Look, and I'm a big fan of that. I think it's smart getting it off. That's your big sort
I
of
think
team
they're gonna
fight,
take Zeri.
It can
Rakan
engage,
Zaya?
it can start. But now that you've looking at the Rakan, you have to almost take away the Zaya. Like, so what do you pair with that? With the right support? Or do
Can
you
we
give
just
over
fight
the
Zaya Rakan with
Rakan
Zeri,
and
Yumi?
just enable it? Because Rakan by themselves is a very strong support. And it's a misfortune, means they're looking at the realm.
Harusnya di ban aja tadi ini Miss Fortune. Kalau mau main Zerayumi mah. Kalau mau main Zerayumi harusnya tadi Miss Fortune ban aja sih.
And it can set the whole team up for success, not just misfortune. It keeps you in those fights a little longer than you would like, and Rel is so tanky too, which would complement this front line.
Bagaimana dengan Sena?
No slouch, Mundo. We know how hard he is to
itu.
kill, and you put a Rel in the
Sena
mix. Good
Nasus.
luck getting on to that backline of Azir and Misfortune.
Oh, Zera kan?
And there
Okay,
it is.
let's
It
go.
makes the most sense. In the final game, get the Zyra Khan. It's so strong. It's standard. It will help you survive and weather any kind of storm. You have so much safety as well for the Zyra
Rel
with that
Azir.
Feather Storm. If you pick Lissandra,
I cannot see that.
I'm gonna absolutely love it. But you're gonna go Rel.
They've been watching the LCK.
brother,
They know what Carrier has been up to there. But this is the classic combination. It's almost 2 of the most classic combinations in these bot
brother,
sides. And Zyra Khan into that Misfortune Rel. So really looking forward to see how these 2 teams want to pilot it. I was just looking at that smile and I'm like, is he going to make a cheeky last second change up?
No,
But he's locked it in.
It makes so much sense, and I'm here for it. Both teams are looking so good, and you wouldn't expect to see a Talia in the 5th game, let alone an Azir, a Mundo, the Aatrox, Misfortune, Rel. These are lineups that you would love to see in a solo queue because they're just all about getting it done.
And this is what you said earlier, if I may re-quote you there, Pike.
Please.
The ace in the hole.
Oh.
Both teams have managed to keep at least one for themselves.
Which ones are they?
Well, okay, so it's Talia for SHG.
Of course.
And I dare say Yorick for Evi. I think that's a sleeper pick for him.
Yeah.
But obviously on the other side, we also had that MF. I think combined with that Rel in that draft, a very,
Place
very
Marble,
strong choice.
atras yung
I think you'll be
Marble.
worried about
Marble
that Mundo
senpai.
too, because as the
Marble
game goes on,
senpai.
if they get a couple of
Onegai.
objectives, it's just going to get worse
Marble
and
sama.
worse and worse. And really,
Onegai.
only the Zyra can handle it.
And
Can
we
we?
know that DCG love their objectives. We know that they love to collapse around them, bring the whole team to bear, and they will get the objectives. They will be able to fight
Marble
it
sama,
out
please.
successfully
Can we
if they
not?
get that
Can we
priority,
not
if they
lost
get
this
that
way?
vision control too. But
Marble
we
sama,
are
Shinji
getting
terus
ready. This is the last game
Shinji
of
temas.
tonight's
Onegai.
best of 5 semi-finals between our 2nd seed, Relove DCG, and our 6th seed, SoftBank Hawks Gaming.
Okay,
Will
Fukuoka
the
SoftBank
Hawks
Hawks Gaming
soar,
versus
or will
Relove DCG
be able to clip their
LCP
wings?
2026
That is the big question. The
Split
crossroads
1
of
Game
Destiny
5.
are here.
This
Can
is
Relove
dead or
DCG
die, guys.
make that path
Huh?
ready and
Do
available
or
for
die.
them? But it is on the Hawks to get it done tonight.
Anyone
they had
lost
a
here?
great first
They're
2
going
games.
home.
DCG flipped the script 3
Here
and 4.
we go.
now it's at 5. It is any team series to confirm here right now.
As you say, the early
Florin, Florin's up there too. Van One's in a bit of a cheeky spot. Let's see if they can hold on as the blue buff does spawn, and the flash over the wall flashes again. Florin is holding on as long as they can. One more hit will do it. Evi's picking up a kill as well. They're all just trying to hold on. What is this shenanigans? The minions have spawned and you're still fighting. Evi's just hard committing. Why not full send? As it is Hongshu too. What is going on, Logan?
2-1 in favor of DCG. That early invade rewarding them for that aggression. We were talking about how the minions, because they spawned 30 seconds early, you get punished so much harder for these invades. But DCG, they've got to be happy with that. The flash burnt from Florin, but the flash from Evi and Van One.
And you could not have a better start to any game for Pop9. 2-0-0 at the very start. This Mundo's going to be stacking.
That scaling is now going to come online so much faster. And I just have to ask why SHG stuck around and decided to fight this one. Aria was getting a good flank angle, but decided to back away in the face of Hongshu and Pop9, which left Evi alone in essentially a 1v3 here.
Look, and I guess at that point, Ari just said, I'm sorry, my guy, you're a little bit deep and I can't follow. And they're trying to hold on a little bit more. If they could get Hongshu, it wouldn't have been the end of the world. It would have been a 2 for 2, but the spacing was just too good.
You are so right. Pop9 body blocking a lot of what Ari was able to put down there, definitely keeping their counterpart Hongshu alive. And now it's a 2-kill, 2-assist jungle mid laner. And unfortunately, Evi is the one who bore the brunt as well as Van One. So it sets their jungle behind, it sets their topsider behind as well. It's not the end of the world, as you say. It's only a 500 gold lead, but it's still something. It still matters. It speaks to the proactivity of what Relove DCG are bringing to the Rift here in this Game 5.
And this is the scrappiness we've been saying all night. They're getting their hands in the dirt, and you know what? It's in the jungle instead.
Iya sih, main Trundle harus agresif sih ya. Cuma,
you can see nice little knockdowns, but it's a re-engage too with a Ren too is nice to see. And it is.
I think enemy will not let you do that, right?
Just put it onto Marble and give them the tools that they need to engage more. But a flash burn, you know what? Don't worry about those tools.
A flash for free, you take any day.
Oh,
and Marble is the one that popped it. Just so scared of that Xiaoxi re-engage, that potential Rel MF follow-up. Pop9 here just walking into the jungle of SHG, and we see that engage again on the bot side.
Oh, it's just so much damage. Xiaoxi as well is feeling so good. They had a rough start to the full series, but now they're starting to come back. You got them on a tank with such good engage.
Kukurate juga itu guys, co-stream LCP ya.
I mean, already engaging again here, Pike. This is the Xiaoxi we saw on Leona in Game 4. Just engage, fight, fight, fight.
Oh,
the healing's good, but it does stop Fang from doing a little bit more, trying to get extra damage. But no, there's the barrier, and it is Xiaoxi picking up another kill.
Look at this, there's already another topside roam here too,
Pike. Mau nanya kok bisa dapat LCK, Kak? Aku ngajuin berLCK karena LCK berapa tuh? LCK mah aku YOLO sih.
No, they have to back off.
YOLO itu mah jangan ditiru, nanti channelnya hilang.
That brush, be harder to see. Get that wall down as well, preventing Pop9 accessing him, buying that time. Van One showed face, so DCG, they had to respect it. But DCG, they must be loving this here. They're off to the races. They're up 3-1 in 4 minutes. It's a kill per minute here already, Pike, and 30 seconds till the break.
And it's still a semi-finals regardless. And yes, Dragon is up 30 seconds. It's the Hex tech. Is it going to be enough? The Talia is getting a little bit more control in this mid lane too. Do they get the first reset?
Riot juga gak tahu itu aku nonton LCK.
Down there, but still, Hongshu might want to cancel it out and does stop the back.
Yeah, really important tempo play there to prevent that back. You're not able to go back to base, buy the items you want to see as we see this re-engage, and it's just Xiaoxi. He was constantly doing these crash down stun combos, allowing
Tapi Xiaoxi jago banget sih main tank support ya. Dia selalu nemu mainnya berani sih, galak.
Was just left for dead here. Nothing he could do to get
shit,
away.
Bro.
Okay, it's all right. Don't even worry.
Early game yang
that was Talia.
Udah sih.
Yeah, that was Aria there.
If we have early game comp and we failed, then it's done.
How that transpired, but Pop9 already being so active on this.
We have early game comp and we failed.
If SHG pushed too far forward,
we actually failed.
Oh, look, I think the reset's kind of nice. We're going to be looking to get some vision on this Dragon too. Trundle is in the area, so it is
Stream Kaede copnya copet bang alias dikejar satpam bangke.
So it makes sense that they want to rotate first. They got the early shove. Now they're looking to take the
Itu
objectives. It's a very
namanya
different SHG we're seeing. They are being more proactive in the early
LOL
game.
esport
We did see the backing
enthusiast.
from Pop9, but he's still very strong. 2 Giants belts is going to help in these fights. The grand entrance is there.
Okay,
Is he going to get anything
dia
else
ngasih
done?
space
There's the Weaver's Wall,
untuk
locking them in place,
Dragon.
but the rest of the team, SHG, are looking a little
Marble
bit too low.
keciduk lagi,
Marble, no flash, Fang picking up a free
gelap,
kill.
aku tak kuat
What is going
nontonnya,
on?
tolong.
SHG, they just did their own heads.
Can we just watch
Real
DK?
DCG collapsed so,
Maybe we
so
should just watch
well.
DK,
They
you know?
brought all of the team down. That Weaver's Wall far too late to prevent any access. It only stopped Hongshu, but they didn't even need him.
Yeah, can we just watch
like
DK
that
now?
SHG, they stepped up to this Drake first, but because we know DCG put so much priority on it, but it just did not work for them. Vista spotted on the ward, that grand entrance, as you so rightfully called, it missed everybody, and he just took too much damage to be able to engage again. And Xiao C knows who he's after. The crash down onto Marble, still that flashless AD.
And you can't make these proactive plays when
LCP
you're
ada
not
tim
level 6
Indonesia
and
nggak?
Sire. You have to be so careful. You
Indonesia
have
gak
no
lolos
flash. You have
LCP
no
promotion
barriers,
tahun
only just
lalu.
come back up.
Tahun
You're
ini
so far behind,
nanti
you
akhir
bought
tahun
a
ada lagi
crit
sih
code
katanya.
just to stay somewhat relevant. That is not a good sign.
You are so right, and as far as signs go, they are
Gak
all
respect
in
orang puasa,
favor of
makanya kalah.
DCG right now. The Grubs are
But
up
still
in 40
though.
seconds. They will doubtlessly want to go for this,
Is there
but
any
they
hope?
don't have that priority.
Late
Yorick does
game
get
apa
the
ya?
shove typically,
Talia sih.
and we go back to this bot side.
Tapi mereka
SHG,
punya Miss
they've gotta be
Fortune sama
careful. They're
Fiona
falling further and further
ini,
behind
sama
with each and every minute.
Mundo.
Oh my lord, Marble, just please be safe. Just relax. Don't go up to the wave. You just have to concede a little bit. Yes, you're keeping up in CS. It's great, but it's just not looking good. As we've hit the level 6 mark, Fang now has that bullet time to boot, and it's going to start to hurt. Pickaxe, the cull's almost halfway done. This Miss Fortune's going to come online very quickly.
Yeah, and once that Bloodthirster comes through as well, has that extra survivability, that sustainability, the typical first item that she does go for. We do see DCG, they are immediately onto these Grubs. Pop9, as you said, with those 2 belts, just that much tankier, able to more confidently move around, take
Iya, ini
these
mah LCP
objectives
kelar,
with
LCP udah
less
beres.
help too.
Tapi kok
We do see some
lamaan
recalls
LC,
coming
lamaan
through for
LCP ya?
SHG. They're not going to be contesting any
Lamaan
of these
LCP loh.
objectives, and the vision control is
Padahal
lacking, dare I say,
ini
from
mulai
both
duluan
sides.
loh.
There's one,
Tapi
maybe
masih
2
belum kelar.
wards on the side of DCG from SHG,
Padahal kita
and
mulai
only
duluan,
one
anjir.
in kind from DCG.
And this just feels like a totally different SHG that we've seen from this first series. The first 2 games, they looked so dominant. They were in control. They had the tempo. They knew exactly what they were doing. Now that
Jangan gamble itu si Sausi kalau dia maju pasti maju aja.
Yeah, that was a really aggressive heal there too. Xiao C popping that E to get that extra movement speed onto Feng, and that heal really trying to pressure that bot side duo.
Don't
Marble
you
does
dare
have that
challenge
flash up, so it is
Xiao
Xiao C's mission,
Lu
his
nantang
goal
Xiaoxi,
to burn
kalau
that
dia
as soon as he
maju
can,
pasti
and just
maju
make
aja.
Marble so much more accessible. We see them trading into Marble already.
Don't gamble on Xiaoxi.
Where all the action is going to be happening tonight, Pike.
Where?
On the bot side.
Oh yeah.
Did you miss that?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, I was zoned out. I was actually mesmerized by that Yorick farming. Genuinely, I was just like, whoa.
Has a CS advantage on the top side.
That's what
true.
I mean. I was looking at it. I was just like, wow, really good job. But
good
yeah,
cleaver.
Pop9 knows how to land those cleavers. This is just Mundo dodgeball all over again.
Already has Heartsteel.
Yep, that's gross at 9 minutes.
Yep. I would love to see the stats on that one, if that is the fastest Heartsteel we've seen. Vista trying to get some fancy feet to dodge his cleaver.
Is it going to be enough? As you do see Van 1 is trying to come down. Pop9 is just so big. That's a bullet time. The barrier's burned to stay alive and stay relevant so you can get back. But they're proxying down in bot side. It's unheard of.
Aduh,
at this
engager
point.
kita
They've just
rakan
got so
doang,
much
anjing.
control. They're that far ahead. They can do no wrong.
Mundo
They're just
versus Trundle
bleeding them
menang mana,
out from
Kai?
XP.
Yeah, they're
Kalau
just stuck between the tier 2
misalkan
turret. They can't
harusnya
walk
Trundle
up.
menang
That turret
sih
will be
early
losing
gamenya.
plates.
Cuma
They
kalau
just
dikasih
can't get
makan
through.
ya.
Mundo already. Rel also a tanky kind of support. Has that Kindle gem. Has
Well,
the health bar to boot. And they're able to just
like
turn
this,
around
baby.
and threaten this AD duo on the bot side. At a moment's notice, they have to respect it.
And they're just cancelling their backs too. Like, what can you... Their tower's at half health at 10 minutes. Like, there's just nothing they can do in this situation. They're literally just being game
Tapi ntar late game nggak bakal adu pukul dah Trundle Mundo.
They can't.
Pasti Mundo ngincer backline, Trundle ngincer backline
This
dah.
is not even a slow bleed. This is a big bleed. 2.5k gold lead for DCG. They've had the secret recipe all along, and they just had to wait for the right time. They had to wait for the oven to cook a little bit. They needed to make sure the batter was rising in the fridge. And now the cake's ready to go, and they want to finish this out clean and true.
And because they were proxying so hard, so long under those two turrets, they have so much priority on that bot side. DCG, it's more likely than not that they're going to be able to get this Drake. I do note that Pop9 is rotating around to that bottom side, so they'll probably get that vision down. They'll probably pick up this second Drake, and most likely uncontested. Yes, Marble and Vista are
aku
in that bot
jujur
side.
sih yang ini low banget sih.
Far behind.
Chance-nya. Soalnya aku hafal banget sama karakteristik player-playernya deh. Marble tuh bukan tipe yang bisa balikin keadaan. Yang bisa balikin keadaan tuh Arya. Tapi masalahnya Aryanya dia lagi main Talia. Talia is not hyper carry, Cem. Itu champion heart sih.
Maybe it's in topside getting these ganks preparing, but Florin has to know something's up. Arya would be missing on this map as well. Van 1 has exposed himself. It's a big wave crashing Pike.
But can they do it as Florin is getting chunked
Maybe
out?
we can get that.
He's used that world ender, but the whole team is here, and Evie is locking in the kill.
Yeah. Great play. That might be the way they get back in. Unfortunately, they also hand over that Drake to Pop9. So DCG, as we know, they love their jungle objectives, now has 2 Drakes and the Grubs. But Pike, there's just action all across the rift.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is just action all across the rift, because now Marble's in the mid lane trying to get some remnants of gold back in their pocket. Xiaoxi's now looking up and says, the whole team's still here. Maybe we can keep fighting.
Okay, reverse wall. Nice.
Just to keep themselves in the game a little bit longer. That's not the kind of cooldown you want.
I really do like Xiaoxi there, pressuring from the flank. That
support
Magnet
diff
Storm
sih,
in an
not gonna
attempt to
lie.
try and rip Arya off of that Weaver's wall,
Support
because you
diff
can actually knock them off of it. You can interrupt it. But Marble trying to get some CS
I
back
still
in the
trust
mid lane,
him.
as you so rightfully called out. That lane rotation coming through from Florin. He's headed to that bot side, as is Evie. But the damage is so serious. Both sides have picked up the tier 1 turrets, but DCG got it first. So they also got that cash injection.
Udah ini DCG main slow aja. Mereka udah menang early. Tinggal scaling.
Game, Logan. That is what I'm scared about. It's been so close, tooth and nail all the way through.
Arya, you don't have ult.
There's the Empress Divide.
Legends never
I can just take this
die.
one nice and slow. I don't think Arya can do anything about
Arya
this.
don't
and
have
Hongxue picks
ult.
up the kill.
Yeah, Pop9 just tidily
can we destroy the turret at least?
Tanks up all the damage that Arya is able to put back out and says, you know what, you need this gold more than me. I'm already accelerated. Here's that kill.
Yeah, there's the bullet time again with the Featherstorm, just to try and keep themselves healthy. As again, Fang's just getting so much gold.
Yeah, up 30 CS right now, as well as 1 kill. Marble has to climb a mountain to get back into this game here, Pike. I mean, Hongxue, he's already going past the turret on his top side. He knows
LCP.
there's no one from SHG in the area. That gold
When we
lead,
somehow
4.5K,
gonna get
they've
reverse
almost
sweep,
got
I
all
guess.
5 role quests completed.
Oh, look, it's not even that. They're looking at all these objectives and saying this is just free. Like we've seen games where Mundo's fallen a little bit behind and still a threat. What do you do against a Mundo that is that far ahead? 2-0-2, 1.5k gold up. Van 1's Trundle cannot even dent this guy.
Yeah, he even has the Merc Treads, which means that charm that's going to come through from Vista is going to be that much slower.
Tapi ya, kalau misalkan DCG menang first 10 ya, misalkan DCG menang nih, terus dia ke first 10. Ini kesannya kayak Lost Ratons, cu. Jadi kebayang gak kayak Lost Ratons ke first 10 kesannya. Soalnya DCG kan baru masuk LCP. Tiba-tiba udah ranking 1.
I think they've always had the answer of how do you deal with the side of DCG.
I think that's
and if you look at Florin, they know he's a threat. But now that they've put so many eggs
Kalau
into that
misalkan
basket,
DCG menang itu
sadly,
kesannya
it's
kayak
not
Los
Easter
Ratons
anymore,
ke
and you can't
first
find
10
those
sih
chocolate eggs.
menang
But now they're looking at
LEC.
Xiaoxi, who may have overstepped just a little bit. Weavers Wall's
Oke,
coming in,
sakit
they're now
tuh depan.
committing. The
Oke,
flash comes
reversal.
out, but no flick
mati.
back. Xiaoxi can get
Setidaknya
out
kita dapat
alive.
turret sih.
Yeah, that Weaver's Wall was at maximum range.
Okay,
so
okay.
unfortunately wasn't able to trap and keep them there. But they used the priority that they've got on that bot side where SHG was trying to make the play.
Ini Azir
to get
belum
that
kelar-kelar
rift
push
on
atas.
the top side. Pike, I mean, this game just, it's not leading into many kills, but it's also not slowing
Bedanya
down.
kan Los Ratones kalah ya di LEC ya. Bedanya DCG ini debut LCP menang anjir. Bedanya DCG sama Los Ratons itu tuh. Los Ratons debut LEC kalah. DCG debut LCP menang, cok. Ranking 2 anjir kalau menang.
Your presence alone is enough to scare them.
Yeah, look, Pop9 definitely doesn't have to pay that toll to cross that bridge.
No.
He's just going to beat that troll into submission and say, not today. Pillar pops the passive. I don't think Pop9's overly worried.
Oh, but now they get a good flick. Actually,
Popek
Pop9
mau
may have just
sedikit
been crossed.
throwing
The quickness
sepertinya.
comes out.
Boleh
If they can
banget.
lock it down, the
Ah,
ball
tidak
is
baik,
too
jing.
good.
Oh
It was
my
a
God.
bait and switch. Xiaoxi
Holy
with the
shit.
magnet storm keeps them at bay. They get one back, but really, that
Aduh.
was such a big moment for this misfortune.
Yeah, Feng just able to stay
Kena
on
bait,
the
kena
other
bait.
side of that
tidak.
troll.
And another flick as Florent is in the back.
Awas,
trying to
Legends
get the
never die.
shutdown.
Oh.
It's nice, but is it enough? Marble is gone too. Evie is all that stands. He's looking to take on Florent, but is it going to be enough as the World Ender is known to be just that. This is Yorick trying to hold on. They're just low. They're trying to survive. They're dodging. They're weaving, but it's not enough, and Florent is the decider. They're
It's over.
flashing forward to stay alive.
It's
They're trying
over.
to pick up
Okay.
more kills. Yes, they take the
Okay,
tower,
satu.
but it's
Double kill.
picking up their lives.
Wah,
And the
ada
Shurima
ini.
shuffle gets Hongshu to
Apa?
safety.
EQ.
That was such an excellent shuffle. There's no way they could have caught up to him there. My goodness, what a sequence of plays. DCG, they get the kills, they get the
Yang juara satu
turrets.
ini jadi perwakilan
SHG,
LCP DMS ya
they
kan?
got one or two
Belum.
kills back, but it just feels like it
First
wasn't
10
even
dulu
close
nanti.
to the same
April.
value. That third Drake is
First
up,
10
and
tournament.
Pop9 is moving out to it right now. Xiaoxi putting that ward
April
down.
apa akhir
This
Maret
is
ya?
DCG at their best. They have been running
Ntar
this
aku
rift
ngajuin
from
juga
the
tuh
moment
first
the
10.
game
Semoga
started.
dikasih
It's been
jatah ya.
absolutely nuts, Logan. Keep talking. I'm knackered.
That is A-okay because this pillar popping that passive actually paid dividends here. He goes so low, but as you called, the bait came through. Feng got such a high value and safe bullet time into the meat of SHG. So many of them brought low health. Obviously, DCG, they followed this one up. They wanted even more. That Emperor's
Dapat loh itu,
just
Zaya.
catching Marble,
Oh
and
my
that
God.
is exactly the target you want. Florin able to chase Evie down and away.
This
just
one is
takes
actually
his kill on the
unwinnable.
back end of the
Unwinnable,
fight,
this one.
maximizing the value of DCG's push as they also secure themselves that mid.
This one is actually
Yeah, they also
unwinnable.
took the Dragon as well, which is even more. So they're on sole point now for all these Dragons. And yes, they get a couple kills back. It's just not enough as they are sitting 6k gold up. DCG, they wanted the reverse sweep.
And it looks like they're going to be getting it at this rate if they can keep the pressure on. Because right now, as you say, that 6k gold, that's a
dipakai aja
zoning
tuh
ult,
ulti.
but it nearly killed Arya. It was just to clear them away, Pike. That is devastating. Does have the Bloodthirster as well as the Collector.
Okay, Lord
the
Abby
BF sword, the
on
pickaxe.
duty.
I have to imagine that's going to be an Infinity Edge next.
Oh, absolutely. And you just look at the item difference between these 80 carries. It's a 4k gold difference. And I don't know what you do with Zaya. You're trying to hold on, you're trying to survive, but the more you try to stop, the worse it gets because these guys are just scaling into oblivion.
And 30 seconds, the Baron is up. So they have to be very, very wary of that objective if they want to remain relevant. SHG, they do love themselves a good Baron, but DCG, they're the one in control. They have all the levers to pull. They can start this whenever they want, force SHG into them. And I mean, SHG right now, they're the weaker team.
They really are. They're trying to build the anti-heal. They're trying to get a little bit of savory. They've got the Oblivion of Execution is calling. Yorick's trying to do a little bit more in these side lanes too and be that pressure. But they're really having to force them into this team fight. It's a 5v5 and Yorick really doesn't want those odds.
Yeah, I'm trying to see a way for SHG to come back into this one. I mean, you've got that Trundle. Tanky could do some side lane pushing. Evie also. They've got two excellent side lane pushes, but if they're going to do that, it's
tadi aku bilang juga mending Miss Fortuna di ban, ada Azir,
they're on the back foot so hard they have
malah
to
Beniko.
That's really it. They are being forced out of how they want to play this game, and we've seen this from SHG. If they're not able to play their own game,
Gak apa-apa,
they
Nico lepas,
somewhat
gak apa-apa.
struggle. They don't really know
Emang
what to
sisa
do.
apa
And
DC?
this is the clearest sign we've seen of it all series
Mending
long.
Miss
Right now,
Fortune ya ban
DCG
tadi
said,
daripada
we got
Nico
that
ya.
little early advantage. You gave us the
Mending
keys.
lepas Nico
Now we're
tadi.
entering the temple.
And I'd like to remind everyone watching from home, this is Relove DCG's first split in the LCP.
Tekan ADC-nya ADC late game ya, soalnya ada Trundle Yorick. Udah pasti musuh pakai Miss Fortune anjir.
They were on match point after game 2. They've turned it around. They won game 3. They've won game 4. And by goodness, Pike, they are in a great position here to potentially win game 5.
And that is all that they are after. They want to make it to those
Bahkan
finals.
tadinya aku kira
They
mau
want that
main
redemption arc
Zeriumi ya.
against TSW. And this is where it all comes down. The vision control is too much in this top side. The Baron is just being
Ongshio
looked at.
personal
It's a
sih,
piece of
tengil
meat
dia
at this
kadang.
point. Because how do you get in if you have no idea where anyone
Actually,
is?
I think just give it to them. Just push bot, I guess.
So DCG, they're still pulling this Baron.
To be honest,
SHG, they're forced
let's
to
just
respond,
give it, you know?
But DCG, this is what they
They
want.
can't do it. The bullet time, the magnet storms a lot. Van was
Mati.
walking through the bullet time. What were you doing in there? It's just too much. Now they're saying we can take this
Mending
fight.
kasih aja bener, Baron mah mending push bawah.
Yeah, the Baron did reset, but Evie is alone on
We
the
should
bot
just
side.
give
He's
the
putting in
Baron,
some
actually.
work. He wants to create that
Mending
pressure. He
fokus
wants to
bawah,
buy that time and
jebolin.
space, Pike.
There's the flash from Vista, but it's not going to be able to meet too much. But with the jungler down, it should be pretty straightforward and an easy take
Tapi
for
low
DCG.
sih, low sih.
It
Talia
now
ada
comes down
ulti
to this
sih.
Weave as well that's just trying to split
Low,
up
low,
the
Talia ada
fight.
ulti,
It's
Talia ada
actually
ulti.
stopping them
Talia
from
ada ulti,
hitting
Talia
the
ada ulti.
Baron, which is not the end of the world.
Anjir, di kolektor cu. MF-nya melee anjir.
Even a triple and the Baron still
MF
goes
fight.
over. And it's all she wrote. DCG are
Miss
solidifying their
Fortune
position in this
fighter.
game.
Oh
Lauren able to
my
answer so
god,
nicely on that bot side to Evie
Jesus.
as well. He said, pressure be damned, I'm going to take you and you can walk away. But the aggression coming out of Feng, he knew that SHG were on the other side and he knew they wanted to make a play for the Baron, and he said, not today, goes over the wall and takes 2 for himself, Pike. This Magnet Storm setting it up beautifully.
And I can't believe that look, Van One walked back into it, was
Melee,
taking
MF-nya
it the entire
preman,
time.
gocap.
That's not what you want to do.
No, absolutely not. Trundle, you may be sort of that frontline bruiser, but you cannot
MF tuh apa,
stand in the
Bijil Water
way
ya?
of a super fed
Preman
AD
Bill
carry
Water.
like this Misfortune. Just able to layer that damage beautifully. SHG, they're being cheeky here. They're just trying to show up. They're trying to slow, trying to prevent this Baron. Feng runs forward. Look at this Q, the damage it did. The
Oh my
Oh my
god.
goodness. And then Marble cannot 1v1 Feng. Feng, the hero of the moment here.
Fang is absolutely playing out of their mind. They've just been looking so good, but it's at the hands of Xiaoxi, the initiator, the
This
starter.
one is actually
this
no
player
hope.
has shown
We
time and
have-
time
we
again
got
why
no
they are one of
hope.
the best supports in the LCP. It was all at the start. They got one little advantage. They knew the timers, and they took every advantage possible.
They pressed Marble and Vista at every possible moment. It was just, oh my goodness, leaping onto them every single time, burning the flashes, leaving Marble vulnerable. And right now they are Baron empowered. They are Chemtech Soul empowered. DCG, they begin the siege.
Hilang
This
itu,
could
Cuk.
end the game,
Anjing.
Pike.
This is all too
Oh my
much.
God.
Arya has to back. They're on a slither of HP. The towers are going
Freaking
down.
Miss
You're right.
Fortune, man.
The Baron empowered minions are just too strong right now. Top side should go down. Okay, Florin is just soloing
solo
Evie
kill
down the
Evie.
spot side. Yes, Pop Knight was there, but this is
It's
it. This
over.
is where DCG want to end this game. 24 minutes in. Fang
Oh my
is
God.
getting the damage off. They're looking for more. The knockout's good. The grand entries. That's just too much. Hongshu's too
GG.
strong.
Nice try,
It
nice
is
try.
nothing. SHG are looking to be reverse swept here in this best of 5
Hey, top three though,
semi-finals.
top three
It is
though.
all she wrote. And at the crossroads of
three though.
destiny, DFO, DCG
Top 3, top 3. Come
They
on.
have clipped the wings
Don't
of
be sad.
SHG.
Top 3.
LJL's number 1
Listen.
representative
We
knocked
are
out here in
top
tonight's
3.
best of 5
All right.
semi-final. What a game pipe. What
We are
a
top 3.
series.
And what a
We are
totally
top 3.
different
That's
final
good. That's
game
good.
we just saw. That was
Be proud.
way
Be
too
proud.
much.
We are strong.
DCG had the solution. They had the answer. They were given
Top 3. At least we are
everything,
better
and it
than
was
Los Ratons,
just
you know?
disaster after disaster for SHG.
DCG
At least we're
ran that
better than
game
Los
5
Ratons.
from the very
That was nice.
first minute.
All
From
right.
that jungle invade, they never relented. They found a 6th, a 7th, and 8th gear. While SHG, it's like they never left their
We
garage.
are top
They
3.
left their plane at home. They could not fly high enough.
Nice try, nice
And
try.
look, at this point, it was basically a hovercraft.
Oke, kalau begitu terima kasih yang sudah menonton. Jangan lupa like dan subscribe. Aku akan kembali dalam beberapa menit. Sampai jumpa.
DCG had all the control
Terus nonton
in the
LCP.
world. They had the early lead, the big start. They lost game 1 and